Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 33-48. Apart from the 6 missing ancestral gods, everyone else was present. There was no news from the 6 for the time being. God knew how long they would be waiting for them. The ancestral gods in front of them, especially the 7, definitely did not have that much patience. Long Chen stood there and made the first move. Although the 7 ancestral gods were not convinced, Long Chen's camp was huge. The 11 ancestral gods were basically standing by his side and had become part of his strength. Even in front of so many ancestral gods, Long Chen did not pale in comparison. Of course, it was because he had a heavy responsibility in his heart. He carried the heavy responsibility of saving this broken world, so he was fearless. He continued in a clear voice, "Everyone has lost their memories and has come to the infinite worlds for the first time. Today, I will be a small host and analyze the future for all of you seniors." Just as Long Chen finished speaking, news came from the Chaos Divine Realm. The Chaos Divine Might said to Long Chen with a slight urgency, "An ancestral god has appeared in the sky above the Chaos Divine Realm. There is no movement for the time being. Just relying on the Chaos Divine Might would not be able to stop an ancestral god. Once the Chaos Divine Realm was destroyed, trillions of lives would be lost. In that case, Long Chen would have to spend a few years just to save people. Many souls might not even be able to last until then. Therefore, he instantly became nervous. Coincidentally, at this moment, Long Chen said, "My apologies, ancestral gods. One of the 6 missing ancestral gods has appeared. I will invite him in first. It will be easier to discuss with more people. Please wait a moment." With ancestral god Ling Su and the others presiding over the situation, there would not be too much of a problem. At this moment, Long Chen directly opened the demonic dragon tomb and went to the Death World. After arriving at the Death World, he immediately moved to the Chaos Divine Realm. The Chaos Divine Realm was an original grade world. Even if an ancestral god wanted to destroy it, it would not be that easy. It would take at least some time. An original grade world was relatively rare even before the epoch. It was comparable to the 6th epoch before the epoch. Of course, the Chaos Divine Realm was still a 4th epoch before the epoch, but now it had weakened. At this moment, Long Chen appeared outside the Chaos Divine World. Of course, he instantly discovered the Elder God who had appeared. Fortunately, he didn't attack. Instead, he hovered outside the Chaos God world and coldly stared at the world. This was a young man with long green hair. There was no wind in the starry sky, but his long hair danced in the wind. There was a kind of messy beauty to it. One could feel that there was an invisible whirlwind around him, and his body was also changing between illusory and real. When he was illusory, he was like a gust of wind. Kitten actually recognized this person. He was the ancestral god of a world called the Tempest Astral Sea. The Tempest Astral Sea was at the creation level, and it was composed of several giant planets. Outside of the giant planets was an interstellar storm that surrounded the entire Tempest Astral Sea, tightly entangling this world. Therefore, it was very difficult for the gods and demons of the Tempest Astral Sea to leave this world. This elder god's name was the Tempest Elder God. I have a slight impression of him. He seems to be a maverick fellow. Of course, to Lord Cat, these elder gods count for nothing. In the past, when they saw Lord Cat, they all had to kneel before him. After all, Kitten had cultivated to the 6th era's primordial ancestor realm before this era. And now, the ones who had descended were all 9th era's primordial ancestor realm. No matter who he was, he couldn't affect Long Chen's plan. Now that the myriad worlds were temporarily safe, Long Chen could be bolder. He quickly appeared in front of the Tempest Elder God and said respectfully, "Senior Tempest Elder God, nice to meet you. My name is Long Chen, and I am the one who protects the myriad worlds now." He introduced himself briefly. From the other party's reaction, he didn't seem particularly confused. Clearly, he had heard everyone introduce him and probably had a certain understanding of Longchen. After all, an elder god who had just arrived here had a blank memory. He would take the initiative to learn about this world, and so naturally, he knew Longchen. "Oh, it's you." He seemed cold on the outside, but his heart was even colder. He didn't seem to have much interest in Longchen. Instead, he stared carefully at the Chaos Divine Realm and murmured, "Why is my world so different from this world?" Longchen said, "Senior, before the epoch, the master of the Chaotic Divine Realm was in the fourth epoch's primordial ancestor realm. The Chaotic Divine Realm is in the fourth epoch. You and your world belong to the ninth epoch. That's why the Chaotic Divine Realm is still different from your world." Longchen explained. From the looks of it, he still wasn't sure what kind of person this fellow was. Oh. Only then did the Storm Ancestor God stare at Longchen. "Why are you looking for me? Are you trying to restrict me, or are you trying to deal with me?" Longchen said sincerely, "You are our ancestor. We definitely wouldn't have any thoughts against you. It's just that the myriad worlds were originally peaceful and peaceful. Now that a total of 30 elder gods have returned, it has caused a huge upheaval and a large number of living beings to die. Many elder gods have decided to band together and establish a new order for the myriad worlds. Now that we have found Senior, we wish to invite Senior to participate. After all, Senior is one of the elder gods of the myriad worlds." "I'm not interested." Unexpectedly, the Storm Ancestor God immediately rejected Longchen's words. He was still observing the Chaos Divine Realm. "The new order will affect every elder god, so you must participate. The other elder gods are doing this for the sake of peace in the future, for everyone to coexist peacefully." The Storm Ancestor God sneered, "What's the point of peace? Only war can ensure the vitality of a race. This so-called peace is just the thinking of pedantic people. I beg to differ. The myriad worlds are so weak right now, it must be because there isn't enough chaos." From these words, Longchen realized that this fellow was difficult to deal with. He definitely wouldn't follow him into the Devil Dragon tomb just because he provoked him. He stood against Longchen's camp, but his thoughts were clearer than the other irascible elder gods. Longchen had just interacted with the other 7 elder gods, and they were all one-track minded. "Senior, this so-called chaos also requires a certain bottom line. The myriad worlds are weak, and it definitely has nothing to do with chaos. It's because of the disappearance of the elder gods of the myriad worlds. Every world has lost its pillar of strength. Your strength can change the myriad worlds, and in the future, your world might even be more glorious than the Chaos Divine Realm." Longchen said solemnly. "You're lying to me." The Storm Ancestor God was still unrelenting. Longchen could only say, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not, but this is already the most chaotic time. The biggest problem is that all the elder gods have lost their memories. This is the root of the chaos, so no matter what, we must gather all the elder gods together. Only then can we discuss a strategy for the future. If Senior doesn't participate, you will be excluded, and become the target of all the other elder gods. This isn't good for you either. You're threatening me." "No, I'm just speaking the truth." Facing this elder god, Longchen no longer had much fear. At this time, the Storm Ancestor God hesitated, and after a while, he said, "Forget it, then I'll see what kind of order you can come up with. Lead the way." It was a good thing that he agreed to enter. Longchen directly opened the Devil Dragon tomb. The Storm Ancestor God could feel the aura of many elder gods inside. This Devil Dragon tomb, he hesitated for a while, but in the end, he still entered. But from the looks of it, this was not an easy character to deal with. In the depths of the Storm Ancestor God's eyes, there was the deepest coldness. Yet another new elder god had joined. Seeing that this elder god had not been lured here by Long Chen's provocation, elder god Ling Su and the others automatically treated him as one of their own. Since he was one of their own, there was no need to explain too much. Now, there were a total of 19 elder gods, and 5 were missing. Of course, they would appear sooner or later. Every single elder god had already been introduced to the other elder gods. There were a total of 19 elder gods present. This was a truly astonishing lineup. Long Chen returned to his seat. Now that there was no news of the other elder gods, it was time to begin. He said in a clear voice, "The myriad worlds are fragile, and the elder gods are too strong. In order to protect our home and the common people, every elder god has a responsibility. Since we want to establish order, we first need a group. Only with a group can we punish members when they make mistakes, and reward members when they make contributions. There are 19 elder gods here, and in addition to those 5, there are a total of 24. As for the 5 imprisoned ones, I believe that they do not have the right to join this group, unless they have truly turned over a new leaf. Since everyone here is an elder god, let's call this organization the Ancestor God Alliance. As long as everyone agrees to join the Ancestor God Alliance, it will be equivalent to agreeing to abide by the rules and regulations of the Ancestor God Alliance in the future. You will act according to the rules and regulations, and you will absolutely prevent lawlessness." Currently, most of the elder gods were hesitant. After all, the Elder Gods Alliance didn't have any specific rules. They needed to be discussed and slowly formulated. There would definitely be more conflicts during this period of time. The Elder Gods Alliance definitely has its own rules. Now, let us establish the rules one by one. Of course, every Elder God can express their own opinions. We shall call each rule the Elder God Treaty. Once the Elder God Treaty is established, and everyone has confirmed their participation, then from then on, the Elder God Treaty will be the supreme treaty of the myriad worlds. It is an ironclad rule that every elder god must abide by. The embellishment was more or less complete. Next, it was time to discuss the specifics of the Elder God Treaty. This required detailed discussion, and Long Chen already had some ideas. At this moment, the Storm Elder God suddenly said, "What you said is completely correct. This is the Elder Gods Alliance, and we have established the Elder God Treaty. But may I ask who you are? You are not an Elder God, so what right do you have to participate in our alliance?" Chapter 33:49. Long Chen knew that this person wouldn't be easy to deal with, but he hadn't expected him to make things difficult for him so quickly, and in a good spot. Since this was the Ancestor God Alliance and the Ancestor God Treaty, and since Long Chen wasn't an Ancestor God, what qualifications did he have to speak here and participate in the formulation of their rules? What kind of status did Long Chen have here? Did he transcend the boundaries of the Ancestor God Treaty? When the Tempest Ancestor God said this, the Ice Snow Ancestor God and the others quickly found an opportunity. That's right. We are all Ancestor Gods. Who do you think you are to speak here? Moreover, from your attitude, it seems like your status is above us. How can a junior like you have the right and confidence to speak here? More importantly, he imprisoned 5 Ancestor Gods. This is clearly a threat. He doesn't respect us at all. This person definitely has ulterior motives. Of course, these were the words of the 7 Ancestor Gods. The 11 Ancestor Gods were on Long Chen's side, at least for the time being. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood spoke up for Long Chen. Before we appeared, he protected our world. Of course he has the right to stand on equal footing with us. We are new here and don't know much about the myriad worlds. Without him, it would be difficult to establish a workable order. Although he's a junior, his strength isn't weak. Otherwise, how could 5 elder gods have been imprisoned by him? As for those 5 elder gods, I've heard of what they've done. Indeed, elder gods who are able to destroy worlds, why can't they be imprisoned? Moreover, as Longchen said, we can't let them join the Ancestor God Alliance for the time being. At this time, both sides expressed their opinions. At this moment, the Storm Ancestor God continued to target Longchen. You guys said that he isn't weak, but does that mean he isn't? If he wants to stand on equal footing with us, wants to join the alliance of us Ancestor Gods, and wants to point fingers before our eyes, ignoring everything else, he should at least have the capability of an Ancestor God. If not, he should leave this place and let us discuss our own matters. We are the true creators of the myriad of worlds, and he is just a descendant. With him taking the lead, the other elder gods naturally followed suit. If he doesn't leave, we will definitely not form an alliance, nor will we abide by the Ancestor God Treaty. What's the point of having a descendant take charge of the situation? In any case, we're not convinced. At the end of the day, they were still doubting Longchen's qualifications. Of course, they were also using Longchen to destroy this alliance. Most importantly, it should be considered as fighting for more rights for themselves. They were more worried. Even if there were many elder gods, Longchen would still become the core of the future 10,000 worlds. They were worried that the elder gods would treat him as the center, and if that happened, the entire 10,000 worlds would be ruled by Longchen. At that time, they would have less and less freedom. Longchen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, at the end of the day, everyone is still doubting my strength. What you're trying to say is that if I had battle prowess on the same level as all of you, I would be qualified to stand here and establish the Ancestor God Alliance with all of you. I, Longchen, will accept the challenge. He was simple, straightforward, and crude. Longchen, Li Xuanji was slightly worried. Last time, she had defeated the Violet Thunder Elder God because the two of them had teamed up. They had a great advantage, and their teamwork was quite good. But now, Longchen had to face him alone. Don't worry. Come into my body later. Longchen and Li Xuanji had a miraculous connection. No one could replicate it. She was an independent entity, but she was also a part of Longchen. Although Longchen didn't have much of a chance of victory in such a battle, he knew very well that if he wanted to have the right to speak in a situation like this, if he wanted the other elder gods to trust him, the most important thing was his own power. If he didn't have the ability, then as they said, he would be a junior. He wouldn't have the right to participate in the discussions and decisions between the ancestor gods, nor would he be the leader. Strength was the right to speak here. Even though it was difficult, Longchen understood the importance of having the right to speak. When Longchen said those words, the other elder gods, who were leaning against each other, exchanged glances. Finally, their gazes landed on the Tempest Elder God. After all, it was the Tempest Elder God who had targeted Longchen first. Then let me test the qualifications of a junior like you. The Tempest Elder God didn't decline, and he immediately replied. Longchen, is this how you want to do this? Elder God Ling Su was rather angry. To her, these elder gods were nothing but trouble. Now that the myriad worlds had finally calmed down, trouble had once again fallen onto Longchen's shoulders. She knew that fighting an elder god by himself wasn't going to be easy. No problem. Seeing how confident Longchen was, the elder gods who stood on his side still made way for Longchen, even though they were somewhat worried. Mo Xiaolang and the others were pushed to the side as well. In truth, they were the ones who had the most confidence in Longchen. Thus, at a time like this, they understood why Longchen had stepped forward. If he didn't have the right to speak against the elder gods, how could he truly protect the myriad worlds? Thank you for giving me the chance to fight for the right to speak. By now, Longchen was facing off against the Tempest Elder God. On the other side, the 7 elder gods had left the Tempest Elder God and retreated to the other side. It's all up to you. We can't afford to lose our freedom. If we let a bunch of incompetent people control our actions, it would really be a depressing matter. They had placed all their hopes on the Storm Elder God. In fact, if they eliminated Long Chen from the competition, it would be considered as a show of strength to the other Elder Gods. Moreover, they would also be able to fight for more freedom in the upcoming Elder God Treaty. Don't worry. The Tempest Elder God was brimming with confidence. Of course, his tone was still very calm. Under the gazes of over 10 Elder Gods, within the Devil Dragon tomb, only Long Chen and the Tempest Elder God were clashing. Li Xuanji had stealthily entered his body, becoming a part of him. At this point, not many people had discovered it. After all, everyone was focused on this battle. If you lose, I hope that you will abide by our future agreement. Long Chen stared into his eyes. The Tempest Elder God said, "What a joke. You keep saying things that are impossible. Of course, we'll do as you say, but I'll still say the same thing. It's impossible. I have a very deep understanding of our powers. According to what I know, the difference between gods and elder gods is as great as the difference between mortals and gods. However, you're not at the peak of the 9th era's ancestral ancestor realm. You're still a little lacking. As for me, I'm not completely a god. There's not much of a difference between us." Long Chen said very calmly. "But, what about this?" At this moment, a jade-green palm leaf fan appeared in the Tempest Elder God's hand. It was only the size of a palm, and the leaves on it looked rather fresh. This was originally a very insignificant and ordinary item in the myriad of worlds, but because it appeared in the Tempest Elder God's hand, it became extraordinary. The origin of the world. He didn't expect that he would actually find his own origin of the world. Of course, the matter of the origin of the world couldn't be kept a secret. Patriarch Penglai and the others had already found it, and if the other ancestral gods continued to search for it, they would find it as well. However, it was still rather troublesome that someone had found it today. This indirectly increased the difficulty of the battle. To any ancestral god, whether or not they had the origin of the world made a huge difference. The Tempest Elder God with the origin of the world was much weaker than the Purple Thunder Elder God without the origin of the world. It was quite difficult to deal with him. At this moment, Long Chen didn't have a high chance of winning, and he was only filled with passion. "Everyone, let's look for this thing on you. I'm guessing that every ancestral god has one. It's our most precious weapon. I think the 3 who arrived earlier all have it, but they didn't want to tell us." Even at this time, the Tempest Elder God didn't forget to sow discord between ancestor god Ling Su and the other ancestral gods. Of course, the other ancestral gods didn't pay much attention to him. They were more concerned about what kind of origin of the world they could find on themselves. For a time, all the ancestral gods were searching for the origin of the world. After this incident, Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu and the others didn't trust Long Chen and the others. After all, they knew about the origin of the world, but they didn't say anything. "Everyone, this is the origin of the world. The reason why we didn't say anything is because if we did, they would definitely know about it. Our original plan was to tell everyone after the Treaty of Ancestral Gods was made," Ancestor God Ling Su explained. This was actually a reasonable explanation. In order to avoid chaos, this was a very normal and safer choice. After all, the other ancestral gods were like ticking time bombs. Just as they were all searching for the origin of the world, the Tempest Elder God's hands trembled, and the tiny palm leaf fan enlarged before his eyes. Finally, he grasped it with both hands, and his long green hair made him look exceptionally dreamy. At this time, he exhaled at the palm leaf fan, and a white mist appeared on it. Vaguely, the tempest had already begun to sweep through the origin of the world. "Are you afraid?" The Tempest Elder God revealed a strange smile. He was even harder to deal with than he had imagined. Of course, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. While the Tempest Elder God was building up his strength, he had already made his preparations for battle. Scram! In an instant, the Tempest Ancestor God fanned his palm leaf fan with both hands. All of a sudden, an invisible gust of wind blew towards Long Chen. It was as though nothing had happened at all, and even the raindrops continued to fall. Soul Softener Wind. A law, a gentle breeze, and a fragrance wafted towards him. Chapter 3350. When the Storm Elder God added his world essence and attacked mercilessly, the other Elder Gods scattered. In truth, many Elder Gods were slightly curious about Long Chen's strength. As the current Lord of all worlds, they wanted to know how strong he was. The Tempest Elder God was virtually equivalent to every single Elder God at his peak. Soul Softener Wind. It was colorless, odorless, and even soundless. But Long Chen and every Elder God could sense its existence and threat. The wind was unstoppable, and it reached Long Chen in a very short amount of time. Whoosh! It was like a primordial mist slamming into him. Long Chen's heart instantly turned cold. This law was a double blow to his body and nascent spirit. In an instant, it entered his body and seeped into his heart. At this time, although there was no wind outside, Long Chen had already entered the abyss of the storm. Countless storms transformed into sharp blades that surged into his body. Even though Long Chen had trillions of divine palaces in his body, there were still sharp blades that pierced through. In the face of such a threatening attack from the Storm Elder God, Long Chen was very calm. The world essence was indeed powerful, but it wasn't enough to scare him. When the Soul Softener Wind descended, Long Chen had actually been preparing for it for a long time. Dragunculin's Fury. It was fine when he didn't attack, but when he did, it was violent. In an instant, the shadows of 7 ancestor dragons appeared on his body, and when Long Chen's gaze landed on his opponent, the mark of Dragunculin's Fury was imprinted on the Storm Elder God's body. He and the Storm Elder God had been hit at almost the same time. Dragunculin's Fury, or perhaps the wrath of 7 ancestor dragons, all sorts of laws stabbed into the Storm Elder God's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, the Storm Elder God faced an even more terrifying attack from Long Chen. You. At this moment, the Storm Elder God had never imagined that he could actually pose such a threat to him. The law of Dragunculin's Fury was a huge problem. The soul-softening wind was indeed powerful. However, while enduring this attack, Long Chen had no choice but to use the melody of life to protect himself. Of course, such a stalemate wasn't beneficial to the Storm Ancestral God at all. After all, Long Chen's Dragunculin's wrath was a greater blow to him. In just a short moment, the Storm Ancestral God's expression had started to turn extremely unsightly. It's quite interesting. This power of laws is quite good. It forced the Tempest Ancestor God to use even more profound techniques. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. Just as the Elder Gods were discussing, the Tempest Elder God was indeed unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, his expression turned gloomy. Amidst the destruction of the Dragon Chilant's wrath, he struggled to hold onto the banana fan with both hands. Veins popped up on his face as he furiously fanned himself in extreme rage. This law was completely different from the soul-softening wind. Wind of Rebirth. With a loud boom, a raging gray gale rose. It was as though countless gray locusts had gathered. The gale took shape, and in the air, it was as though a gigantic beast was about to devour Long Chen. Rebirth was death. This was a tempest of death. Anything that was struck by the wind of rebirth, be it a living being or a god-fiend, would perish. Only those at the ancestor realm could withstand this tempest of death. If this gale were to sweep through the chaos divine world, it might not be destroyed, but there would definitely not be many living beings and god-fiends left. And at this moment, Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt of it. Boom! Before the tempest of death engulfed him, the Tempest Ancestor God did not stop. His tempest laws were cast rather quickly. In a very short period of time, he grabbed the banana fan and continued fanning. God assimilating wind. Another law belonging to an elder god. The wind of rebirth was in front, while the god assimilating wind was behind. This time, the two storms were separated. The wind of rebirth was meant to destroy the physical body, while the god assimilating wind was meant to annihilate the essence soul. The former was gray, while the latter was pitch black like ink. How resilient! In fact, under the restrictions of the Dragonkalan's wrath, it was already quite impressive that the Tempest Ancestor God could cast two attacks at the same time. Of course, even if he did, he might not be at his peak condition. At the very least, he was still in a rather pathetic state. The two tempest winds swept over violently. I want to see what right you have to criticize me since you are not an elder god. Puny Jr., scram and do what you should be doing. You overestimate yourself and think too highly of yourself. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. When the elder gods on the Tempest Ancestor God side saw that Long Chen had been suppressed by the two winds, they could not help but laugh inwardly. Although they had no memories, their primitive instincts dictated their thoughts. It was extremely difficult to make them submit. Long Chen remained unperturbed in the face of this scene. In fact, his two strongest laws had to be cast at this moment. To Long Chen, the suspense was whether one of his laws could break through the Tempest Ancestor God's two tempest winds. Primordial Dragon Sacrificial Rite. The elder gods no longer had any memories of the ancestral dragon. Naturally, they did not know of Long Chen's identity. The instant the rebirth wind and the god assimilation wind descended, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon and flew in front of the elder gods. The vast and majestic aura he exuded caused the elder gods to feel an inexplicable sense of reverence in their hearts. This was a suppression of bloodlines. Destruction Dragon Pearl. The primordial sacrificial dragon's laws reappeared. A dreamy black star of creation appeared in the primordial sacrificial dragon's mouth. It condensed and instantly expanded. Boundless vicissitudes swept over. The powers of primordial chaos and primordial chaos appeared one after another. The pitch-black gravel rumbled with the power of creation. 9 colors could be seen within it. These 9 colors were the hidden boundless chaos elemental powers. The black star grew relatively large in a short period of time. The instant Long Chen spat it out, it collided with the two tempest winds, the rebirth wind and the absorbing wind. Hum. The storm's laws corresponded to the fusion of the 3 laws. Although in terms of strength, Long Chen was much weaker, in terms of laws, he actually surpassed his opponent. More importantly, the wrath of the dragon Kailan was still under Long Chen's control. Under his control, it mercilessly destroyed the opponent's body. Thousands of laws swept through the opponent's body. It was as if the Tempest Elder God's body was a gigantic world, and Long Chen was using the laws to destroy this world. In the end, it was still a contest of 2 laws. In terms of cooperation, Long Chen was clearly superior. This was because he was coordinating both inside and outside. The Destruction Dragon Pearl was violent enough on the outside, and the wrath of the Dragon Kailan was a nightmare that the Storm Ancestor God could not escape from. In an instant, the Destruction Dragon Pearl and the 2 storm laws melted together. What followed was the trembling of the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. Long Chen was really worried that the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb would be destroyed in this battle. Pop. However, the Storm Ancestor God with the world origin was still very powerful. Even with Long Chen's pincer attack, he still managed to hold on. He used the 2 violent winds to completely annihilate the Destruction Dragon Pearl. The 2 clashed and collided, sending them flying backward. Bang! Long Chen and the Storm Ancestor God were stabilized by the Ancestor Gods of both sides. At this moment, Long Chen was a little uncomfortable. After all, the three storms still affected him. However, the storm ancestor god was definitely not having it easy either. To be honest, he had already unleashed his current limits, but not only did he not defeat Long Chen, he was clearly more injured by the invisible attack of the wrath of the dragon Kylan. The storm ancestor god was rather indignant. At this moment, he charged out again and was about to wave the banana fan to continue fighting. However, at this moment, a total of 11 ancestor gods on ancestor god Ling Su's side, including Mo Xiaolang and the rest, all stood in front of Long Chen. The vast divine might of the 11 ancestor gods suppressed the storm ancestor god in a very short period of time. What? The other side instantly tensed up. To be honest, judging from the current situation, the ancestor gods had automatically split into two factions. This was something that Long Chen was unable to stop. It was a problem of their personalities. Clearly, the two sides could not understand each other, and they disliked each other even more. Old Ancestor Everlasting stood at the front and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, from the looks of this battle, we can more or less understand the situation. Both sides are equally matched. If we continue to fight, it would be meaningless. It would only result in more casualties. Today, we are here to form an alliance, not to cause conflict." Although Long Chen isn't an ancestor god, his ability wouldn't lose to any of the ancestor gods. He is completely qualified to join our alliance. More importantly, he was once the Lord of Myriad Worlds. Compared to us, he belongs to this world more. Our ancestor god alliance doesn't have anyone, but we cannot do without him. To be honest, it had already been proven. Long Chen was in no way inferior to the storm ancestor god, who possessed the world origin. Since that was the case, he naturally had the qualifications. And there was no need for this battle to continue. The storm ancestor god was even more foolish, as he was unable to suppress Long Chen. When the old ancestor Infinity finished speaking, the people on their side were basically all in support. Let's call it a day. If we continue fighting, who knows who will be the loser. Right now, both of their injuries are very obvious. Just from these few clashes, Long Chen has completely proven that he has the qualifications. Moreover, the reason why we are able to come here today and have the opportunity to form an alliance is all because of him. The living beings of the myriad worlds don't really recognize us. Our ancestor god's alliance needs a representative in the myriad worlds, and that representative is him. Everyone on their side was in support of Long Chen. As for the other 8, they did not say anything. Naturally, they were still somewhat unwilling. To be honest, they did not want to join this organization at all. From the looks of the current situation, the ancestor gods' treaty would definitely restrict their freedom to a great extent. This was something they did not wish to see. At this time, the storm ancestor god calmed down. He was still targeting Long Chen. When the other ancestor gods around him were speechless, he laughed coldly. He was probably plotting something again. Chapter 33:51. Within the demonic dragon ancient tomb, the black clouds in the sky were covered in a dense mass. Streaks of blood extended outwards, and a torrential rain of blood fell from the sky. 24 elder gods, along with Long Chen and the others, gathered in the midst of the rain of blood. The demonic dragon ancient tomb seemed to be such a strange world. No matter how much damage it suffered, it would quickly recover to its original state. While the elder gods were planning to take advantage of Long Chen's victory to establish the ancestor gods' alliance, the Tempest Elder God was not so easy to deal with. The ancestor gods' alliance can be established, but before that, there are some things that must be understood. At this time, the Tempest Elder God interrupted the crowd and drew all the elder gods' attention to himself. But after successfully drawing everyone's attention, he said, "Everyone, in a situation where we have lost our memories, we are considered to be newcomers to the infinite worlds. We do not understand this entire world and everyone here. Perhaps we possess unprecedented power that is truly terrifying to the people here, but because we have lost our memories, we know nothing. Therefore, under such circumstances, we are rather easily deceived by certain people. He began to stir up the emotions of the elder gods. What exactly are you trying to say? Elder God Ling Su did not have much patience with him. She did not hate others, but this Tempest Elder God's repeated interruptions of the Ancestor God's alliance's progress was truly depressing. It's very simple. The Tempest Elder God's gaze once again landed on Long Chen. Long Chen roughly knew what he wanted to say. Indeed, under the attention of the Elder Gods, he said, basically, the first person you met after coming to the infinite worlds is this person. You seem to believe what he says, but, don't forget his identity. Before we appeared, he was the Lord of the infinite worlds, the master of this place. Our appearance threatens his position, so he either invited us or schemed to bring us here. Haven't you all realized that we can't leave this place in a short period of time? Isn't that equivalent to him imprisoning us here? If we don't listen to his arrangements today, doesn't that mean that we will never be able to leave this place? No matter what his goal is, we have all fallen into his trap. The other elder gods, seeing that the Tempest Elder God was rather eloquent, had already formed an invisible body around him. As expected, it won't be easy to leave this place. That's right. Since that's the case, what difference is there between us and those 5 pitiful creatures? It seems that although you call it an alliance, it's actually a coercive one. You're forcing us, the Creator Gods, to be suppressed and threatened to such an extent. I can't believe you still view Long Chen as a treasure. The Storm Elder God's words made them feel slightly uncomfortable. The 11 Elder Gods on Long Chen's side weren't like forefather Ancient Wood, who completely trusted Long Chen the moment they met. They didn't feel too comfortable hearing Elder God Tempest's words. After knowing the difference between their strength and this world, they had a feeling of transcendence. Seniors, the main reason I'm here is because I'm worried that some of you will destroy the myriad of worlds. I have no choice but to do this. Please forgive me. Once the Treaty of the Elder Gods is established, I'll immediately lead you out of here. Long Chen said. The Tempest Ancestor God said, I'm afraid that after the Ancestor God Treaty is established, you're going to use it to rise above us and become the new Lord of the myriad worlds. You're going to make over 20 Ancestor Gods serve you, treat you as their master, and imprison and punish those who don't. You've really schemed well. Long Chen, I'll be honest with you. If your goal isn't what I'm saying, then why don't you let us out right now? We can discuss the Ancestor God Treaty after we leave. How about it? If they left, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to control the situation. If the Elder Gods left, he wouldn't be able to stop them at all. If that happened, the stability he had worked so hard to establish today would be gone. Therefore, Long Chen couldn't agree to it. Indeed, he had left everyone in the demonic dragon tomb for the sake of establishing the Ancestral Gods alliance, but he had absolutely no intention of standing above the Ancestral Gods. The Storm Ancestor God had forcefully described Long Chen's responsibility to protect the myriad worlds as his ambition. Answer me. Do you want us to leave and establish the Ancestor Gods alliance? The Tempest Elder God roared. If the treaty was established and they submitted to Long Chen, they still had a chance to refuse. But as long as they were in the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb, they would lose a certain amount of initiative. This was absolutely intolerable. But Long Chen couldn't give up either. Open this world and let us out. You tricked us into coming here. If you want to establish the Ancestor Gods alliance, show us your sincerity. We'll talk outside. That's right. We'll talk outside. You're just a junior. What right do you have to trap us here and make us follow your treaty? Who knows what treaty you want to establish? Will it be our own decision or yours? Fellow Elder Gods, don't be tricked by this little fellow and become an accomplice to a villain." Under the pressure they exerted on Long Chen, even the elder gods looked at Long Chen suspiciously. But for the safety of the myriad of worlds, Long Chen still refused. "No, you definitely don't have to worry. Although the location is here, the treaty will be decided by everyone. Every treaty requires the agreement of more than half of the elder gods to take effect. How about it?" However, Long Chen had underestimated the Tempest Ancestor God's ability to stir up the emotions of others, especially those with bad tempers. At this moment, the Tempest Ancestor God raged. "At the end of the day, you just want to trap us here. It's right for us to listen to your orders. We all know how ambitious you are. Clearly, you think that we're easy to trick because we've lost our memories. But we're not fools. We're not going to allow you to fool us with your disguise of kindness. Everyone, look at how arrogant he is. He rejected so many of our requests just like that. Does he still have any respect for us? In his eyes, we're probably just a bunch of fools with empty strength. Are we still going to be manipulated by him? He said that he wanted to respect us, but he's imprisoning us here. What a joke. In my opinion, there's no need for this fella to interfere in the matters between us elder gods. Since he's not willing to let us out, we'll just destroy him and leave by ourselves. We'll also rescue the other 5 and discuss the future together. The myriad worlds are our world. Why should we let an unrelated person interfere with how we manage the myriad worlds? That's right, destroy him." Long Chen had offended a portion of the elder gods and hurt their purpose. Therefore, they weren't willing to give in. Once they found a chance to retaliate, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Under the instigation of the Tempest Ancestor, at least the other 8 elder gods were fully intent on destroying Long Chen. In fact, they even wanted to rescue the Endless Stone Ancestor and the others. Actually, the Tempest Ancestor God and the others had said so much because they didn't want to establish the Ancestor God's alliance. They didn't want to be suppressed. Therefore, they had so many excuses. And at this moment, it was time for them to erupt. Long Chen originally thought that with so many people on his side, they would be able to suppress the 8 and not dare to make a move. However, he underestimated how barbaric these people were. When a group of barbarians had a leader like the Tempest Ancestor God, it was almost twice as difficult to deal with. He had successfully instigated the elder gods on his side. At the same time, he had shaken the elder gods on Long Chen's side. With an increase in strength and a decrease in strength, the two sides might be balanced. But if that's the case, the Tempest Ancestor God doesn't have a chance of winning. When the 8 elder gods come to an agreement and attack Long Chen at the same time, Long Chen will know their goal. With an increase in strength and a decrease in strength, both sides will be able to maintain a balance of power. Then, a chaotic battle will break out, and during that chaotic battle, they will find Ancestor God Ling Su's Jade Disc and rescue the 5 Ancestor Gods. Once the 5 Ancestor Gods are freed, the strength of both sides will be completely balanced. At that time, the Ancestor God Alliance and Ancestor God Treaty will be nothing but a joke. They will definitely do whatever they want in the myriad of worlds. It wasn't too late for Long Chen to realize this point. However, the 8 elder gods had already grasped this opportunity. Using the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb as an excuse, they communicated with each other and attacked Long Chen at the same time. Open up this world. Otherwise, you will be trying to enslave us. Long Chen, I'll give you one last chance. If you're still stubborn, don't blame us for being vicious. For a moment, the 8 elder gods could tell what kind of danger Long Chen was facing. At this critical juncture, the first to come to their aid were Mo Xiaolang and the others, followed by Elder God Ling Su and the other 2. They were unwavering in their support for Long Chen. Everyone, don't be fooled by them. We all know how Long Chen treats the myriad worlds. He asked everyone to stay here because he wants to ensure the safety of the myriad worlds. Most importantly, he wants to restrain these 8. I can guarantee it with my life. Elder God Ling Su defended Long Chen. I believe him. First, sacred ancestor Gu Mu joined in. With her taking the lead, the other elder gods were a little hesitant, but in the end, they still believed in Long Chen. When the chaotic battle began, all the elder gods joined in. Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, Kitten, and Soi Yan. The 4 of them could just barely restrain 2 elder gods. Including Long Chen, there were 3. Basically, there were 14 of them. Against 8 opponents, when they were united, they had a crushing effect. Long Chen was very grateful to them. He hadn't expected that they would still be willing to believe in Long Chen even after the Tempest Elder God had tried to sow discord. However, this chaos was unavoidable. The 2 factions of the Elder Gods weren't something Long Chen could control. Since they had formed a faction, the only way was to use his faction to suppress the other faction. Everyone, be careful. Their main goal is to rescue the 5 imprisoned Elder Gods and strengthen them. Long Chen immediately saw through their goal and told everyone. Chapter 3352. If not for that, they wouldn't have had any chance of winning this battle. After all, it was equivalent to 14 against 8. This was mainly thanks to the Elder Gods, who had chosen to believe in Long Chen, and hadn't been fooled by the Tempest Elder God's words. Therefore, the Tempest Elder God's only chance of victory was to have the right to speak against Long Chen's team. They could only do so by rescuing the other 5 Elder Gods. As long as they formed 2 camps with almost equal strength, the so-called Elder Gods alliance would be useless. That way, they would have the right to speak. And Long Chen's say would be weakened to an unprecedented degree. But when Long Chen saw through their goal, things were different. Elder God Ling Su immediately retreated from the battle, protecting the jade disc as she left. The Tempest Elder God and the others really wanted to chase after her, but the problem was that Long Chen's team and the 10 Elder Gods were doing their best to stop them, making it impossible for them to break through the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, Elder God Ling Su had disappeared. This was a world that belonged to Long Chen. Finding Elder God Ling Su and the Jade Pendant wouldn't be easy at all. Long Chen had seen through their goal, and in truth, he had cut off their path of retreat. The 8 of them were now engaged in a chaotic battle, and there was no point in fighting back at all. On Long Chen's side, everyone had joined the battle. It was equivalent to 13 Elder Gods surrounding them. By now, virtually every single Elder God had already unleashed their world essences. There was no need to mention just how terrifying the clash of nearly 20 world essences was. Compared to this chaotic battle, the battle between Long Chen and the Tempest Elder God was nothing more than child's play. In the chaos, Long Chen couldn't control the opponents he faced. In a short period of time, he had clashed with quite a few Elder Gods. At this critical juncture, the one who appeared before him was the Ice Snow Elder God. As far as the eye could see, everything in the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was in the midst of destruction. This was an unprecedented battle that had never happened in an era. If it happened in the myriad worlds, it would definitely be endless destruction. The world essence of the Ice Snow Elder God was an ice spear. Sometimes it was water, sometimes it was ice. When it was water, it was tough and vast, capable of nullifying the attacks of other Elder Gods. When it was ice, it was incomparably sharp, capable of piercing through heaven and earth. Now that he had his eyes on Long Chen, his killer move shot towards Long Chen. Wrath of the Dragon Qilin. In the instant that he appeared in front of Long Chen had already hidden himself behind the other Elder Gods and had used the Dragonculin's wrath on him. In terms of the activation of the laws, Long Chen held a huge advantage. The Dragonculin's wrath dealt a huge blow to Ice Snow Elder God, who was stuck where he was. Patriarch Penglai appeared in front of him, his peach staff rumbling with boundless power as it smashed down on his head. In that moment of imminent peril, the Ice Snow Elder God's ice spear transformed into water, blocking the peachwood staff. The flexibility of water actually blocked the Ice Snow Elder God's attack, including the peachwood staff. Of course, as a result, the Ice Snow Elder God was forced out of the battle. Most of the time, the enemy Elder God was being attacked by 2 or more Elder Gods. After all, excluding Elder God Ling Su, there were 15 Elder Gods on their side. Kitten and the others split up and joined the other Elder Gods. With their help, it wasn't difficult for the other Elder Gods to suppress the other Elder Gods. Boom! Boom! Although the battle was chaotic, the overall situation was still under Long Chen's control. For example, the Tempest Elder God was being attacked by Patriarch Infinity and Long Chen. Long Chen naturally understood the principle of capturing the ringleader first. All of this was instigated by the Tempest Elder God, and it was enough to deal with him. He and Patriarch Infinity worked together. Dragonculin's Wrath. Rainstorm. If there was only one Elder God, the Tempest Elder God might have been able to defend against it. But now, there were 2. Patriarch Infinity's Rainstorm, under the control of Dragonculin's Wrath, caused countless rainstorms to pass through the Tempest Elder God's body. This level of siege heavily injured the Tempest Elder God directly. Heavily injured, Long Chen instantly transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. His enormous dragon claw grabbed the heavily injured Tempest Elder God, and he let out a furious roar that suppressed the entire battlefield. All of you, stop. The Tempest Elder God has already been executed. Because of your selfishness, you tried to destroy the alliance, but you have failed. If you don't stop now, none of you will have the right to join the Ancestor God's alliance. Actually, apart from the Tempest Elder God being heavily injured, the 8 of them had already suffered quite a few injuries. For example, the Ice Snow Elder God. But there was no way for them to stop. At this time, Long Chen gave them a way out. Instantly, all of the Elder Gods stopped. Only then did the chaotic situation in the Devil Dragon Tomb settle down. Seeing that the chaotic battle had finally stopped, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. This actually meant that the other party's last resistance had failed. Now, it was time to establish the Ancestor God's alliance according to Long Chen's will. Long Chen released the Tempest Elder God, allowing him to return to his team. He looked around and said, I hope that this is the last time we disagree. From now on, we will be one. Now, there are 19 Elder Gods here, and 5 more outside. If an Elder God were to refuse to join forces to pursue and even cover up for the violator, he would be punished by being imprisoned for 10,000 years and would not be able to return to the Myriad Worlds. For the peace of the Myriad Worlds, when formulating this ironclad rule, Long Chen had to ensure that it was ruthless and efficient. He had to ensure that there was a possibility of it being implemented. The latter punishment would largely prevent the ironclad rule from being enforced. If it was violated, it would result in the collapse of the entire Ancestor God alliance. After Long Chen finished speaking, there was indeed a polarizing situation. I refuse to accept this. As Elder Gods, how can we be subjected to such restrictions? Of course, there were also many who supported it. They did not feel that it was a difficult matter. Seeing everyone arguing about the ironclad rule, Long Chen said, since everyone is divided, let's vote to decide. Those 5 aren't here, so we will temporarily use the 20 of us as the standard. As long as more than half of us agree, we can implement it. We will follow the majority's opinion. If there is a complete tie, then we will discuss it again. Everyone, raise your hands. After saying that, Long Chen was the first to raise his hand. Chapter 3353. The first rule affected the freedom of the 8 of them. As Ancestor Gods, they naturally wanted to do as they pleased and live unrestrained lives. However, the establishment of the Ancestor God Treaty placed a restriction on them. It was like an invisible shackle that made them fearful. In the future, they would not be able to live freely. Sometimes, they would have to consider the life and death of all living beings. If they were not careful, they would be imprisoned for 100,000 years. It was impossible for them to be comfortable. However, the most hateful thing was that the 11 ancestor gods were on the same side as Long Chen against a common enemy. Before they completely accepted the first rule, Long Chen said, regarding the ancestor god treaty, I haven't thought of much yet. Everyone is free to bring it up. However, I have a second rule that must be declared. This will have a certain effect on any future treaty. That is, whenever there is a problem that requires a joint decision or a dispute, the 25 of us in the Ancestor God Alliance will vote on it. As long as 13 people support it, it will pass. In the future, the establishment of new treaties will also need to be based on this rule. There were a total of 25 people. Currently, at least 12 of them were on Long Chen's side. As for the remaining 5 missing people, as long as they found them, they would be able to win over 1 or 2 of them. Of the 6 missing previously, the Storm Ancestor God was on their side. No matter what, at least one of the remaining 5 would be kind. Obtaining victory through numbers was indeed the only way. The second rule had already been agreed upon. It was useless for the other 8 to object. They had fewer people to begin with, so they were suppressed. Now, they had nothing to say. Alright, that's the 2 points I wanted to say. Everyone can add on, as long as the majority agrees. Long Chen had completed his mission. Actually, his request was very simple. As long as the ancestor gods did not destroy the myriad worlds, it would be fine. As for the future, or even dealing with the sky-devouring clan, there was no need to consider that far. Right now, they did not even know the reason for the ancestor gods' descent. When Long Chen finished speaking, the elder gods exchanged glances. Long Chen first followed his promise and opened the door to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. He appeared in a corner of the myriad worlds and let the ancestor gods out. There were still 5 ancestor gods who were still sealed in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Storm Ancestor gods did not know the entrance to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, so it was temporarily impossible to save these 5. After leaving the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, the ancestral gods were free. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, no one had any new opinions. As for the Tempest Ancestor God and the others, they naturally had their own opinions. However, they knew that their opinions would not be able to garner the support of the majority. There was nothing they could do. Seeing that they had nothing to say, Long Chen said, in that case, from now on, the Ancestor God's alliance is established. The Ancestor God Treaty is also established. Everyone is bound, but if anyone violates the Ancestor God Treaty, all of us are enforcers. If anyone violates the Ancestor God Treaty, they will be imprisoned. At least for the period of imprisonment, they will not have the right to vote. Thank you, Elder Gods, for your cooperation. Our goal is to make the myriad worlds a better place. I'm sure everyone can understand that. After all, everyone has agreed to the 2 conditions today. Since that's the case, if anyone is in a hurry to return to their own worlds, I can send them back directly. No need. The Tempest Ancestor God could not suppress Long Chen. At this time, he turned around. Of course, other than the 2 treaties, Long Chen could not restrict his freedom. The other ancestor gods, as long as they belonged to the Tempest Ancestor God camp, turned and left. The myriad worlds were not big to them. With their speed, they could return to their own world in no time. Now, although there were many threats, they had settled down. Everyone, please. As for Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu and the others, they were on very good terms with Long Chen. Long Chen invited them to return to the Death Reign and then showed them the gates to their respective worlds. Seniors, you have just descended, and I am sorry to bring you here. You may return now. After all, you can take a good look at your worlds. They are your most beautiful creations. In order to protect them, I am willing to give up everything. We can all understand that you are not as ambitious as the Tempest Ancestor God said. Otherwise, we would not be standing on your side. That's right. If you need help in the future, contact us immediately. From now on, we are all members of the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Among them, Patriarch Penglai no longer had a world, but he would still return and stay in that place. By now, everyone had more or less gotten to know each other. The Ancestor Gods had lost their memories and were curious. It had not been easy for them to establish the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Long Chen did not dare to restrict them. Long Chen sent the Ancestor Gods back one by one. In the end, only he, Mo Xiaolang, and the other 4 were left. At this moment, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had thought that the 24 Ancestor Gods would suffer heavy losses. They had not expected it to be resolved so smoothly. At first, they had thought that the infinite worlds were finished. Of course, the destruction of the Skyfire lava world was irreversible. Big brother, there are still 5 of them. They might be a variable. Mo Xiaolang reminded. Long Chen said, I have already notified all the worlds in the infinite worlds to hurry up and find the 5 Ancestor Gods. If they find anything, inform me immediately. We can only wait for them to appear. After all, they are Ancestor Gods. It is indeed difficult to find them hiding in such a large infinite world. Yes. Once we find them, we will quickly tell them about the Ancestor Gods Alliance. After all, there are 25 seats, and you have 12 people. Actually, Long Chen had wanted to get Mo Xiaolang and the others to join. However, he had been opposed by the Ancestor Gods when he came to participate. If Mo Xiaolang and the others were to join, the Ancestor Gods would definitely not agree to it. Getting to this point was already the limit. Especially when it came to destroying worlds or killing 10 million lives in 1,000 years, that was a huge restriction for the Ancestor Gods. The punishment was also terrifying. Not only would they be imprisoned for 100,000 years if they broke the law, they would also be imprisoned for 10,000 years if they did not cooperate with the Alliance. With the Ancestor Gods Alliance, Long Chen would have a legitimate reason to deal with an Ancestor God if they made a mistake. The previous 5 did not have a legitimate reason as it was Long Chen's personal authority. However, in front of so many Ancestor Gods, his personal authority could not last long. Once there were too many of them, something would definitely happen. Therefore, the idea of the Ancestor Gods Alliance was actually excellent. All of you should hurry up and cultivate. I'm going to the Skyfire lava world. The destruction of that world had caused too many deaths and injuries. When he came to that world, all he saw was the dust of that world condensing into a sphere that floated in the void. Countless dead souls circled around this world, crying, wailing, despairing, the destruction of the world, the destruction of their families. When he saw the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could deeply understand this kind of pain. Everyone who had no home and no hope felt the same way. The ones who destroyed everything were the ones that Long Chen hated. May you be reborn and have no more pain in the future. Every dead soul and life was looking at him. Long Chen was their last hope. No matter what he had to pay, how much power he had to pay, Long Chen had to save them. From now on, all of you shall be a member of my dragon sacrificial continent. The current dragon sacrificial continent was already very big, but the number of divine dragons was less than 1 trillion. The dragon sacrificial continent was like the primal chaos divine realm, which could at least support tens of billions of people. The requiem of life shrouded the entire world. Countless dead souls were reborn on the dragon sacrificial continent. From then on, the Heavenly Fire clan had a new home. They were also lucky to have gone from a prehistoric world to an original level world. Perhaps this nightmare was also a good fortune for them. In the process, every time Long Chen saved a person, his faith, his divine palace would increase, and his power would become stronger. Even if he did not cultivate, he was still rushing towards the ultimate God realm. To him, this might be an unexpected gain. It was as if fate would not mistreat him as long as he was a good person in the world. I wonder where the 5 of them are now. I don't even know if there will be more ancestor gods that will descend. Would the nightmare come again? In a corner of the myriad worlds that was originally an insignificant corner, it was not normal at this time. 5 shadows gathered from all directions and finally landed on an uninhabited planet. The 5 figures all had supreme authority and ability. They were the 5 that Long Chen was looking for. They had avoided the search of the myriad worlds and arrived there. After arriving, they got to know each other. Everyone should know your origins, identity, and name from those mortals. I am the 7 murders star ancestor. Among them, there was a red-haired, red-eyed young man who looked particularly terrifying. He was very thin, but he had a murderous aura that made even the ancestral gods revere him. Got it. The other 4 responded one by one as they got to know each other. The 7 murders star ancestor said, I gathered everyone here because I heard some new news that you will definitely be interested in. This thing is called the Ancestral Gods Alliance. What is that? The 7 murders star ancestor explained the situation to everyone in detail. 5 of them have been imprisoned and lost their authority. The remaining 19, including the Lord of the Myriad Worlds, are 20. Because the Lord of the Myriad Worlds has 12 of them, he can completely suppress the other side. This can be considered a complete victory for the Lord of the Myriad Worlds. However what? The 5 of us are a subtle number. Everyone can calculate what 8 plus 5 equals. 13 is exactly greater than 12. Therefore, everyone should know what I mean. Ancestral gods, we cannot let the Lord of the Myriad Worlds make the decisions. The new laws of the world should be decided by us. Even if we do not wish to destroy the world, the authority to speak must be in our hands. That's right. What should we do? Let's go find those 8 and see if we can destroy a world. Which world? There's a world called the Primal Chaos World. Chapter 3354. In the infinite universe, the 5 elder gods traversed through the starry seas, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They basically didn't approach any of the worlds in the infinite universe. Every time they passed by a world, they would immediately leave. In the starry skies in front of them, a tempest was sweeping and spinning. It was like a spinning top in the infinite universe. In the center of this whirling tempest, there was indeed a world. It was like a world isolated from the rest of the world. Mortals could only see the tempest in the skies. It was endless, and it would never disappear. This was the astral tempest. The creator of the astral tempest, the Tempest Elder God, was one of the most primal sources of the laws of wind. His mastery of the laws of wind had reached the pinnacle. Of course, the current Tempest Elder God wasn't at his peak state. The loss of his memories and a portion of his world's origins had caused his strength to drop. The 5 elder gods remained outside the astral tempest, not entering. Before their grand plan succeeded, they wouldn't reveal themselves. This was because they knew that Long Chen's men were searching the entire universe for them. But how could mortals and fiend gods know of the conversations between elder gods? Who is it? Not long after, the Tempest Elder God emerged from the violent tempest. He didn't cause too much of a commotion, because the person who had summoned him had already warned him not to attract anyone's attention. With a swoosh, the Tempest Elder God appeared in front of the 5 elder gods. When he saw these 5 unfamiliar elder gods, he was extremely astonished. He couldn't react for a moment. You. I've never seen you before. Could you be the 5 missing elder gods that Long Chen spoke of? In truth, he had also been missing at the beginning, but Long Chen had discovered him as soon as he neared the primal chaos god world. He had imagined that the other 5 elder gods would be in a similar situation, but he never imagined that they would all be gathered together. What did this mean? That's right. It's us. Of the 5, the red-eyed, cold-blooded star ancestor said. His voice was so cold and sinister that the other elder gods around him didn't feel safe at all. One could imagine that although they had all lost their memories, this Tempest Elder God was still a killing machine. Why are you looking for me? Has Long Chen discovered you? Because he was worried that Long Chen would take revenge on him in private, the Tempest Ancestor God was already on guard when he said those words. It was difficult for him to figure out the 5's objective for the time being. No, you're wrong. From the beginning to the end, we've never let him discover us. Today, we've come to find you. In fact, you'll be very surprised. What do you think 8 plus 5 will be like? The 7 Murder Star Ancestor squinted his eyes. His long and narrow eyes flashed with a chilling light. All of you. The Tempest Elder God instantly understood what he was getting at, and laughed in delight. He said, "Heavens! To think that something like this would happen. If that Long Chen were to find out about this, wouldn't he go crazy?" At the start, only the 6 of us didn't make an appearance. But now, the 6 of us are actually standing together. Furthermore, we all have the same goal. The 13 of us are of the same mind. Initially, he was filled with despair. He thought that he would be restricted by Long Chen in the infinite worlds from now on. Right now, the infinite worlds was too peaceful, and there was a tasteless feeling about it. That's right. We are of the same mind. The 7 Murder Star Ancestor confirmed. That's great. The Tempest Elder God was still overjoyed. At this moment, the 7 Murder Star Ancestor spoke up, although we don't wish to destroy the world, and have no interest in killing the living beings, we're still the ancestor gods who created the world. We're existences that are above everything else. Why should we be restricted by the ancestor god treaty? Why should we allow that Long Chen to dictate the world? Even if we, the ancestor gods, were to establish an alliance, and even if there was a treaty, it would be a treaty of our own. It has nothing to do with the gods, devils, and mortals of the infinite worlds. Their goals were the same. The reason why they rejected the Ancestor God Treaty wasn't because they desired to destroy the world. It was because they didn't want to be restricted. They wanted to prove their supremacy, and they couldn't stand the sight of Long Chen. The current Ancestor God Alliance and Ancestor God Treaty are nothing but a joke. That Long Chen has roped in a bunch of idiots to help him rule the world, rule over us, and crush our ancestor gods. 5 of our brothers and sisters have already been abused by him. If this goes on, he'll definitely use the Ancestor God Treaty to wipe us all out in one fell swoop. Therefore, we have to take action. Storm Elder God, are you willing to join our party and become one of us? The 7 Murder Star Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Storm Elder God. Of course. However, I have a question. The Storm Elder God sized up the 7 Murder Star Ancestor. He said, "You want to gather 13 people? It seems like you want to be the leader of the 13 of us. I have no objections to the alliance between the 13 of us. The 7 of them will also listen to my suggestion. However, the problem is that you seem to be suppressing me. To me, the only thing that can convince me is your strength. Are you able to truly convince me?" The Storm Elder God wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If this alliance succeeded and they managed to get rid of Long Chen, the myriad world's ancestor gods would gain immense freedom. But the problem was, what would happen after they gained their freedom? Very simple. After the Storm Elder God mentioned it, the 7 Murder Star Ancestor didn't hesitate in the slightest. He said, "That's right. I will be the leader of this operation. I will also bring out the strength to make you submit." Let's find a place where there's no one around. I will convince you wholeheartedly. Let's hope so. Although he didn't have his memories, the Storm Elder God wanted to be the one to lead others. Now that the Seven Murders Star Ancestor wanted to be above him, the only way to convince him was to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they traversed billions of miles and arrived at a place where there was no one around. Fighting here was considered very safe. After all, before the 13 of them gathered, they didn't want to be discovered by Long Chen first. Make your move. The Storm Elder God took out the world's origin. As he waved the palm leaf fan, the surrounding winds swept. He originally thought that the 5 of them wouldn't know about the world's origin. After all, the world's origin appeared in the demonic dragon tomb. No one should have told them about it. Therefore, the Storm Elder God was already fantasizing about the moment when he would lead the 13 of them to crush Long Chen. At this moment, he saw the 7 Murders Star Ancestors' hands dancing. Blood mist filled the air. In a very short period of time, 7 blood-red daggers that resembled wolf fangs appeared between his fingers. Of course, there were 3 in each of his hands, and 1 in his mouth. The blood-red dagger only had a blade and no hilt. It should be considered a flying dagger. It was exceptionally ferocious. Clearly, this was the world's origin that belonged to the 7 Murders Star Ancestor. It was very likely that he had quickly learned of the world's origin. Furthermore, the 7 Murders Star Ocean's world's origin had 7 parts. Each part had heaven-defying lethality. Compared to its ferocious aura, the palm leaf fan was like a fan. As for the 7 Murders Star Ancestor, he was like a cold-blooded assassin that roamed the billions of stars. Make your move. The clash between the two was about to begin at any moment. Soul-softening wind. Rebirth wind. God-assimilating wind. Endless storm. In less than 15 minutes. The Storm Elder God could see that there were many blood-red holes on the palm leaf fan. The world's origin had already been damaged. Of course, it could be recovered, but it would take some time. The world's origin was like their bodies. And in front of him, the 7 blood-red daggers were stabbed into 7 different spots on his body. Just a tiny bit was enough to make the Storm Elder God completely lose the strength to attack. As long as the 7 Murders Star Ancestor God was willing, he could even deal a heavy blow to the Storm Elder God. It was even possible for him to slay the Creation Ancestor God. Although the Storm Elder God was convinced, he still found it unbelievable. He asked, "We are all Creation Ancestor gods, and our strength is about the same. Why are you so much stronger than us?" The 7 Murders Star Ancestor said straightforwardly, "I do not know, but I am stronger than you." Although the Storm Elder God was speechless, he was convinced. He said respectfully, "Regardless, I will definitely follow your orders when it comes to destroying the Ancestor God's alliance and slaying Long Chen." "Very good. Then we can proceed to the next stop." The team had one more person. Furthermore, it was a rather impressive Storm Elder God. The Storm Elder God began following them. He could not help but ask, 7 Murders, if the 13 of us were to join forces and gather, what would be the first thing we would do? The 7 Murders Star Ancestor answered, "First, we would go to the Chaos God world and destroy it. Only then would we be able to take them down a notch. Then, we would see how they react. If we were to use the Ancestor God's alliance as a bargaining chip, the 13 of us could propose a new treaty and destroy the previous treaty. The Ancestor God's alliance would be useless. Ruthless enough. The Storm Elder God had been to the Chaos God world before. Therefore, he had unknowingly developed a sense of respect for this Ancestor God. He could not help but feel excited. Actually, he knew very well that the Ancestor God's alliance was the method that Long Chen and his dozen or so people used to suppress them. Now that the other factions were suppressing them, the Ancestor God's alliance would be useless. Now, they were on their way to find the second ancestor god. Actually, every ancestor god had just returned to their own world. With the Storm Elder God's introduction, things went much smoother. In less than a month, the 13 ancestor gods had gathered. They formed an unprecedentedly large team with the 7 Murders Star Ancestor as their leader. The other 12 respected the 7 Murders Star Ancestor's leadership. After all, he had the strength to swiftly defeat everyone. This way, at least in terms of strength, they were slightly stronger than Long Chen's side. Let's go to the Chaos God world. This was the revenge of the 13 of them. Chapter 33:55. Too many people had died in the Heavenly Flames lava world. It hadn't been easy for Long Chen to bring those who could be reborn back to life. All of them had been guided into the draconic sacrificial continent. Although many of them had lost their families, they had gained new fortunes. Of course, a calamity was still a calamity. It wasn't something to be happy about. When everything had calmed down, Long Chen looked at the vast universe. All life is weak. Even the gods and demons are helpless now. This world has reached its end. How can I? The ease with which the Heavenly Flames lava world was destroyed had given him a huge shock. The worlds before the epoch had been a sturdy and dazzling palace. But now, they were just a decaying wooden house in the middle of a storm. Any storm would be riddled with holes. As the guardian of this wooden house, Long Chen shared the same fate as the creatures in this wooden house. This was a task entrusted to him by his father, and it was also his responsibility as a member of the myriad worlds to protect his loved ones and the common people. He was the hope of the mystical dragon race. No matter how lost and depressed he was, he didn't give up on Long Chen's determination. The storm was coming. Although he was still weak to the ancestor gods and the sky-swallowing race, and even had no hope of becoming an ancestor dragon, he still persevered. At the very least, he had to carve out a place for his daughters to grow up happily. This was his most basic responsibility as a father. No one had ever told his children about the difficulties of the worlds. After lamenting, he was even more determined to fight to the death. Now that he had regained control of the worlds, while Long Chen continued to cultivate, he naturally had to prevent new disasters. The last time the 24 ancestor gods had descended, they had caused many casualties. Long Chen had saved them one by one. Other than the Heavenly Flames lava world, he had also gone to a few other worlds. After everything was settled, he thought, I can go talk to the Storm Ancestor God and see if his mentality has changed. Recently, the worlds had been very peaceful. Nothing had happened. It was so quiet that it was scary. What troubled Long Chen was a huge problem. The 5 elder gods who had previously gone missing had completely vanished. They did not appear in any of the worlds of the infinite worlds, and there was no news of them at all. Of course, it had only been a month. If they were unwilling to show themselves, it would be difficult to find them. Long Chen had already sent many people into space to search for them. I hope I can find those 5 soon. Otherwise, the myriad worlds will still be in danger. As he was thinking this, he had already arrived at the Tempest Astral Sea. After arriving here, he was stunned. It seemed as though the Tempest Elder God wasn't here. He had left this place. Perhaps he had gone off to do something bad. However, as an Elder God, Long Chen couldn't possibly imprison him in his own world. Let's go to the Frost Continent and have a look. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Frost Continent. He discovered that the Frost Ancestor God had also disappeared. At this time, Long Chen had a vague idea that something was going to happen. Next, he quickly moved 3 worlds and discovered that the Elder Gods had all disappeared without a trace. At this time, Long Chen hurriedly informed the other Elder Gods. The 8 Elder Gods are not in their own worlds. They might be plotting something. Everyone, be careful. If it's convenient, come to the Death Realm as soon as possible to discuss this. Long Chen had left them the Death Realm Dragon Gate. They could arrive instantly. On the other hand, Long Chen directly contacted all the god emperors and godly venerables stationed in the myriad worlds. The 8 evil elder gods are not in their own worlds. Everyone, be on high alert to prevent them from violating the Ancestor God Treaty. In the process of giving the reminder, Long Chen quickly returned to the Death Realm. In front of him, there were about 10,000 Death Realm Dragon Gates. No matter where something happened, he would be able to reach it instantly. He was a little angry. After all, he had already dealt with the 8 of them. If they still acted recklessly this time, he would have an excuse to imprison all of them. This would completely bring peace to the myriad worlds. In that case, there would definitely be battles, and it was very likely that more worlds would be destroyed. That was not what Long Chen hoped for, however, for the sake of the overall situation, this degree of destruction was simply unavoidable. When Long Chen transmitted the high alert message to the World Lord stationed in the myriad worlds, the Chaos Divine might naturally receive the message. He felt a little pressured and left the godly continent. He flew all the way up, passed through the beautiful Chaos Divine path, and came out of the 8 Chaos continents. In the process, he said to Long Chen, "I don't know why, but I keep feeling a sense of panic. I'm not sure if there will be trouble on my side. It might delay your time and cause damage to other worlds. But if it's possible, you should come here as soon as possible. After all, it might just be a psychological effect." If Long Chen were to come over and delay the time needed to rescue other worlds, that would not be good. That was because Long Chen had a deep relationship with the Chaos Divine world. After the Chaos Divine Might was done speaking, he left the surface of the dancing fire mainland and rushed up into the starry skies. Not far away was the Ling Su Star Sea. That ancestor god Ling Su was right there. But in reality, if one wanted to go further, Long Chen's Death World Dragon Gate would be faster. Arriving at this location, the Chaos Divine Might surveyed the surroundings. All of a sudden, his eyes narrowed. In front of him, there were a total of 13 figures that were turning from illusory to reality. Basically, they appeared in an instant. For the Chaos Divine Might to feel such danger, the other party must be ancestor gods. Dragon. At that moment, his eyes widened as he called out for Long Chen in his heart. The moment he called out for Long Chen, he felt as though time had slowed down. Amidst the slowing down of time, he caught sight of a blood-red-eyed young man in the middle of the 13 ancestor gods casually tossing out a blood-colored flying dagger towards him. Even though the other party was moving slowly, he was still. In that moment of stillness, the flying dagger pierced through him. Ugh! In that stillness, the Chaos Divine Might saw his own death. In the face of this attack, his entire body was shattering and trembling. Death. Fallen. Is this how it feels? Father, to think that I would have to chase after your footsteps so soon. I've sinned. I haven't been able to groom a successor in the Chaos Divine world yet. No, this isn't right. The Chaos Divine world is finished. At the moment when he turned into dust, the Chaos Divine Might turned back in sorrow. All he saw was the blood-colored flying dagger piercing through him. It was as though the flying dagger had absorbed his strength and was heading towards the Chaos Divine world at a terrifying speed. Its target was the Chaos God Tao. Through the Chaos God Tao, this flying dagger that could easily destroy him could reach the core of the Chaos Divine world instantly. Feels good, huh? Billions of lives are going to be buried with you. It was as though he could hear the ancestor god who had used the flying dagger laughing coldly and saying those words. Hatred. However, this was a hatred that he could not resist. He was about to be destroyed. His Chaos Divine world, his brothers and sisters, his people, his home, everything that his father had left behind. All of them were about to turn into the dust of history at this moment. Ugh. There was clearly so much rage and roaring in his throat. However, none of them could come out. They were pressing down on his crumbling heart. He was about to turn into a dead soul and witness the destruction of everything that he had protected. It was like a dream that had come to an abrupt end. Father! At the last moment, he roared towards the sky. It was as though he could see the Chaos Divine Lord who had charged towards the heaven-devouring titanic beast. In order to save him, he had risked everything. It's a pity that I died a tragic death. I wasn't as heroic as you. My Chaos Divine tribe has always worked hard and was resilient. Today, the blood-colored flying dagger was the most despairing thing he had ever seen in his life. His final gaze was focused on this flying dagger. Below this flying dagger was his daughter's dancing fire mainland. Ding! However, in his most despairing moment, a crisp sound shocked him. Although his death was still ongoing, he saw a familiar figure suddenly appear in front of the blood-colored flying dagger. The primordial dragon halberd swept out and clashed with the blood-colored flying dagger. In an instant, the blood-colored flying dagger was shaken away. However, he was also pushed back a lot. That was Long Chen. After seeing him, the Chaos Divine Might finally understood what it meant to be an unparalleled hero. However, he still became a spirit of death. While he was in a daze, light suddenly appeared in front of him. He tried his best to advance towards the light. He couldn't abandon the Chaos Divine world. When he came into contact with the light, he seemed to hear two words, resurrection. Amidst the dark green light, the Chaos Divine Might was reborn. His fleshly body condensed and he returned to this world. In the first instant, he saw Long Chen beside him. He was reborn beside Long Chen as if he wasn't injured at all. Chapter 3356. Long Chen had already arrived when the Chaos Divine Might was speaking to him. It was just that the 13 ancestor gods were too fast. By the time Long Chen appeared, the Chaos Divine Might was already dead. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. If Long Chen was somewhere else, he would have obtained the Death World and come here after the Chaos Divine Might had asked for help. The time he had wasted would have been enough for the Chaos Divine World to be destroyed. It was fortunate that he had appeared at the last moment. If he had not gone to look for the Storm Ancestor God, he would not have known that there would be trouble and would not have been on guard. If he had not been on guard, the Chaos Divine Might would not have been on guard and would not have appeared here. Perhaps, unbeknownst to them, the Chaos Divine Realm had suffered a disastrous blow. Therefore, the fact that Long Chen was able to save the primal Chaos God world at a time like this was truly a stroke of luck. As for the 13 elder gods, they were incomparably shocked. They hadn't expected Long Chen to arrive at such a timely time. But it did not matter. After all, there was only Long Chen. Just find one person to hold him back, and the other 12 could easily destroy the entire primal Chaos God world. Why are there 13? When Long Chen first came out, he was shocked by the scene. 13. Indeed, there were 5 unfamiliar faces. Weren't those the 5 he had been searching for? Could it be that the Storm Ancestor God and the others had found them first, and then convinced them to join their camp? Both sides were searching. It was impossible for them to be the first to find everyone. Long Chen did not believe it. I will destroy him. You guys destroy the Chaos Divine World. The 7 Murders Star Ancestor retracted the blood-colored flying knife and said solemnly. As he spoke, the other ancestor gods acted. Everyone knew that Long Chen's helpers would not be able to arrive so quickly. Attack! All the ancestor gods moved out. Disaster had arrived once again. Only Long Chen's words were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They naturally wanted to achieve their goal as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when the other ancestor gods arrived, it would be troublesome. They would not be able to destroy the chaos divine world. Elder gods. In the instant that they attacked, one elder god after another appeared behind Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the other 11 elder gods appeared behind Long Chen. At the same time, Mo Xiaolang and the other 3 arrived as well. Fortunately, as soon as Long Chen discovered that the Tempest Elder God wasn't around, he immediately sent a warning to the other elder gods. They had all arrived at the Death Realm first, but as soon as they arrived, something happened. Long Chen had arrived first, and they arrived shortly after. In an instant, it became a standoff between the two teams. There wasn't much of a difference in numbers between the two camps. Although Long Chen's side had more people, their overall strength wasn't stronger than the other side. How is this possible? When they saw the 13 of them standing together, everyone was in disbelief. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed. So fast. When the enemy saw that all of the elder gods had appeared, they actually calmed down. After all, their sneak attack had failed. Since a sneak attack didn't work, he would just have to force his way in. Are you all surprised? The Tempest Elder God laughed coldly before saying, "What a coincidence. Doesn't the Ancestor Gods Alliance have 25 of them? It just so happens that all 25 of them are here today. The 5 new members have returned as well. Do you need me to introduce them to you?" Taking a closer look, one could see that the Tempest Elder God wasn't in charge. The one in charge was the one who had killed the Chaos Divine Might earlier. Long Chen had a feeling that this guy was even more terrifying than all the other elder gods. He had an intense aura of an assassin, like a killing machine. Everyone, the Ancestor Gods Alliance's first iron law is extremely clear. May I ask what you all wanted to do previously? Long Chen now had some support. Now that the situation had developed to this point, he knew what was going on. To be honest, he roughly understood that it was this 7 Murder Star Ancestor who had gathered all of them here. In response to his question, the 13 elder gods all began to laugh. At this time, the 7 Murder Star Ancestor said, "You are Long Chen, right? Then let me ask you, the second rule of the Ancestor Gods Alliance states that any proposal can be accepted as long as more than half of the elder gods agree. Then, I will propose a proposal now." Long Chen shut his mouth. Because of this unexpected incident, he felt like he had shot himself in the foot. The 7 Murder Star Ancestor continued, "My proposal is this: I want to destroy the primal chaos divine world and remove its name from the myriad of worlds. Does everyone think this proposal is acceptable?" Just as he finished speaking, all 13 elder gods on his side, including him, had agreed. The 7 Murder Star Ancestor wasn't pleased at all. His expression was cold as he stared at Long Chen. The first iron law is not to destroy the world. But the third iron law is to destroy the primal chaos divine world. What a headache. Which one should we implement? The Ancestor Gods Alliance contradicts each other. Let's abolish it. Or perhaps, when the first iron law was proposed, not everyone had arrived yet. Do you want to vote again? His words completely stifled Long Chen. The Ancestor Gods Alliance was originally created by Long Chen to restrict the elder gods. If an elder god made a mistake, he would have an excuse to imprison them. But now, it had become the enemy's weapon. If Long Chen wanted to resist the enemy, he would first have to admit that the Ancestor Gods Alliance was ineffective. The order that he had painstakingly established was gone in an instant. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on him. Who would have thought that the 6 missing elder gods were such trash, especially when one of them was the 7 Murder Star Ancestor? It felt like his world's genesis was more complete than the others. Long Chen wasn't able to answer his question. The other elder gods weren't stupid either. They knew that the other side was in control of the Elder God Treaty. In truth, the Elder God Treaty itself was useless, it was just a method for the stronger side to openly suppress the weaker side. Now that the other side had the advantage in numbers, it was time for them to suffer. Since you don't want to answer, I won't waste my breath with you. The so-called myriad world sovereigns, as well as the 11 of you, honestly speaking, we aren't too interested in destroying the world. However, we are the creator ancestor gods, we cannot be restricted by any rules, and we cannot allow a junior like you to be above us. Today, I'll give you two choices. First, it's very simple. Send the other 5 ancestor gods out, and let them be unharmed. Secondly, we'll destroy this primal chaos divine world, annihilating the trillions of gods and devils. Long Chen and the 11 of you, make your choice. The 7 murders star ancestor could be considered quite cold-blooded. The two choices he gave to Long Chen were both choices that Long Chen couldn't choose. If he released the other 5 ancestor gods, ignoring their hatred for him, and ignoring their temperament, if they were to join the other side would have an 18-man team. That would be enough to completely crush Long Chen and the others. From then on, the myriad worlds would belong to them, and they would be able to do whatever they wanted. At that time, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to survive. As for the destruction of the primal chaos divine world and the deaths of trillions of gods and devils, that was even more impossible. For a time, every ancestor god knew that this was a problem that would give them a headache. I'll count to 10. That's all the time you have to decide. Who's going to decide? The 7 murders star ancestors' gaze was cold. From the start of the count, the other ancestor gods also began to press forward. They brought with them immense pressure. To tell the truth, if the battlefield wasn't here, but in an uninhabited starry space, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid of them, even if they were evenly matched. But if they fought here, the shockwaves of the battle would very likely cause them to suffer a devastating blow. But if they gave in, that would be a complete defeat, and they would suffer even more devastating blows in the future. The other side didn't give him any good choices at all. Both choices would force Long Chen into a dead end. At this time, when the other side counted to 2, Long Chen directly said, "There's no need to count anymore. Let's fight." This was his will. Only by fighting would there be a chance of victory. He looked at the other ancestor gods. Fortunately, the other ancestor gods supported him. Mo Xiaolang and the others definitely supported him as well. Although there were risks, if he didn't take risks, how could he possibly survive this calamity? You have guts. The 7-kill star ancestor let out a cold laugh. He pointed at Long Chen and said, "Leave the primal chaos world and this fellow to me. The rest of you can do as you please. All you need to do is tie them down and occasionally give the primal chaos world a bit of luck." His words could only be described as despicable and shameless. But he was a despicable and shameless man. Fine. The other ancestor gods instantly spread out, surrounding the primal chaos world from all directions. To them, the primal chaos world was a weakness that could be used against Long Chen's side. If they could use this weakness, they would have an enormous advantage in battle. It was like dozens of enormous deep-sea beasts were fighting alongside a single wooden boat. Spread out. For a time, everyone's blood was boiling. The ancestor gods on Long Chen's side all scattered as well. Long Chen instructed Kitten to join Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would still be able to deal with a single ancestor god. As for Li Xuanji, she would naturally follow him. Lingxi wanted to participate in the battle as well, but the danger was simply too high. She had yet to reach that level of strength. Until the 7-kill star ancestor was the only one left. He was indifferent and cold-blooded. The primal chaos world had fallen into a terrifying crisis. You truly have guts to make such a choice. I'm impressed. However, my true goal today isn't just to rescue those 5 creator gods. I also want to kill you. Since the ancestor gods have returned, the myriad worlds will naturally enter a new era. But you are preventing us from entering a new era. Today, you have nowhere to run. When facing Long Chen, he had brought out his world essence. 7 daggers. 3 were in the space between his left fingers, and another one was in his right hand. The last one was in his mouth. Every single dagger was dripping with fresh blood, which dripped to the ground. In that instant, the 7-kill star ancestor spat out a flying dagger. The 2 blood-colored flying daggers that were filled with the origin of the world were already more than enough for Long Chen to handle. There was no need to talk about the others. In that instant, Long Chen made his decision. He could only let Li Xuanji, who had just fused with him, deal with the 3rd flying dagger while he faced the other 2. Destruction Dragon Pearl. Just these 2 flying daggers were enough to force Long Chen to use his primordial sacrificial dragon. Before the blood-colored flying daggers, he transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon and rushed over. The primordial, creation, and primordial laws fused, forming a huge black star. In an extremely short period of time, the 2 blood-colored flying daggers rushed into the Destruction Dragon Pearl. In an instant, the Destruction Dragon Pearl exploded. Rumble. It exploded around the Chaos Divine World and even affected the Chaos Divine World. However, at least Long Chen resolved the crisis. On the other side, Li Xuanji transformed into the Umbra Dream Charm Dragon and similarly used the Destruction Dragon Pearl. In the midst of the explosion, she also shook off the blood-colored flying daggers and saved the Chaos Divine World from danger. The silver-gray primordial sacrificial dragon and the black gem-like Umbra Dream Charm Dragon coiled around each other. The 2 divine dragons chased each other and blocked the 7 murder star ancestors' path. Ding ding. The 3 flying daggers returned to the 7 murder star ancestors' eyes. They were slightly damaged. However, to the 7 murder star ancestor, it was not a big deal. You guys are quite interesting. However, I'm not going to play with you. Even so, the 7 murder star ancestor still stood in a position that absolutely crushed them. That cold expression and arrogant attitude were an insult to Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen noticed his movements. The 7 murder star ancestor moved his hands. The 6 blood-colored flying daggers were imbued with terrifying power. The power of the world origin entangled with each other and formed a reincarnation. Of course, the 7th flying dagger in his mouth was the core of his world origin. Now, it was also in this reincarnation. He really wanted to destroy Long Chen and the Chaos Divine World in one go. The 7 flying daggers formed the 7 murders. This time, they did not scatter. Instead, they formed a sharp point. 7 murders fate wheel. When the world origin and the world origin were combined with the top nomological laws, the destruction formed simply surpassed everything Long Chen had witnessed. In an instant, the 7 blood-colored flying daggers exploded from the 7 murder star ancestors' hands. The 7 flying daggers formed a circular wheel. As soon as this wheel appeared, Long Chen felt a dull pain in many parts of his body. These parts were the head, the heart of the nomological laws, and other important parts. All of them were targeted by the 7 murder star ancestor. If he was hit, he would simply be reduced to ashes. The 7 murders fate wheel, the wheel of life. Not only that, but his real goal was to destroy the Chaos Divine World after killing Long Chen. In this way, he would truly be able to eliminate all threats in one go. From then on, his position in the myriad worlds would be even more unshakable. A fatal crisis. Wrath of the Dragon Kailan. At the critical moment, according to Long Chen's instructions, Li Xuanji instantly used this nomological law in order to cause a certain amount of damage to the opponent's body and destroy the 7 murders star ancestors' control over the 7 murders fate wheel. The wrath of the dragon Kylan was the fusion of 7 ancestral dragon nomological laws. It was a nomological law that could not be dodged. No matter how strong the 7 murders star ancestor was, he would be hit in an instant. But after all, it was Li Xuanji who used it, so the effect was not that great. Long Chen still had to face the fatal blow of the 7 murders fate wheel. If he did not stop the 7 murders fate wheel, the Chaos Divine World would definitely suffer irreparable damage. At that moment, the hope of billions of living beings became the backing of Long Chen. It was as if every living being could see this scene. Miracle, Long Chen seemed to feel that at this moment, he had already connected with all living beings in the myriad worlds. He was the embodiment of all living beings. These billions of living beings formed his body. And now, it was as if every living being was contributing their strength to protect the Chaos Divine World. Long Chen could not be defeated, and the Chaos Divine World could not be destroyed. Once defeated, it would be the beginning of the myriad world's desolation. In such a fragile world, to protect itself, it could only rely on the unity of the people. A miraculous power was instilled into Long Chen's blood, making him feel less despair in the 7 murders fate wheel. Lord of the myriad worlds. Every living being was shouting his name. The anger in his chest was the anger in the chests of countless people. The 7 murders fate wheel was incomparably slow, but Long Chen was even slower. This was a form of suppression from the opponent. Break. The power of all living beings gave him endless possibilities. But to every ancestor god, all living beings were insignificant. But even so, when trillions of living beings gathered together, they could still create a miracle. Unknowingly, the hearts of all living beings were united. Destruction Dragon Ball. His blood turned into a towering roar. The primordial sacrificial dragon attacked furiously, breaking the suppression of the opponent's rules. The 7 murders fate wheel became incomparably fast, but Long Chen was even faster. In the dragon's mouth, the destruction dragon ball that gathered the power of trillions of living beings was born. It was originally a dark star, but now it was actually multicolored. All the colors of the primal chaos elements were revealed, and one could vaguely see endless lightning, flames, storms, and so on. This was the 9-colored destruction dragon ball. In terms of size, it wasn't any different from the annihilation dragon ball of the past. But, because the amount of chaos elements had increased by several times, it caused the color to be revealed. Within the same grand mist space, the strength that erupted from it would definitely be a terrifying increase. Of course, this kind of collision would affect the Chaos Divine World, and there would definitely be a lot of deaths. But if they didn't resist, there would be even more deaths. Even Long Chen would die. The living beings of the infinite worlds could support him, give him so much power, and allow him to surpass his limits. This in itself was a miracle. And now, Long Chen roared and spat out the power that was born from this miracle. At that moment, the 9-colored destruction dragon ball and the 7 murders fate wheel collided again in an extremely short period of time. Boom! This time, the unimaginable power shocked all the ancestor gods in the middle of the battle, causing them to stop fighting. They were all ancestor gods, but they didn't expect the 7 murders star ancestor to be so terrifying. They also didn't expect that a mere Long Chen would be able to fight against such a terrifying opponent. Explosion. A dazzling scene. The will and resistance of all living beings in the infinite worlds. The 9-colored destruction dragon ball contained the will of trillions of living beings. At this moment, their faces seemed to appear within it. Buzz. The 7 murders fate wheel was surrounded by the 9-colored destruction dragon ball. Chapter 3358. Rumble. The explosive power swept across the Chaos continent. Many lives were destroyed in this power. The ancestral gods stopped fighting and created many defenses, but they still could not stop everything. In a battle of this level, it could only be said that the death of all lives could not be stopped. Long Chen had tried his best. Looking back, in the aftermath of the destruction, at least trillions of lives were lost. Of course, there were even more lives injured. Such a terrible disaster was unprecedented for the Chaos Divine Realm. However, they still believed in Long Chen. Even if they became ghosts, they still believed in the possibility of rebirth. The most important thing was to win this battle. Long Chen had already seen the damage the primal Chaos Divine Realm had suffered. The death of every living being in the primal Chaos Divine Realm ignited the hatred and anger in his heart. At the very least, they had managed to block the 7 kills fate will this time. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, the 7 murders star ancestor appeared in front of Long Chen unscathed. Of course, his 7 murderous flying knives were now damaged and incomplete. However, under the nourishment of the origin energy of the world, they were recovering. The 7 murders star ancestor's eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at Long Chen in a daze. He could not believe that Long Chen had suddenly erupted with such power that even his 7 murders fate wheel was destroyed. Although there were casualties in the Chaos Divine Realm, for the 7 murders star ancestor, those casualties were equivalent to nothing. Therefore, his killing intent and anger grew even stronger. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You actually blocked it. It's a miracle. The 7 murders star ancestor had absolute confidence in himself. But the killing intent in his eyes did not disappear. Instead, it became stronger. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The 7 murders star ancestor was unwilling, and the other ancestral gods were also unwilling. The battle that had stopped for a moment began again. It began where the 7 murders star ancestor was. Danger came again. No matter what, the 7 slaughter star ancestor was still too strong. Even if Long Chen relied on all living beings to block one of his attacks, it was impossible for him to block all of them. A miracle that came from all living beings could only happen once, and this time, it was a new crisis of death. Just how can we resolve this crisis? This question kept circling around in Long Chen's mind. He had solved the troubles from the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds time and time again. But this time, he was still faced with a huge problem. A miracle had already happened. The myriad worlds couldn't support him forever. So at this time, he had to rely on himself. Could it be that he's going to use his own life to make up for it? Just the arrival of less than 30 ancestral gods had forced him to such a state. How was he going to face the sky-devouring clan in the future? Unwilling. He still had many lofty aspirations in his heart. Even though he had walked on the brink of death every single time, he had still managed to survive until now. Tomorrow and today will be the day of your death. In the hands of the 7 murders star ancestor, the 7 flying daggers danced in the air. Kitten still remembered this guy from before the epoch. His world origin was these 7 daggers, and their name was Lifesizer. The essence of the world could seize life. The origin of this world gave birth to the 7 killing star ocean. Now, Lifesizer was coming to seize life again. The 7 murders star ancestor was still arrogant. But at this time, his opponent, Long Chen, laughed. He was about to seize Long Chen's life. Why was he laughing so happily? Indeed, to Long Chen, he had already gone from a dangerous state to a relaxed state. What are you laughing at? Asked the 7 murders star ancestor. I'm laughing at your ambition and plan. It's destined to fail. Why? Don't try to fool me. The 7 murders star ancestor didn't have much patience. At most, he would be surprised by Long Chen's strange actions for a while. Immediately, he controlled Lifesizer and prepared to unleash a new attack. Although it wasn't the 7 murders fate wheel, it was obviously of the same level. Long Chen wouldn't be able to break through this attack. the destruction of the chaotic divine world is just the beginning. Today, we are going to destroy this world unless you release the other 5 elder gods. When will you release them, and when will you stop fighting? As ancestral gods, you are actually working for a descendant and being manipulated by a descendant. How laughable and shameful. The many ancestral gods didn't forget to mock Long Chen even as they battled. Clearly, he could only use his previous ability once. The current situation was the same as before, victory was in their grasp. On the 7 Murder Star Ancestors' side, World Essence and Life Sizer were like 7 little fishes dancing in his hands. They were about to explode and destroy everything. This time, his target was still Long Chen and the chaotic divine world. At this time, Long Chen wasn't prepared at all. His expression was calm and he had a smile on his face. After hearing the news, he felt much more relaxed. When the 7 Murder Star Ancestor arrogantly attacked again, he directly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate in front of his enemy. At the instant the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened, a total of 6 people appeared in front of Long Chen, blocking Long Chen's path. These 6 people were the greatest surprise of Long Chen's life. The one in the lead was an elegant woman, elegant and mysterious. She was unforgettable. She was the Taisu God, the Fate Dragon Attendant. Then, the Karma Dragon Attendant, the Life Dragon Attendant, the Primal Desolate Dragon Attendant, the Massacre Dragon Attendant, and the Illusion Dragon Attendant appeared in front of Long Chen. They were finally back. Just a moment ago, they told Long Chen that they had successfully found all the cursed lands of the mystical dragons, and that they could return at any time. Long Chen found the nearest Death Realm Dragon Gate for them, and it was just in time for them to return. Long Chen had always been curious about the true strength of the dragon attendants. Before the epoch, they should have been similar to the devouring dragon attendant, existences close to the progenitor realm. After the epoch, their strength still existed, but because they were characters from before the epoch, they didn't dare to use it to avoid being discovered, and had sealed it away. But today, they told Long Chen that their strength had been unsealed. Although he didn't know why, at least they were almost as strong as before the epoch. Their strength was very close to the progenitor realm. Today, none of the ancestor gods were in the complete progenitor realm. Their origin of the world was temporarily missing, so the gap between them and the dragon attendants wasn't that big. It could even be said that there wasn't much of a gap between them. So when he heard that they had returned, found all the cursed lands of the divine dragons, and unsealed their strength, Long Chen felt completely relaxed, even though he was facing an ancestor god like the 7 Slaughter Star Ancestor. The birth and appearance of the 6 dragon attendants came as a surprise to all the ancestor gods. They knew very well that these 6 were not ancestor gods, but they had the strength to contend with ancestor gods. And the 6 of them were guarding Long Chen, so one could imagine which camp they belonged to. Perhaps, each of them had the strength to contend with an ancestor god. Seeing them appear, Long Chen had the urge to cry. Each of these 6 was a senior that Long Chen respected the most. In his eyes, they were his elders, his uncle, his aunt, and his father's younger brother and sister. They had finally returned. Who are you people? Finally, the expression of the 7 Murder Star Ancestor changed. This was the second time that the situation was out of his control. The capabilities of these 6 dragon attendants were immeasurably deep. That mysterious and wise gaze of theirs was as though they knew and controlled everything. The 7 Murder Star Ancestor felt that he had no secrets in the eyes of these 6 dragon attendants. No one answered him. Only the 6 dragon attendants attacked at the same time. At the same time, they descended around the 7 Slaughter Star Ancestor and attacked. There was no need for Long Chen to do anything at all. Buzz. There was a flash of light, and the 7 Slaughter Star Ancestor was pulled to another world, a world like the primordial chaos space. He disappeared from everyone's sight. When this happened, all the other ancestor gods were stunned. They could only stop. After all, this unforeseen event had exceeded the scope of what they could endure. Everyone, please behave. The situation is no longer under your control. Long Chen's words caused all of the ancestor gods to shut their mouths. From this moment forth, their arrogance had vanished. They had never imagined that Long Chen would have a helper. In fact, not even Elder God Lingsu and the others had known that Long Chen had such a helper. Xiao Lang, who are these people? Elder God Lingsu asked. They are my big brother's seniors. Most likely, they are the seniors who raised my big brother. My big brother's father is their elder brother. So that's how it is, they finally understood. These were the people who had raised Long Chen. For them to finally appear at a time like this meant that the 7 Slaughter Star ancestor had been utterly defeated. And indeed, just as everyone had expected, not too much time passed. There was a flash of light as the 6 dragon attendants and the 7 Slaughter Star ancestor appeared. However, the only thing left of the 7 Slaughter Star ancestor was his head, which had been frozen in a white mist by the god of grand plainness. The 7 Slaughter Star ancestor had been defeated and captured. This had happened far too quickly, but of course, with the 6 of them working together and working in unison, this wasn't too difficult. Here. The god of grand plainness casually tossed the 7 battered life-seizers over. After Long Chen caught them, he froze them in the ruins of time. The flow of time there was simply too slow, and it was actually quite a good prison. Even the world essence had been snatched away by Long Chen. Everyone, it's best if you don't leave. The infinite realms are only so big. You won't be able to escape. You might as well listen to me. That way, you can be dealt with leniently. The moment the 7 Slaughter Star ancestor was captured and heavily injured, the other ancestor gods began to grow restless. For example, the Tempest ancestor knew that the situation was hopeless. Just as he was about to flee, he was frightened by Long Chen's words. Now, all of them had miserable looks on their faces. This time, they had utterly failed. Now that Long Chen's side had become much more powerful, they could only wait for orders. Chapter 33:59. The 7 Murder Star ancestor, as the leader of the troublemakers, was now under control. With the 6 dragon attendants attacking at the same time, he had no chance to escape. With the help of the 6 dragon attendants, Long Chen had returned as the king. Now that the battle was over, the elder gods no longer dared to move. Clearly, the 11 elder gods still supported Long Chen. In addition to Long Chen's own forces, he had close to 20 elder gods. On their side, the 7 Murder Star ancestor was already under control. The remaining 12 elder gods had no way of overturning the situation. This was their defeat. This was the perfect time to take advantage of the victory and show of strength, completely eliminating any future troubles. As the leader of this operation, Long Chen had to punish the 7 Murder Star ancestor to serve as an example to others. As for the other elder gods, to be honest, if all of them were imprisoned, the elder gods who supported Long Chen would probably feel insecure. After all, this would make it seem like Long Chen had a lot of hegemony. Now that both sides had gathered together, the strength of both sides could be seen at a glance. Long Chen had a solemn expression as he was surrounded by the elder gods. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, although someone appeared today and led the charge to destroy the rules and order of the Ancestor God Alliance, I hereby announce that this person's plan has failed. The Ancestor God Alliance still exists, and the 2 rules of the Ancestor God Treaty are still in place. They are still ironclad rules. Today is only an internal adjustment of the Ancestor God Alliance, allowing the entire alliance to move towards maturity. Here, I have an important proposal. At the end of the day, the Ancestor God Alliance was just an excuse for suppression. Now that Long Chen had the power and the hearts of the people, he could control the entire Ancestor God Alliance. Now that the dragon attendants had returned, he said, "First, I am not an elder god, but I was able to enter the ancestor god alliance. This means that as long as one has the strength of an elder god, one has the right to participate in the management of the myriad worlds and the ancestor god alliance. Naturally, my 6 elders also have the right. Of course, in the future, any existence that reaches this level will also have the right. If the 5 imprisoned elder gods can repent, they will also have the right." This decision had been forced by Long Chen. This was no longer a matter of voting. Long Chen was now in control of the entire situation. As long as the elder gods who supported him didn't stand against him, he would be in control of the entire situation. Long Chen only needed to remember one thing. He didn't need to make the elder gods who supported him dislike his actions. Clearly, they wouldn't, because they all had a common goal. Long Chen's performance today was obvious to all. He fought with his life on the line just to protect the primal chaos divine world. I can't accept this. When Long Chen made this suggestion, no one had any objections at first. But towards the end, the Icefrost Elder God from the opposing camp mustered up his courage and spoke up. Instantly, Long Chen and the other Elder Gods turned to look at him. Long Chen's gaze was cold as he said, "Why can't you accept this?" The Icefrost Elder God was under tremendous pressure. He said, I suspect that they don't even have the power of an Elder God. They don't have the qualifications to participate." Although he said this, he didn't have that much confidence in himself. Next to Long Chen, the Slaughter Dragon attendant, who looked very similar to him, said, "That's simple. Step forward. I'll fight you." Simple and straightforward. The Icefrost Elder God knew that this would happen. He wasn't afraid, and so he snorted coldly, stepped forward, and said provocatively, "Don't try to act mysterious. I'm not afraid of you at all. Aren't the 6 of you just relying on your alliance?" He knew very well that once the 6 of them joined the so-called Ancestor Gods alliance, they would be completely suppressed in the future. Although Long Chen wouldn't target them, as Ancestor Gods, they didn't feel comfortable being supervised by others. "Let's go." The Slaughter Dragon attendants and the Icefrost Elder God began fighting. The Icefrost Elder God summoned his world essence, an icy spear that shone with a cold light. However, the Slaughter Dragon attendants were very similar to the 7 Murders Star Ancestor. They were both bone-chilling cold. Although the battle hadn't even begun, the Icefrost Elder God was already feeling a little apprehensive. "Everyone, I believe that they're joining because they want to rebuild the Elder Gods alliance. I'm the protector of the myriad worlds. Before you all descended, I had no intentions of ruling over the myriad worlds. Ruling over and protecting are 2 completely different concepts. The former is ambition, while the latter is responsibility. I stand here because of my responsibility, to fight against the destroyer of the laws. I hope that everyone can trust me. If I really needed this person's ambition, I would have already ruled over the myriad worlds long ago." Long Chen had to make things clear to the Elder Gods who supported him. "Long Chen, you don't need to worry. We know what kind of person you are. We've heard of your story. For example, when the primordial great demon appeared in the past, it was you who turned the tide and allowed the world to survive. If it weren't for you, what we'd be seeing today would be a chaotic slaughterhouse." Saint Ancestor Ancient would said. With her gentle voice, Long Chen felt much more at ease. "Seniors, I won't let you down." Their support and love was Long Chen's fortune. At this time, the Slaughter Dragon attendants and the Icefrost Elder God were already fighting. From the looks of it, they were evenly matched. Before the epoch, the Slaughter Dragon attendants definitely wouldn't have been the Icefrost Elder God's match. But today, they were in a stalemate. And Long Chen felt that the Slaughter Dragon attendants were still suppressing him. They were probably worried about the Sky-Devouring clan. But at least they had shown that they had the power to fight an Elder God. all the elder gods present could see that. After about 15 minutes, the two were still fighting fiercely. After the slaughter dragon attendants let go, they attacked viciously. Their expressions were cold, and they were basically no different from when Long Chen used the ancient blood spirit dragon's power. They even suppressed the Icefrost elder god for a while. Enough! Long Chen shouted loudly, stopping the battle from continuing. The slaughter dragon attendants stopped in time and quickly returned to Long Chen's side. Although the Icefrost elder god was unwilling to leave, he had no one to support him. He could only return with his tail between his legs. This battle had already proven that the slaughter dragon attendants weren't any weaker than the elder gods who had lost the origin of the world. Of course, they had also lost their memories. In that case, I hereby announce that the Ancestral God Alliance, which originally had 25 members, will now have 6 more members, bringing the total to 31. No, it should be 30. Because the 7 Murders Star Ancestor instigated others to destroy the balance of the myriad worlds and the Ancestral God Alliance, bringing such a destructive blow to the primal chaos divine world, I suggest that the 7 Murders Star Ancestor be imprisoned for 100,000 years. What does everyone think? Although he hadn't destroyed an entire world, the 7 Murders Star Ancestor had definitely killed more than 10 million people. Actually, there was no need to say anything. Since half of the elder gods agreed, and the 6 slaughter dragon attendants also agreed, the opinions of the remaining 12 elder gods were no longer important. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was very satisfied. He first let the slaughter dragon attendants bring him into the demonic dragon tomb. He said, since that's the case, the 7 Murder Star Ancestors' qualifications to participate in the Ancestral Gods Alliance will be temporarily revoked. From now on, the Ancestral Gods Alliance will have a total of 30 members. There are 2 major rules of the alliance. Everyone, please remember that the Ancestral Gods Alliance is an alliance to protect the worlds together, but it will absolutely not restrict your freedom. We all exist in the same world, and there must be order. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied with today's decision? He couldn't punish the 12 elder gods for the time being. After all, this was a team crime, not an individual. If they were all imprisoned, he didn't know if they could be imprisoned. Secondly, it would make the elder gods who supported him feel apprehensive. The elder gods had nothing to say about Long Chen's request. A defeat was a defeat, and they should be suppressed. Now that the situation of the worlds had become a dead end, even if they were all creation ancestor gods, they couldn't do as they pleased in the future. They realized that they had really underestimated this descendant. This time, on account that everyone was instigated by others and didn't cause any damage, I won't hold it against you. However, the alliance's rules are here. In the future, if anyone dares to openly challenge the rules of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, you are welcome to be imprisoned for 100,000 years. When the other party left, Long Chen's words gave them a deterrent. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Storm Ancestor God didn't say anything else and left dejectedly. With him taking the lead, the other elder gods also returned to their own worlds. Long Chen didn't have the time to send the 12 of them back to their worlds. The remaining ancestor gods all heaved a sigh of relief. This time, I still have to thank everyone for coming to help in time. You are too polite. We also wanted peace and tranquility from the bottom of our hearts. Look, this situation is really miserable. The ancestor gods were talking about the Chaos Divine world. That battle had caused great damage to the Chaos Divine world. At this time, the Chaos Divine Might came forward and half-knelt in front of everyone. It said gratefully, I am very grateful to all the ancestor gods for saving us. After experiencing such ups and downs in its heart, the Chaos Divine Might choked with sobs. Its gratitude was especially towards Long Chen. Rise. Long Chen also felt very guilty about the casualties of the Chaos Divine world. However, there was no other way. The creation ancestor gods were too strong. Long Chen didn't say much. He landed on the chaos divine world. He didn't hesitate to use all his strength to amplify the soul revival song and engulf the entire dancing fire continent. The jade-green flames caused the dancing fire continent to dance in flames. Under the soul revival song, the jade-green flames moved rhythmically. In this soul revival song, the dead were reborn and the injured were healed. In this disaster, Long Chen was the savior. The flames created his radiance. The ancestor gods looked at the tumbling dancing fire continent and then looked at Long Chen. Actually, a person's will was very simple. Long Chen revealed it subconsciously at this time. He deeply loved this world. Just as he said, he was a protector, not a tyrant. This scene strengthened the resolve of the ancestor gods. Actually, supporting Long Chen was also helping themselves to a certain extent. After all, there would be conflicts between ancestor gods. When two ancestor gods fought, it was very easy to destroy the other's world. But now that Long Chen had established the ancestor god alliance, and after today's lesson, who would dare to destroy another's world? Who would still dare to kill living beings? Chapter 3360. Long Chen had many questions regarding the descent of the ancestor gods. At this time, peace returned to the myriad worlds as the ancestor gods returned to their own worlds. The 6 dragon servants were already waiting for him in the death world. The 7 murder star ancestors were imprisoned in the demonic dragon tomb by their own methods. After seeing the ancestor gods, Long Chen first bowed. After all, they were all seniors that he respected. He then asked, "Have you found the cursed lands?" The Great Plainness God and the Fate Dragon Servant, as the leaders of the group, replied, "That's right. We've basically found all of them. Now, we're just waiting for Lingxi to break the curse and let them return. Of course, there might be some movement. After a few days of peace, bring me to these places." Long Chen had seen the curse world and the god star of destiny. There were also many divine dragons that were cursed in other places. They were all true seniors that had been tortured by the curse for an epoch. Long Chen wanted to free them all the time. No problem. Just arrange the time. Now that your dragon sacrificial continent has reached a sufficient level, we can let them return. In reality, the number of divine dragons that had been cursed, including those that had left their blood essence and origin dragon souls, was far less than the number of divine dragons in the dragon sacrificial continent before the epoch. Therefore, the origin-level dragon sacrificial continent was more or less enough. However, this was not Long Chen's ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to recreate the world before the epoch. Next, there was a more important question. Everyone, as you can see, the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds have appeared. Nearly 30 of them. Why do you think this happened? Weren't they devoured by the sky-swallowing clan? After the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds appeared, Long Chen wanted to ask them this question. However, they appeared and disappeared mysteriously, making it difficult to disturb them. The 6 dragon servants looked at each other. In the end, the Great Plainness God could only answer. She said, "To be honest, before the epoch, our only duty was to serve the ancestral dragon and convey his will. We don't know much about the ancestor gods, but one thing we can be sure of is that all the ancestor gods that appeared today were definitely devoured by the sky-swallowing clan back then." Long Chen was shocked. In other words, they are here because of the sky-swallowing clan. Only they can make the ancestral gods return, and under the condition of losing their memories. Long Chen's speculation was not far from the truth. That's right. It's very likely that the sky-swallowing clan made them return. But in reality, the sky-swallowing clan won't spit out anything they swallow. So, the sky-swallowing clan has awakened and taken action? That's possible, but there are also unknowns. For example, Long Chen was a little nervous as he said, if they had awakened, we would have fought against the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. They would have discovered my existence long ago, so why haven't they attacked me yet? This was Long Chen's biggest doubt. Now that Long Chen had inherited the 8 types of ancestral dragon's blood essences, he had great potential in the future. He might even be able to destroy the sky-swallowing clan. Facing such a threat, if they knew of Long Chen's existence, why didn't they just appear and kill Long Chen first? The Great Plainness God still answered Long Chen's question. She said solemnly, "Through our speculation, we have come up with 2 possibilities. Speak. First, we can be sure that the sky-swallowing clan made the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds return. There must be a conspiracy, or it might be one of their final methods to destroy the myriad worlds. Their devouring has come to an end. In the future, there will probably be more ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, or even stronger. Although there was pressure, the calamity was already upon them, and they could not avoid it. This is the premise. Under this premise, there are 2 possibilities between us and the sky-swallowing clan. First, the sky-swallowing clan has long known of our existence, but they have a secret that we do not know, and are nurturing us. Or, they are waiting for you to reach a suitable realm before they will attack. We thought we were hidden, but in reality, we have nowhere to hide from them. We are all under their control. This possibility is the scariest. Hearing this possibility, Long Chen's hair stood on end. It was too terrifying. If that was the case, he was like a livestock that they had reared, and they were waiting for him to grow fat before killing him. Then, everything he had fought for would be a complete joke. Luckily, Tai Su Ancestor God mentioned the second possibility. She said, "The second possibility lies in the dragon-shaped jade pendant. It is something left behind by the most mysterious first ancestral dragon, and we cannot understand it. It is possible that this thing is with you, and has the ability to resist the senses of the sky-swallowing clan, and even has the ability to completely change what happens in the myriad worlds. With this jade pendant, the sky-swallowing clan cannot see us in the myriad worlds, and they can only see that their plan is progressing smoothly. I hope that it is the second possibility." Long Chen took a deep breath. What he had heard today was too shocking. If it was the first possibility, then there was no point in continuing on like this. But no matter what, Long Chen was clear that the final battle with the sky-swallowing clan had come. It was as though the heavy footsteps of the sky-swallowing titanic beast were trampling on his heart time and time again. After all, in terms of bloodline, Long Chen had inherited the bloodline of the Time Dragon attendants. His control over time would be stronger. Time and slaughter were the rules that Long Chen was most proficient in. Just as the Great Essence God had predicted. Not long after, Long Chen opened his eyes and his hands left the gate of time. He turned around and smiled at the dragon attendants. "I succeeded." After a long period of hard work and comprehension, he could already create a time domain that was 10,000 times faster. Although it wouldn't last long, it could still be used in battles. There was still a lot of room for improvement in the future. If this was a rule, then Long Chen would call it 10,000 times time domain. Then let's try to open this gate. Everyone gathered together. Long Chen would provide the method to break it, and the dragon attendants would provide the power. Chapter 3361. The 10,000 times time realm was like an enhanced version of the eternal whirlpool in battle. Of course, its only function was to establish a stable 10,000 times acceleration. The stable control of time acceleration could increase the speed by 10,000 times in a short period. As for how effective it could be in a battle, it depended on the actual combat. Of course, the most important thing now was to enter the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. After opening the gate, everyone entered one after another. The time difference from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor was 10 times faster. However, it was not strong enough. If they entered the realm where time was accelerated from the outside world, they would feel a great dislocation. One day in the outside world was equivalent to 10,000 days on the fourth floor, which was close to 30 years. Cultivating the rules in the Tower of Time would not only benefit Long Chen, but also the entire Divine Dragon clan. Even his children could grow up rapidly. The only shortcoming was that there was no aura. If there was aura, the Tower of Time would be heaven-defying. However, the most important thing for Long Chen and the others at this moment was what they saw. The origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence of the cosmic dragon syndicate dragon were indeed here. In this way, besides the first, second and 10th ancestral dragon syndicate dragons, all the other syndicate dragons' inheritance blood essences have been collected. Long Chen brought them to the origin dragon palace. In fact, the remaining candidates had almost been selected. After handing it to the 15 dragon emperors, the dragon emperors would help Long Chen to handle it. Of course, if they could find the first and second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essences, he would arrange it carefully. After all, the syndicate dragons of the 2 ancestral dragons were more powerful. After that, the god of Tai Su said, "There are 2 important things. First, you have to enter the ultimate god realm on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time as soon as possible. Now that the 4th floor has opened, time is our biggest advantage. One day in the outside world is equivalent to 27 years in here. Second, let Lingxi reach the half-step ancestor realm as soon as possible. If she succeeds, we will send her a huge surprise." Surprise. Long Chen's curiosity was piqued when he heard that. That's right. It's a surprise that your father, the time servant, left for her. Haven't you noticed that Lingxi's speed of advancement is much faster than that of ordinary divine dragons? Upon hearing this, Long Chen had indeed discovered this point. However, he was unable to discover any clues from Lingxi's body. As such, he believed that this was the advantage of the dragon sacrifice. What exactly is it? I'll tell you when the time comes. What an impatient little brat. However, you can ask her to prepare to hand over the inheritance of the sacrificial dragon to someone else. Although she will lose the rules and bloodline power of the sacrificial dragon, she will have a greater fortune. These words were exactly the same as what Long Qinglan had said back then. Since she wanted to pretend to be mysterious, Long Chen could only go along with it. The Tai Su god had always been a very interesting person. Back then, she was the one who created Li Xuanji, and he, of course, it was definitely not the god of grand essence himself who was happy with him at that time. Instead, it was a construct of hers. We have another mission. What mission? Focus on improving yourself. We're going to look for the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul, but we'll contact you at any time. You can come back at any time. It seemed more reliable with them looking for it. Thank you. It's nothing. After that, they left first while Long Chen and Lingxi stayed behind. The 2 of them were very close to each other and were almost holding hands. Let's work hard together. It was a great feeling. Chen, let's see if you can reach the ultimate god realm first, or if I can reach the half-ancestor realm first. Let's compete. Sure. This little brat dared to provoke him. He had to teach her a lesson. The 2 of them entered a long period of cultivation. Although it was boring, it was also a wonderful thing to have someone he loved by his side at all times. As for Li Xuanji, she was either in the dragon sacrificial continent or on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. She was mainly comprehending the Shadow Dream Dragon's laws. Of course, her children were also following her. After all, children needed guidance in order to walk on the right path. For example, Long Lin was very obedient and had made astonishing progress. He was very sensible and knew to share his parents' worries at a young age. Long Yan was overbearing. In the entire dragon sacrificial continent, she was known as the Little Devil and had played with countless people. Of course, she was not bad at heart and would never harm people. She would even help others. Long Chen was still competing with Lingxi. He did not expect Lingxi to be faster than him and enter the half-ancestor realm. From now on, she would officially join Long Chen's camp. Moreover, her fortune had only just begun. Chen, you lost. What should we do? Although Lingxi had matured quite a bit, when she was alone with Long Chen, she was still the little girl from before, delicate and adorable. In that case, I will serve you as punishment. In any case, there was no one here. Long Chen would enjoy himself to his heart's content until Lingxi begged for mercy. I have to take a look. It would be great if you can give birth to another baby for me. I want to as well. If it's possible, I want to give birth to all the ancestral dragons. No, I want to give half to elder sister Xuanji. Lingxi's ambition was truly great. Long Chen couldn't help but sweat. He didn't have such a great dream. However, if he could give birth to more little ancestral dragons, that would definitely be a good thing. However, how could it be so easy to give birth to little ancestral dragons? After that, Long Chen told the dragon servants about it. Not long after, the dragon servants rushed back. When they saw that Lingxi had truly broken through to the ancestor realm, they were all very excited. Now, the mystery should be revealed, right? Long Chen was also filled with anticipation. What kind of fortune would they and the Time Dragon servants give Lingxi exactly? The god of grand simplicity spoke seriously. You should know about the supreme ancient immortal realms, right? Of course I do. The supreme ancient immortal realms, before this epoch, was a world of the fourth epoch. Its ancestor god, the immemorial immeasurable world purifying immortal ancestor, was a primordial ancestor god of the fourth epoch. His strength could be considered one of the stronger primordial ancestor gods of the fourth epoch, comparable to the primordial blood spiritual dragon of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Speaking until here, the god of grand simplicity asked Long Chen, do you know why we can be sure that the 30 ancestral gods that appeared were all devoured by the sky-devouring clan? Long Chen naturally didn't know. The god of grand simplicity smiled, because among the myriad of ancestral gods, the only one that wasn't devoured by the sky-devouring clan was the immemorial immortal ancestor. The difference between the immemorial immortal ancestor and the other ancestral gods was that she could transform herself into the immemorial world purifying inheritance. Long Chen and Lingxi listened attentively. Back then when third brother left, he dripped a drop of dew from the immemorial world purifying inheritance on you. That drop of dew could allow you to reach the half-ancestor realm as quickly as possible. Now that you've finally succeeded, it's time. With regards to this point, even Lingxi herself didn't know, let alone Long Chen. The dew of the immemorial world purifying inheritance was colorless, odorless, and traceless. Back then, when the immemorial immortal ancestor was being hunted down by the sky-devouring clan, in a situation where her defeat was already set in stone, she chose to condense everything she had into the immemorial world purifying inheritance in order not to become the enemy's power and be devoured by them. This was something that other ancestral gods couldn't do. This meant that everything she had would disappear, leaving behind only the pure power that belonged to the ancestor god, as well as all the connections she had with the supreme ancient immortal realms. This immemorial world purifying inheritance came to the dragon sacrificial dragon at the final juncture and landed in the hands of the great void astral dragon. The immemorial world purifying inheritance wanted the great void astral dragon to pass it down to the descendants of the supreme ancient immortal realms to create a new ancestor god. However, he didn't expect that the 10 ancestor dragons of the dragon sacrificial continent would actually be defeated, and the myriad of worlds would actually be destroyed. Hence, this immemorial world purifying inheritance fell into our hands and has been stored until now. So this was the case. This was actually similar to the combination of the 10 ancestor dragons' inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul. The other ancestral gods didn't have such a method. She could be considered to have directly combined the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul together and left them behind. Although Lingxi wasn't someone from the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was no longer important now. After all, the immemorial immortal ancestor's last wish was built on the premise that the dragon sacrificial continent still ruled over the myriad of worlds. Now, there was nothing left. The entire supreme ancient immortal realms had also declined to the point where no one could bear this inheritance. This was the inheritance that could create the ancestor god of the fourth era. The degree of importance wasn't any less than the combination of the ancestor dragon's inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul. Hence, when they said that this was good fortune, only now did Long Chen truly understand. As expected, this was really good fortune. Can I do it? Should I leave it for someone suitable? Lingxi felt a little terrified. To her, the pressure was too great. This was a chance to become the ancestor god of the fourth era. The god of Tai Su rubbed Lingxi's head and said, "Silly child, this is his father's idea. We are just following his instructions and handing it over to you. You can be considered as his beloved daughter-in-law and you have a kind heart. You have the tenacity to bear all of this. You are a pure immortal spirit and there is no one more suitable than you in the entire myriad of worlds. This can be considered as a good fortune given to you by the heavens. I believe that the immemorial boundless world-purifying immortal ancestor will be very satisfied with this result." Good fortune was also a responsibility. Lingxi glanced at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen only had words of encouragement for her. "From now onwards, we will fight to the death for our shared destiny." Long Chen held her hand as he spoke with determination. "Okay." It was a simple word, but it was enough to express Lingxi's determination. You have to grow stronger as soon as possible. The heavy responsibility of removing the curse from countless divine dragons also lies on your shoulders. Lingxi, there are still countless possibilities for the two of you in the future. The Great Simplicity God spoke with a heavy heart. Alright, after saying so much, it's time to hand this important thing to you. From now on, the stone in our hearts can finally be lifted. This was also the wish of the immemorial immortal ancestor. Chapter 3362. This is the world source energy of the immortal ancestor. The boundless world purification inheritance is within this world source energy. However, it doesn't mean that you will gain the power of the ancestor god of the fourth era just because you obtained this inheritance. You are the same as Long Chen. You still need to grow stronger and improve yourself. The boundless world purification immortal ancestor had a total of 2 types of law. One was, boundless, boundless, boundless. It was the boundless immortal Tao, vast and profound, containing boundless secrets. It might not be any weaker compared to the ancestor dragon's law. The second was world purification. World purification was somewhat similar to ancestor god Lingxu's law, but it was more ancient and more orthodox. The immortal ancestor god had the purest form of energy, able to cleanse all demons and evil. There were still many possibilities for boundless and world purification. Right now, the god of grand plainness passed the world source energy of the boundless world purification immortal ancestor to Lingxi. It was a small white lotus flower, a real lotus flower that emitted a faint fragrance that would cause one to be intoxicated. Other than this, there was nothing strange about it. It was very hard to believe that the birth of this lotus flower was the birth of the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. In fact, the boundless world purification inheritance was also within. On the refined flower petals, Long Chen saw a few dewdrops. Most probably, these were the dewdrops that the time servants had once dripped on him. These dewdrops were condensed after being attached to the world source energy for a long period of time. By borrowing the power of the world source energy, Lingxi couldn't help but tremble. Before the fourth era, this was a divine item that gave birth to the supreme ancient immortal realms. Before the Fourth Era, there were trillions of immortal races in the supreme ancient immortal realms, equivalent to the number of immortal races in the myriad of worlds now. From now onwards, the supreme ancient immortal realms shall belong to you. I hope that in the future, you can become the ancestor god of the supreme ancient immortal realms or even restore the supreme ancient immortal realms to its original state. Although Lingxi didn't reply, she was filled with determination. Naturally, whether you can truly inherit it or not, it still depends on you. Most probably from today onwards, you have to enter closed-door seclusion here. Luckily, the fourth level of the Pagoda of Time has opened and accepting the inheritance doesn't require strength. Hence, you will definitely succeed in the fourth level of the Pagoda of Time. Although you might need a few hundred years or even longer. This was a very long inheritance. After all, he had become an ancestral god. Lingxi had already made her preparations. Long Chen had opened up a separate space for her to go into seclusion and personally sent her in. He knew that after a period of time, Lingxi would have good news. Of course, he was guarding by the side. Let's take this opportunity to visit the place where the divine dragons are cursed. Long Chen followed the 6 dragon attendants and left this place temporarily. He spread the Death World Dragon Gate all over the myriad worlds and opened up the passageway to the myriad worlds. He felt very comfortable wherever he went. Following the 6 dragon attendants, Long Chen passed through the cursed lands of the mystical dragons one after another. On the whole, it was about the same as the Curse Realm and the God Planet of Destiny. The forms of the seal were all sorts of strange. Seeing this, Long Chen's heart was filled with hatred. Back when he was at the origin ground of the mystical dragons, he had seen the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. It was the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon that had caused all this. Many of the divine dragons were either turned into statues or ghosts. Their flesh and blood were rotting, or their souls were locked. Each of the divine dragons had been suffering endless torture for an era. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture it was. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, as an ancestral dragon, has caused so many divine dragons to suffer endless torture for eternity. Even a blood feud wouldn't be enough to describe such hatred. In my lifetime, I'll let you taste the suffering of billions and billions of divine dragons. These countless curses were even more excessive than killing those mystical dragons directly. This was because death was something that happened in an instant, but the curses were eternal and inextinguishable. In terms of hatred, I don't think we're any weaker than you. For an era, we've endured humiliation and humiliation to survive until now. Now, we've created our only hope in you. Hopefully, with the blessing of the 9 ancestral dragons, you must succeed. At this point, the hatred could no longer be described. It was the hatred of a race and a world. It had long risen to a higher level. Every time he thought of the real battle with the sky-devouring clan, Long Chen's blood would boil. Hurry up and become an ultimate god. We'll hurry up and find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Let's split up and go. Long Chen memorized the locations of the cursed lands. The 6 dragon servants left one after another and Long Chen returned to the death reign. Now that the ancestral gods were under the control of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, the ancestral gods were already very obedient. It was a good opportunity for him to break through to the ultimate god realm. A day outside was equivalent to 30 years on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Lingxi had been very quiet after inheriting the boundless worldly purification inheritance. Long Chen did not disturb her. When he was improving, he would have to go to the dragon sacrificial continent for a period of time. When he was comprehending the laws, the 4th floor of the Tower of Time would be more useful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. It could be seen that the white lotus had already been imprinted on Lingxi's forehead, causing her aura to become even more transcendent. Now that the inheritance of the sacrificial dragon had been withdrawn from her body, the inheritance of the immemorial boundless world-purifying immortal ancestor had changed everything about her. Now, her hair and eyes were white, and her aura was even more outstanding. Vaguely, she possessed a boundless immortal aura. This was an aura that even the heavenly Yuan Immortal Venerable did not possess. That was the aura of an ancestral god. Of course, Lingxi couldn't directly reach the ancestor realm if she inherited all of it. She would still be in the half-ancestor realm and would be even stronger. However, she had a great possibility to become the original ancestral god of the Fourth Era. The inheritance of the immortal ancestor had completely cleansed her body, allowing her to experience a new rebirth. Longchen didn't approach her to disturb her, but he could sense that Lingxi's level of existence had undergone a new transformation even though he was still very far away. Longchen only hoped that the person he loved could become stronger. He no longer had to worry about Li Xuanji as she was already a shadow dream dragon. Moreover, she would improve along with him. Currently, Lingxi also had her own great fortune. I hope that with this transformation, her research on the divine curse ring will also improve. Longchen occasionally stayed here and occasionally went to the dragon sacrificial continent. Recently, he had a hunch that it would not be long before he reached the ultimate god realm. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, there were fine beads of sweat on Lingxi's forehead. The lotus between her eyebrows was sometimes illusory and sometimes real. When it was completely real, it would be the moment she fully inherited it. Now, she was just a little bit away from it. Her entire body had already become the divine body of the ancient infinite worldly purification celestial ancestor. It was as if she had returned to her mother's body and experienced another round of forging. This time, her mother's body was the entire world. That lotus reminded Lingxi of the lotus she had in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. It was exactly the same as if she was destined to have such a day many years ago. I finally succeeded. When the white lotus turned into a real mark, Lingxi took a deep breath. She was pleasantly surprised and wanted to tell the good news to Longchen. After all, it had lasted for hundreds of years. She had been alone for hundreds of years just for this moment. At this moment, her fingers trembled. She quickly saw the black ring on her right hand. The black ring was trembling and changing. In the end, it turned into a glossy black ring. There were fine blood lines on it. They looked a little like the blood vessels in one's eyes. It looked a little ferocious. That was the divine curse ring. The divine curse ring was originally a semi-origin creation divine weapon. However, at this moment, it had actually turned from a fortune divine artifact into a very ordinary stone ring. However, this couldn't possibly be ordinary. Its ordinariness was very much like something else, and that was the world source energy. How could it be the world origin? Isn't this the divine curse ring? Lingxi was stunned. She clenched her fingers and wanted to remove the ring, but she found that the ring had already become one with her. It was difficult to remove, just like the pattern of the lotus. Could it be? Lingxi was a little nervous at this thought. She called out to Longchen in her heart. Chapter 3363. Longchen could tell that apart from the infinite world purification inheritance, there might be another ancestral god's power in Lingxi's body. That was why the two forces were fighting each other. To Lingxi, when her body was turned into a battlefield, it was indeed a rather dangerous thing to do. Longchen was extremely anxious, but it had to be said that he was unable to interfere at this juncture. After all, his power was that of a third party. If he were to interfere, it would simply be a battle between three parties. However, due to the time difference of tens of thousands of times, it had been a while since Longchen entered the Tower of Time after Lingxi's accident. It might take a few days for the dragon servants to arrive. Therefore, he directly took Lingxi out of the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and into the empty space of the infinite realms. Whoosh! From Lingxi's body, boundless might was spreading towards the entire world. On the right side of his body, immortal mist swirled around him, as well as layers upon layers of illusory shadows that swept over everything Long Chen could see. On the left side of his body, there was a darkness and blood-colored curse, as well as a gray heavenly curse. The power of the three curses continued to spread out, and the fact that they were able to resist the boundless world-purifying legacy without being purified was already a testament to their strength. Long Chen really didn't know what level the ancestral star and the ancestral god that created it were at in the distant epoch. In the blink of an eye, the 6 dragon servants walked out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Under Long Chen's summon, they hurriedly returned. When they arrived at Long Chen's side and saw Lingxi's current struggle and current situation, they were all dumbfounded. It's impossible, clearly, this was something that they couldn't imagine. What's going on? How can it be solved? Lingxi was in danger now. This was what Long Chen couldn't bear the most. Therefore, he was a bit excited. Don't panic. She's almost under control. The god of great essence took a deep breath. She wasn't worried about Lingxi, but the appearance of the other black energy was too strange. As expected, Long Chen had lost his sense of propriety due to his anxiety. In reality, Lingxi was very resilient. Although the two powers had treated her body as a battlefield, she was very courageous. Since she had to fight, she chose to maintain a balance and then inherit the two powers. Although the battle seemed fierce, it was actually developing in a good direction through her hard work. The moment when the black ring first appeared was the most dangerous. All right. Seeing this scene, Long Chen finally calmed down. He also remembered that he didn't have to worry about Lingxi for a long time. Most of the time, she was much more tenacious than he had imagined. It's really unbelievable. The Void Universe Dragon told us that in the myriad of worlds, only the immemorial infinite world-purifying celestial ancestor can pass down the identity of the creator god like them. But clearly, the ancestral star's cursed demon ancestor has also done this. Only, no one knew that the cursed demon ancestor had not only passed down the identity, but also disguised the world source. The dragon servant of life was speechless. Clearly, the black ring was something similar to the white lotus. The black ring was covered in blood, and within it, one could see gray air flowing. These were the 3 forms of the curse. That's not right. Didn't the 10th ancestral dragon devour the cursed demon ancestor and gain the ability to curse so many divine dragons? The god of Taisu asked doubtfully. At this time, the guardian of the curse realm, also known as the primitive dragon servant, said, I understand now. You might have overlooked something. First of all, the cursed demon ancestor is a low-profile and unsociable guy who rarely interacts with other ancestral gods. That's why even the ancestral dragons don't know about him, just like the immortal ancestor. Secondly, the ancestral star was originally composed of the cursed star and the cursed star. The cursed demon ancestor actually had 2 god bodies. It's possible that the 10th ancestral dragon only devoured one of them and let the other escape. Judging from the black ring and the infinite world-purifying inheritance, the 10th ancestral dragon didn't devour the main part. The ancestral star was now our original incipient world, so Long Chen had a doubt. He asked, this cursed demon ancestor is the 4th era's ancestral god. Normally, the current original incipient worlds, like Pangu continent, were the 5th era's ancestral gods, and their ancestral gods were also the 5th era's ancestral gods. That's right. The god-cursed demon ancestor's world was born in the 4th era, even before the 3 realms of gods. It belonged to the earliest batch of worlds that were born before the dragon sacrificial continent. The original name of this world was the god-cursed demon world. No wonder the ancestral star was isolated like the other origin worlds. Oh right, the clues to break the curse in the ancestral star came from the ancestral dragons. This means that the ancestral dragons actually knew that the cursed demon ancestor had the same ability as the immortal ancestor. They knew that he stayed behind. Otherwise, how would we know? The Karma Dragon servant said. Everything made sense now. Long Chen understood it now. That should be a good thing. Lingxi has inherited the demon patriarch of God Curse and would become the creator god of the homeworld in the future. Only by truly inheriting the demon patriarch of God Curse could she break the curse of the demon patriarch of God Curse. No wonder. I didn't believe that the ring of God Curse could break the curse. The key secret was not in the curse ring, but in the inheritance of the cursed demon ancestor. However, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have two inheritances of this level was not clear. If these two powers could coexist peacefully with Lingxi's body, it would be a small matter. If not, it would be troublesome. Everything depends on her own luck. We can't help her. If she can do it, her future will be limitless. She might even be as powerful as the ancestral dragon at his peak. After all, she has the identity of two fourth era's ancestral gods. If she can't do it, she is nothing. Now, they could only wait. Xiaosi, Long Chen took her back to the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Standing opposite to her, Long Chen's voice could reach her mind. With Long Chen's support, Lingxi became much firmer. Brother Chen, it's fine. Even though they're complete opposites, they would have been mortal enemies with no possibility of reconciliation before the epoch. I would have died without a doubt after being tainted by the legacies of these two creator gods. However, it's different now. I've found their common ground. What common point? Ling Xi's current calmness and intelligence made Long Chen feel a little admiration for her. They were both exterminated by the threat of Sky-devouring clan. They're looking for their inheritors to avenge and save their world. This is the common will of the two ancestral gods. It's the most urgent wish of the two inheritances. When they have the same wish, they could coexist even if they're completely opposite forces. The two inheritances have the same heart. Their attributes are just different expressions. If I love them, they will love me. I see. Even Long Chen hadn't guessed this. Indeed, Lingxi was very smart. When she grasped their common point, the two inheritances reached an invisible goal. They wanted to create an ancestral god that surpassed immemorial world purifying immortal ancestor and incantation demon ancestor and fight against Sky-devouring clan. Therefore, at this moment, the struggle between the two forces calmed down. They even gave in to each other and tried to find a suitable combination to make Lingxi's body reach the most perfect state. She had the majesty of immemorial world Tao, the holiness of purification rule, the darkness of curse, cold-bloodedness and destruction. When the two forces combined, Lingxi was basically omnipotent. This was especially true now that Lingxi possessed two world origins. A white lotus flower appeared in her hand, and as Lingxi willed it, the white lotus flower transformed into a sword. It was a pure white sword, and the hilt of the sword was covered with flower petals. As it danced in the air, killing intent surged. Its name was White Lotus. The black ring was on her left hand. This was also the world source energy. Apart from casting curses, the black ring could also transform into a black membrane of light that enveloped Lingxi's entire body, forming a defensive power. The name of this black ring was Black Hell. The world source and the ancestral god creator share the same body. Currently, Lingxi has yet to reach the progenitor realm, and only possesses the inheritance. Her two world source energies are unable to completely unleash the power she once had in the fourth era. However, as she rapidly grows in the future, it is completely possible for her to regain her former glory. Seeing that Lingxi had mastered the two inheritances and had even mastered the two world origins, the Great Essence God and the others were very surprised and happy. In the future, Lingxi would definitely be a great help to Long Chen. The inheritance had been inherited. Next, Lingxi needed a long time to feel the laws of the two ancestral gods. She needed to feel the world origin and build the world origin that belonged to the ancestral gods. This opportunity is greater than we imagined. At this moment, I seem to have a lot of confidence in the future. Everyone, let's go look for the origin dragon soul. The massacre dragon attendants could not help but laugh. The 6 dragon attendants were in a good mood. Before they left, Longchen asked, "Everyone, do you have any news about the 9 ancestral dragon world origins?" They were all people who had seen the ancestral dragon world origins. Lingxi already had White Lotus and Black Hell. What about themselves? The Great Essence God shook his head and said, "We do not know about the origin dragon soul and the world origin. Perhaps they are scattered, or perhaps they were taken by the sky-swallowing clan. It is best if they are scattered. We have no news about the world origins from the 3rd to the 9th ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragons used them in their final battle, so we do not know where they are. However, we have a guess about the world origins of the 1st and 2nd ancestral dragon." Her gaze fell on Longchen. "You mean?" Chapter 3364. Longchen fell into deep thought. The second one is the primordial dragon pagoda. At first, it was the primordial dragon pagoda, but it turned into a sword and now a halberd. God of Tai Su said, the primordial dragon pagoda also suddenly appeared in a corner of the dragon sacrificial continent. The second ancestor dragon is also very mysterious. No one knows about it. So, the primordial dragon pagoda is also possible. We didn't pay attention to it at first, but recently, we found out that it can still become stronger. Now, it is already considered to be the strongest creation divine tool. Therefore, the primordial dragon pagoda is also possible. Apart from the world origin, the most powerful half-ancestor level creation divine weapon was the primordial dragon halberd. Alright, I'll look into these 2 things in the future. Long Chen's dream was to find the origin dragon souls, inherited blood essences, and world origin of the 9 ancestral dragons. It would be perfect if he could find all of them. Currently, he only had 8 kinds of inherited blood essences. The weaker ones were Long Chen's biggest targets. Now that Lingxi's condition had stabilized, the dragon attendants continued their search while Longchen accompanied Lingxi. Of course, his most important task was to break through to a new realm. Lingxi could be considered to have profited from her misfortune. Now that she succeeded, her future was limitless. Time passed quickly on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Another 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, it was only a few days outside. Time was now Long Chen's biggest advantage. After a long period of accumulation and gradual improvement, coupled with the support of the wishes of trillions of people in the myriad worlds, Long Chen finally stepped into the ultimate God realm on this day. Theoretically, if he could find the origin dragon soul now, he could directly become an ancestral dragon and step into the ancestor realm. However, if he couldn't find it, he would continue to move forward and reach the half-ancestor realm like everyone else. Whether he could skip the half-ancestor realm or not depended on how long it took to find the origin dragon soul. For the vast majority of half-martial ancestors, this realm was the peak. If they wanted to advance further and become a destruction ancestral god, the probability of them becoming a destruction ancestral god was relatively low. Before the epoch, there were only a few destruction ancestral gods in the entire myriad worlds. Kitten was already one of the strongest. As for Lingxi, when she reached the progenitor realm, she would naturally become a creator ancestor god. Moreover, she would probably be faster than Long Chen, especially when Long Chen found it difficult to find the origin dragon soul. When the inheritances of the 2 fourth era's primordial ancestral gods were put together, it was almost no different from an ancestral dragon. In terms of the strangeness and diversity of power, it was even better than an ancestral dragon. Moreover, Lingxi had inherited everything, which was different from Long Chen, who lacked an origin dragon soul. After reaching the ultimate god realm, one would basically be considered to be at the peak of the divine spirit realm. The next level would be the half-step ancestor realm, which would slightly possess the power of the ancestor gods. Of course, as Long Chen had inherited 8 kinds of ancestral dragon's blood essence, his starting point was much higher than others. Even the current ultimate god realm was more powerful than those incomplete 9th era's primordial ancestor realm. Now that he had reached this realm, the most important thing was the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Seeing that Lingxi was still pondering, Long Chen went to Dragon Sacrifice Continent to accompany Li Xuanji and the kids. In fact, Long Chen had only left for 3 days and had nothing to accompany them. Long Chen told them to stay on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time for a period of time so that the 2 kids could grow up properly. He then prepared to join the team of dragon servants. Long Chen, the 7-killing star ancestor, seems to be trying to break free from our restraint. It seems that he has recovered from his injuries. We can't come back for the time being. Since you've reached a new realm, you should restrain him. The god of Taisu told himself when he was about to set off. Among all the ancestral gods that had descended, the 7-killing star clan's origin world was the most complete. Of course, it was only a comparison. Compared to the most complete one, he was only missing half while the others were missing more than half. Alright. Long Chen shifted his target to the demonic dragon ancient tomb. After asking Mo Xiaolang, who had been observing the movements of those ancestral gods recently, he said, "It's only been a few days and those 12 ancestral gods have become a little restless. They've been creating some small troubles these days. 1,000 years, 10 million. According to this number, they can kill 10,000 people a year. However, they don't kill and feel unhappy, so they torture and find loopholes in the treaty." Sure enough, these guys were not convinced. Even with the appearance of the 6 dragon attendants, they were still unconvinced. Although they had lost their memories, they were, to a large extent, completely controlled by their instincts. The creator gods were scoundrels from before the first epoch, so it was very difficult for them to be suppressed by Long Chen. Then we'll teach them a lesson. Choose a place and bring all the ancestral gods there. Today, we have to shock them. Alright. While Mo Xiaolang was making arrangements, Long Chen arrived at the demonic dragon ancient tomb. The 7 murders star ancestor was sealed deep in the soil, just like the former primeval troll. Now, the seals of the 6 dragon servants had indeed loosened. Long Chen made a grabbing motion, and the 7 flying daggers in the ruins of time fell into his hand. He remembered the name of this world's source energy. It seemed to be called Lifestealer. Because they were very close to the 7 murders star ancestor, the 7 lifestealers were trembling violently. Of course, they still did not leave Long Chen's palm. 7 murders star ancestor, your lifestealer is in my hands. Long Chen said. So what? When the day comes that I leave this place, it will be the day of your death. Within the seal, the 7 murders star ancestor roared angrily, constantly colliding. Very well, then I'll give you this chance today. Today, as long as you can defeat me, perhaps I can plead with the other ancestral gods to let you out in advance. What did you say? The 7 murders star ancestor was shocked. Most importantly, it was not Long Chen's words of letting him out in advance, as it was hard for the 7 murders star ancestor to believe. Most importantly, Long Chen actually gave him a chance to fight. Moreover, Long Chen seemed to be very confident. As for Long Chen's realm, the ancestral gods had no idea, as they knew that Long Chen was not even a half-step ancestor. As for whether he was a perfect realm ultimate god or an ultimate god, it did not make much difference to them. Therefore, the 7 murders star ancestor could not feel the obvious difference between Long Chen and himself. You're kidding me. the 7 murders star ancestor sneered. Of course, he did not believe it. However, at that moment, Long Chen seemed to be muttering to himself. If you lose again, I'm sorry to say that you can only come back. Oh, no, I can let you go to a new place, a very interesting place. That was the ruins of time. Letting him stay there for 1 day was equivalent to 30 years on the outside. 1 year was equivalent to 10,000 years on the outside. Being imprisoned for 100,000 years was simply, in the past, Long Chen was worried that he would escape from the ruins of time. Now that he had the confidence to restrain him by himself, there was no need to worry anymore. At least it was safer than the demonic dragon ancient tomb. After all, the ruins of time was under Long Chen's control and had been separated from the Tower of Time. It would be very difficult for him to escape. The key was to frighten the other 12 ancestral gods and make them despair. When Long Chen said that, the 7 murders star ancestor did not believe it at all. However, at that moment, Mo Xiaolang had already arranged for all the ancestral gods to watch a good show. All the ancestral gods had arrived, including the 12 dishonest ancestral gods. Therefore, at that moment, Long Chen let the dragon attendants remove the seal on the 7 murders star ancestor. All of a sudden, there was nothing below him. The 7 murders star ancestor looked at himself in disbelief. He had completely regained his freedom, and as soon as he appeared, several beams of red light flashed past. 7 life Caesars appeared beneath his feet, half of them stabbed into the ground. The 7 murders star ancestor looked at Long Chen in astonishment and said, "Are you sure? You want to fight me alone? Are you out of your mind? Last time, you almost lost your life. I'll know once I try." Long Chen opened the door to the demonic dragon ancient tomb and went to the death world. Then, he went to the location that Mo Xiaolang had arranged. That calmness made the 7 murders star ancestor feel that it was ridiculous. Very interesting, very interesting. His eyes were bloodshot. He had never thought that he would have this chance to escape. Not to mention anything else, to be able to fight again, and even kill Long Chen, was something that he could not ask for more. Therefore, he quickly put away the life Caesars under his feet, turned into a beam of blood light, and chased after Long Chen. The last time he lost, it was not because of Long Chen, but because of the 6 dragon attendants. But it was different now. As long as he went out, even if the 6 dragon attendants were present, he might still have a chance to escape. To the 7 murders star ancestor, even if he could not kill Long Chen this time, it was still a good thing that he could regain his freedom. I didn't think that this Long Chen would be so stupid to give me such a chance. The 7 murders star ancestor's heart was filled with trust, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived outside. Raising his head, he saw that all the elder gods had indeed arrived. Their faces were filled with doubt, and they were waiting to see what the show would be. Finally, Long Chen appeared. The elder gods had not said anything, but in just a short while, an unexpected person appeared behind Long Chen. It was the 7 murders star ancestor. What's going on? When the 7 murders star ancestor appeared, the elder gods thought that Long Chen had been kidnapped. They were all stunned, especially elder god Ling Su and the others, who were slightly worried. However, judging from Long Chen's expression, it did not seem like that was the case. Soon, Long Chen and the 7 murders star ancestor were separated, but they were surrounded by the elder gods. Long Chen said to the elder gods, "Everyone, I'm sure you are all very curious today. To tell you the truth, today, the 7 murders star ancestor and I are only resolving our personal grudges. It has nothing to do with the ancestor god alliance. There's no need for you to interfere. Just watch." Hearing this news, the elder gods were even more puzzled. But this was Long Chen's decision, and elder god Ling Su and the others had always trusted Long Chen. As for the other 12, they could not wait for something like this to happen. Chapter 3365. Then let's cut the crap. Let me see just what kind of ability you have to have such courage. The Seven Murders Star Ancestor had already taken control of the world origin energy. The seven blood-colored flying daggers seemed to carry the weight of the entire world. All the ancestral gods watched nervously, especially the 12 ancestral gods. They looked at each other in disbelief. They were originally unwilling to lose, but now they had many ideas. This time, if there's a chance, we'll create chaos and let seven murders escape. Right. This Long Chen looks shrewd, but he's actually arrogant. He's destined to pay the price for his recklessness. What a joke. Of course, the others did not know of their secret conversation. Long Chen was ready. He smiled coldly and headed towards the periphery. The Seven Murder Star Ancestor chased after him without saying anything. While he was chasing after Long Chen, he was also thinking about how he could escape after defeating him. He had already discussed it with the 12 ancestral gods. It'll be great if I can kill Long Chen. After all, the other 6 don't seem to be here today. If I can't kill him, you must at least create chaos so that I can escape. Don't worry. It'll be best if I can kill Long Chen. Then they'll be leaderless. As for the other 6, I still have to be careful. They might appear at any time. They had just finished discussing when they arrived at an area far away from the ancestral gods. They could fight freely here. After reaching the ultimate god realm, Long Chen's strength had greatly improved. This improvement in this aspect had led to an unprecedented increase in his overall combat strength. Today, the strongest ancestral god, the Seven Murders Star Ancestor, was the best opponent for him to test his skills against. Long Chen's blood was already boiling before he even made a move. Against the strongest ancestral god, how long could he take to end the battle? It had been a long time since he had such an exciting feeling of crushing an opponent. In the past, the ancestral gods were too strong for him. The Seven Murders Star Ancestor was even faster and suddenly made his move. With a flick of his hand, 3 lifesavers flew towards him. The blood-colored light moved forward at a speed much faster than instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, it crossed an endless distance. However, in Long Chen's eyes, the speed of the lifesavers was incomparably slow. This was because he had already established a 10,000 times time domain in front of him. Because of that, the flow of time within the time domain was tens of thousands of times faster than normal. Of course, Lifesizer hadn't entered the time domain yet, so to Long Chen, Lifesizer's speed was incomparably slow. Long Chen moved from one end of the time domain to the other end. The amount of time it took could be said to be infinitely short. After arriving, Long Chen shrunk the area so that Lifestealer couldn't enter. At this point, Long Chen was no longer within range of Lifestealer. He could already reap the range of the 10,000 times time domain at will. It was an instant success. All 3 of his Lifeseizers had missed. To the Star Ancestor 7 Murders, this was simply impossible. Everything happened so quickly that the Elder Gods didn't even have the time to see what was happening. Wrath of the Dragon Qilin. Long Chen didn't hold back. After dodging his opponent's attack, he attacked from the other end. When his eyes fell on the Star Ancestor 7 Murders, the wrath of the Dragon Qilin had already descended. The fused rules of the ancestral dragons instantly surged into his opponent's body. But this time, it was faster and more violent, and its power was much stronger than before. Among them, the rules condensed into 7 ancestral dragons, wreaking havoc on the Star Ancestor's body. There was an ancestral dragon in each of his limbs and head, and 2 in his torso. Within his body, the 7 ancestral dragons' destructive attacks instantly caused him to collapse, and most of his body was instantly reduced to dust. 7 kills fate wheel. The Star Ancestor 7 Murders expression changed greatly at this moment. The cold attack of Long Chen at this moment made him feel great fear and danger. He couldn't imagine that he could make such a leap in such a short time. At this moment when he was almost seriously injured, he could only use the 7 kills fate wheel to force Long Chen back and gain a chance to live. While the 7 kills fate wheel was struggling, the 7 kills fate wheel came again. But this time, it was nothing to Long Chen. The 10,000 worlds time domain was simply the most effective way to evade many rules. In the time domain of Long Chen, he was invincible in terms of speed. As long as he didn't let the 7 kills fate wheel enter his domain, the opponent's rules could only be described as slow. Even the 7 kills fate wheel missed Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen directly descended in front of the Star Ancestor 7 murders. At this time, even the last struggle of the Star Ancestor 7 murders was useless. Suddenly seeing Long Chen in front of him, the Star Ancestor 7 murders was so scared that his face turned pale. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. The relationship between the two had been completely reversed. It was simply inconceivable, but this was the reality. It's over. Simple and straightforward. The primordial dragon halberd suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Even if it was only a half-ancestor level fortune divine weapon, under the divine might of Long Chen, it erupted with terrifying power. Nirvana Primordial. Just this rule, in addition to the wrath of the dragon Qilin that was still playing a huge role, attacked the body of the Star Ancestor 7 murders. In an instant, the body of the ancestral god of the Star Ancestor 7 murders completely collapsed. Boom! Right before the eyes of the many elder gods, the 7 murders Star Ancestor had been completely reduced to dust, completely vanishing. All that was left behind were the 7 blood-colored world essences, which hovered in front of Long Chen. The 7 world essences seemed as though they wanted to flee, but they were instantly seized by Long Chen. At this moment, the 20+ elder gods were looking at this calm youth. Every one of them felt a deep shock in their hearts. This was especially so for the 12 elder gods. They were preparing to cover the 7 murders Star Ancestor's escape. The battle had just begun. Where was the 7 murders Star Ancestor? 7 killed. How could an ancestral god perish? When he turned his head, he saw that all the elder gods were staring at him in a daze. This was the effect that Long Chen wanted. He wanted to fiercely intimidate them so that they would know their place. This was especially so for the 12 elder gods. They needed this sort of powerful deterrence the most. This sort of deterrence was even more effective than the ancestral gods' alliance's treaty. Those dazed eyes were the reverence they had for Long Chen at this moment. He didn't die. He's in the world origin. Long Chen grabbed the life-sizer. Indeed, the Star Ancestor 7 murders wouldn't die so easily. He was in the world origin. Such a situation should be the most serious injury to the ancestral gods. As for killing them, Long Chen guessed that he would need to destroy the world origin. Of course, this was just a guess. Long Chen temporarily remembered this idea in his heart. Looking at the Star Ancestor 7 murders in the world origin, no one said a word. By now, everyone knew that the reason why Long Chen invited everyone to watch this battle was to shock them. He wanted to let them know that the myriad worlds weren't a place they could do as they pleased. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't disappoint those ancestral gods who supported him. My only request is that you don't destroy the world or kill any living beings. If you don't violate it, I won't control you. But if you do, I definitely won't be polite. I have a world where the time outside is 10,000 times faster than inside. A year inside is 10,000 years in the outside world. Now, I want to place the Star Ancestor 7 murders in that world. He will only be released after 100,000 years. As for how many years have passed in the outside world, all of you can calculate for yourselves. That's right. It was 1 billion. An unimaginable number. Just saying it caused all the ancestral gods to tremble. By the time he came out, it would be 1 billion years in the outside world. No. The star ancestor Seven Murders was terrified. But it was useless. Long Chen's expression was cold as he directly threw him into the ruins of time. Let him slowly live his life inside. To him, 100,000 years wouldn't change. It was just that it was a billion years in the outside world. 10 minor epochs. Today's shocking display didn't end just like that. Long Chen wanted to get this over with once and for all. He said to Elder God Ling Su, "Let those 5 come out. I'll give them a different place today as well." The 5 he was referring to were the Endless Stone Father, the Sky Demon Serpent Ancestor, the Violet Lightning Elder, the Magma Elder, and the Azure Elder. Sure. Elder God Ling Su was someone who abhorred evil. Since she had a chance to get it over with once and for all, she was naturally willing to do so. Otherwise, it would be quite a waste of energy to use her jade disc to imprison these 5. All of you, come out. Stone Father and the others had never imagined that they would appear here. They had been sealed away for a long time. Upon seeing so many elder gods, they were first stunned. They had been planning to leave, but they didn't dare to do so. After all, there were elder gods everywhere, and they were all looking at them with pitiful looks in their eyes. Right at this moment, Long Chen used the Soulsore melody to help them recover from their injuries. What's going on? The 5 elder gods were filled with puzzlement. When they saw Long Chen, they were naturally filled with hatred. Some of them even wanted to attack Long Chen, but because there were so many elder gods around them, they managed to suppress their urge. A short while later, the Soulsore melody had more or less healed them. Long Chen said, "I'll give you a chance. Today, the 5 of you can surround and attack me, and no one will stop you. If you can defeat me, no one will stop you. I believe this will be your only chance to escape." Long Chen's words caused the elder gods to feel rather shocked. A total of 5 elder gods had surrounded and attacked them. Not even 2 of the 7 Murders star ancestors would be able to do such a thing, and this time, Long Chen was even less courteous. He had decided whether they would stay or leave. This could be considered as disregarding the Elder God Treaty. But now that he had the ability to do so, there was no point in dwelling on the Elder God Treaty. The key was to resolve this matter once and for all. Are you serious? The Sky Demon Serpent Ancestor was already beginning to stir, and a dangerous look appeared on his face. Of course. Which one of you doesn't have a world essence? Hurry up and search for it. In the ruins of time, Long Chen returned the world essence he had obtained to them. There were still 3 who didn't know about world essence, but now that they knew about it, they began searching for it on their bodies. Soon, the 5 of them were ready. Chapter 3366. Fighting the 5 elder gods alone was Long Chen's last-minute plan. It seemed easy for me to deal with the 7 Murders star ancestor. I can indeed challenge him. Therefore, even in the face of danger, he had no regrets. The reason I'm doing this is to establish a more dignified position in the infinite worlds. If I'm not afraid of 5 elder gods working together, then no elder god will dare provoke me in the future. I will still be the strongest expert in the infinite worlds. This was Long Chen's determination. He walked far away, and the other elder gods could only watch from afar. At this moment, the 5 elder gods had already charged forward in order to escape and seek revenge. I heard that he just defeated an elder god, but only one. Although that elder god is strong, he is still far from being able to compare to the 5 of us. This Long Chen is truly too arrogant, too daring. This time around, we will definitely grab hold of this opportunity to make him pay a miserable price. Indeed, Long Chen was basically facing 6 dragon attendants alone. Back then, the appearance of the 6 dragon attendants had easily restrained the 7 Murders star ancestor. The 5 elder gods surrounded Long Chen from 5 different directions. The endless stone ancestor was still wielding the stone hammer. The snake ancestor was wielding the venomous needle. As for the violet thunder ancestor, he was currently fiddling with a lightning staff. It was completely violet in color and fairly powerful. On the other side, the lava elder god was wielding a fiery flag. The azure elder god's world essence was a necklace around his neck that hung all the way down to his chest and into his deep cleavage. The 5 elder gods could no longer wait. When their gazes met, they would instantly attack. After being imprisoned for so long, their hearts had gained the power of hatred and anger. Now, Long Chen was their only hope of escaping. One could imagine how desperate they would be. Danger. Against the 5 elder gods' violent attacks, Long Chen was already mentally prepared. 10,000-fold time domain. He used the time law to create a time domain to protect himself. Within his time domain, everyone's movements became extremely slow. Long Chen easily escaped from their encirclement and arrived above their heads. Since they had attacked Long Chen at the same time, the 5 of them had basically gathered together at that moment. All of their rule-bending attacks had missed, and they had even almost injured their own people. This 10,000 time domain is quite useful. At this moment, this was exactly what Long Chen was looking forward to. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annihilate his opponents. Since the 5 of them had gathered together, it was the perfect time to strike. Destruction Dragon Ball. Roar. High up in the sky, Long Chen had transformed into a furious dragon. The silver-gray primordial sacrificial dragon danced in the starry sky. At this moment, the chaos, primordial chaos, and creation laws were combined, one linked to the other. Just Long Chen's strength alone was enough to allow the destruction Dragon Ball to have 9 colors. Above the heads of the 5 elder gods, an inconceivable power was being born. The 9-colored star descended from the sky. Within Long Chen's time domain, its speed was naturally terrifying. Long Chen's time domain extended above the heads of the 5 elder gods. At the very least, during the time it took for the destruction Dragon Ball to reach their heads, it was 10,000 times faster. To the 5 elder gods, it was as if the destruction Dragon Ball had appeared and swallowed all 5 of them at the same time. No. Before they could even utter a single word, the 5 elder gods vanished before their eyes. The destruction Dragon Ball had carried them millions of miles away before exploding in the boundless starry sky. Rumble. The multicolored light was incomparably dazzling. It was as though half the sky had been dyed in rainbow colors. From afar, one would feel that this scene was extremely beautiful, but one wouldn't believe that it was dangerous. Come back. Long Chen transformed into human form and landed in front of everyone. He stretched out his hand, and soon after, 5 items appeared in his hand. These 5 items were all trembling and struggling in his hand. The elder gods nearly suffocated. Their eyes were wide open, and they were already making bets in their hearts. No matter how much they didn't want to believe it, their eyes wouldn't lie to them. That's right. These 5 items were the stone hammer, the poison needle, the necklace, the iron staff, and the flag. The 5 elder gods had already vanished without a trace. Without a doubt, the 5 elder gods had met the same fate as the 7 murders star ancestor. They had been so heavily injured that they had to hide within the world essence. They didn't even have a chance to attack when they were in front of Long Chen. To them, this was the most terrifying thing they had ever experienced. Every single elder god imagined the 6 elder gods to be themselves. They began to imagine what it would be like if they became Long Chen's opponent. At the very least, at this moment, the elder gods finally understood what the word fear meant. Fear. It meant that Long Chen had ignored the 5 elder gods' pleas for mercy. He had casually tossed them and the 7 murders star ancestor into the temporal ruins, then sealed them up. From then on, it would be difficult for them to ever appear again. After everything quieted down, Longchen once more faced the elder gods. Every single elder god looked at him nervously, especially the 12. They hadn't been too well behaved during this period of time. They were afraid that if they died, they would suffer the same fate as the other 6. For example, the Tempest Elder God, by now, his face had already turned white from fear. He thought to himself, if Longchen is targeting me, I'll definitely incite all the elder gods to attack him. Of course, he didn't know how much of a chance he had of success. In any case, it wasn't high. Everyone, at this moment, Longchen faced every single elder god and said sincerely, to be honest, everyone understands that the reason I've displayed my strength today is to intimidate all of you. I have no other wish. I only hope that from this day forth, all of you will love this world as much as I do. This is our home, and we will love all the living beings here. If all of you can do that, I definitely won't show any disrespect to any of you. But if I were to destroy the world and wipe out all life, would have no choice but to do so. Today, those 6 were the end of those who destroyed the world. The myriad worlds are too important to me. I hope that all of you elder gods can understand. He was a person who was fair in rewards and punishments. He definitely wouldn't interfere with the freedom of the elder gods. To Elder God Lingsu and the others, peace was a good thing. It's fine. We all understand you, and we will support your decision. At this moment, all of them began to support Longchen. The 11 elder gods continued to believe in Longchen. The remaining 12 were encouraged by this wave of support. Gradually, 1 or 2 of them chose to support Longchen as well. Alright then. This matter has come to an end. Everyone, please return. Today's deterrence had been successfully completed. All the elder gods bid farewell to Longchen one after another. From today onward, these 12 elder gods will definitely be obedient. Longchen didn't expect himself to be so powerful. He let out a sigh of relief. It's finally done. After sending them off, he returned to the dragon sacrificial continent and returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Now that the dragon attendants were searching for the origin dragon soul, his most important task was to improve himself. Of course, he also needed to improve his brothers and sisters. Xiao Lang needs to devour, but there's nothing else in the entire world that he can devour. Lava Elder God can, but he's an elder god after all, so it's not easy for him to devour for the time being. As for Kitten, without more sacred samsara fruits, he can only slowly recover his 6th era's provenance ancestor realm strength. As for Soyan's primitive giant devil, she's almost at her limit. She also has the hope of breaking through to provenance realm. Perhaps she can become the first primeval troll destruction elder god. Xuanji will improve along with me. Lingxi will also have a bright future. Everyone's situation was pretty good. The origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon was the weakest for him. After returning to the origin dragon palace, Longchen accompanied Lingxi for a while. I've inherited the curse demon ancestor's legacy, but I don't have the ability to remove so many curses. I'm afraid that I'll have to reach provenance realm. If I want to remove all the curses, I might need to reach the 6th era or even the 5th era's provenance ancestor realm. Of course, I might need to wait until the 4th era. It wasn't easy to remove the curses of the divine dragons. Chen, how's your situation? You seem to have defeated a lot of elder gods today. Longchen chuckled. The current me is indeed more confident in dealing with elder gods whose world origins aren't complete. However, elder gods are actually in the process of slowly recovering. Once their world origins are complete, I'm afraid my current strength won't be enough to deal with an elder god. If we can't find the origin dragon soul in the future, we'll be in a dangerous situation. Besides, there's another big problem. Even the dragon attendants don't know how the 29 elder gods came. However, they are sure that they've been devoured. Hence, I'm most worried that there will be more elder gods appearing in the future. We might not be able to stop it. Most importantly, what's the goal of the sky-devouring clan? As long as we don't know their goal, we'll be in a passive position. One day, we'll be defeated. This was what Long Chen was thinking about. We've already come this far. I don't believe that there's anything in this world that you can't accomplish. Lingxi held his hands and smiled gently. To Long Chen, that smile was the most powerful force in the world. It swept away all the haze in his heart. Little Shi, you're different again. After so many years, you always surprise me. Under the influence of the two elder gods, she had white hair and black eyes. Her aura was extraordinary. She had the ethereal spirit of an immortal, but also a dark charm. The perfect combination of these two auras was intoxicating. Chen. The two of them hugged each other. At this moment, Long Chen's expression changed. The arms that were hugging Lingxi trembled slightly. Lingxi could clearly feel this change. She asked anxiously, what happened? It was rare to see Long Chen so panicked. Chapter 3367. After Lingxi finished asking, Long Chen took a deep breath and stared into the distance. After a while, he clenched his teeth and said with an ugly expression, Little Shi, there are a total of 568. 568, Lingxi was stunned. She didn't know what Long Chen meant. I've been talking to you for a while, and it's already 581. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. This number was increasing too quickly. It was already 581. Perhaps there were still people who hadn't been discovered yet. The true number had already exceeded 600. It was only at this moment that the numbers stopped increasing. There was no new news from the myriad worlds. According to Long Chen's instructions, all the living beings in the worlds where the ancestor gods had descended began to tell them who the ancestor gods were, instilling the ideals of peace, love, and protecting the world to them who had lost their memories. Chen, don't tell me, there are about 600 ancestor gods descending at the same time. Lingxi's voice was hoarse. If it were a group battle, Long Chen's limit would be 5 creator ancestor gods. If it were 30 ancestor gods, Long Chen could still rely on the ancestor god alliance to deter them. But this was 600, and he didn't even know how powerful these ancestor gods were. Based on this number, there would probably be quite a few at the level of the 7 star ancestor. Long Chen wanted to shake his head. However, he could only nod and say, that's right, the biggest show is about to begin. The previous ones were just child's play. 1 descended, 3 descended, 30 descended, and now, that's right, 600 descended, or even more. While they were talking, the infinite worlds underwent earth-shattering changes. The infinite worlds that had finally calmed down, in a very short period of time, more than 600 ancestor gods descended. According to the description from the infinite worlds, they had indeed lost their memories, and every ancestor god was the same. What was worth noting was that the information this time was still from worlds below the ancestor god realm. Fortunately, if a order-level world appeared, it would definitely be the 8th era's ancestral god who possessed the origins of 2 worlds. Even if the origins of both worlds were incomplete, their combined strength would probably surpass the true 9th era's ancestral god. How could this be? What is the sky-swallowing clan doing? When this news spread out, it completely overturned the myriad worlds. By now, Long Chen and Lingxi had already arrived at the death rain. Everyone else had already received the news and had gathered here. Naturally, they were all on Long Chen's side. Elder God Lingxu and the others had no idea what was going on. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang was slightly worried. This is fucking crazy. This time, if Elder Cat goes out, I'll definitely die. If each of them spit on me, I'll die. This was the current situation. There was no point in being anxious. Calm down. Long Chen calmed down. He first told the 6 dragon attendants about what had happened here. The 6 dragon attendants were currently searching for the origin dragon soul, so they wouldn't be able to rush back so quickly. If I go to each world and build an even bigger ancestor god alliance, and rope in good ancestor gods, will that be effective? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. In fact, he had already lost confidence in himself when he asked this. God Tai Su said, obviously not. Once there are too many people, it will be beyond your control. At this stage, before you find the origin dragon soul, your individual strength is nothing. If you forcefully control it, it will only cause more chaos in the myriad worlds, and more worlds will be destroyed. Actually, on this point, it was exactly what Long Chen was thinking. If Long Chen was a ferocious tiger, and all the ancestor gods were wolves, he could suppress a few of them and make them obedient. But if there were a few hundred wolves, Long Chen could only retreat. Once he forcefully controlled it, it would only cause more chaos, and only death awaited him. Without the power to completely surpass them, you alone can't suppress 600 ancestor gods. You're at a crucial moment now. Don't throw your life away here. Chen, you can't endure the lives of the myriad worlds anymore. What's important now isn't to risk your life to save them one by one, but to consider the overall situation and strengthen yourself. One day, when you build a world comparable to the one before the epoch, no one will be able to disturb your order. God Tai Su was right. This was the most suitable method. But for Long Chen to give up his life in front of him to save the people in the distant city, it was a difficult choice to make. This was what Long Chen was struggling with the most. Let me give you a suggestion. Go ahead. Generally, the ancestor gods are reluctant to destroy their own worlds, and more often destroy the worlds of others. Spread this message to all living beings. The ancestor gods of the myriad worlds who have been missing are returning in batches. This is the first batch, and soon there will be a second batch, and a third batch. Soon, all the missing ancestor gods will return to save the ruined worlds, and each world will have its own ancestor god of creation. No world can be destroyed. If you destroy another world, when the ancestor god of that world descends, it will naturally lead to a war, even a war. Worlds like Pangu continent and the chaotic divine realm cannot be destroyed. Once their ancestor gods return, the ancestor gods who destroy these worlds will usher in doomsday. You want to tell all the elder gods that the other elder gods who have gone missing will definitely return, and that the purpose of their return will be to save the 10,000 worlds and rebuild the 10,000 worlds. You want to use all of your power to tell them that. Long Chen thought about it carefully, and it did make sense. He could only use the other ancestor gods to scare the ancestor gods who had already descended. He believed that they would have some scruples, as they had lost their memories, and hypnosis was effective. In fact, the ancestor gods who had descended at the beginning, such as heavenly demon serpent ancestor, had acted presumptuously because she thought that she was the only ancestor god in the entire myriad worlds, and that she could rule over everything. If she had known from the beginning that she was only one of 10,000, and a tiny existence at that, she would have behaved herself. Good idea. Long Chen calmed his heart and communicated with all living beings through the world tree, instilling his thoughts into the hearts of all living beings. They would all come into contact with the ancestor gods of their worlds. Although there were many ancestor gods who had descended, all living beings had the experience, and there were trillions of people who could generally convey Long Chen's thoughts to each and every ancestor god. Next, they could only wait and see which ancestor god went overboard, before Long Chen could settle it. After that, God of Great Essence said, "Actually, how should I say this, Chen, what we really need to do is not to fight against these ancestor gods. They are not our enemies, even if they are in a state of chaos now, we should have more important things to do." You want me to become stronger, to become the true ancestor dragon? Long Chen asked. God of Great Essence shook his head, this is indeed a big matter, and also the most fundamental way to solve everything. But to fight against all of the sky-devouring race with your own strength, that is very far away, and very difficult. Let me tell you, if nothing unexpected happens, not long after, the 10,000 ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, other than celestial ancestor and god curse ancestor, will all descend, including the fourth era ancestor gods, such as chaos ancestor god, primordial ancestor god, and creation ancestor god. In the past, I wasn't sure, but with so many ancestor gods descending today, I believe it. Long Chen said. So, actually, the most important thing for us is to know the goal of the sky-devouring race. They released all the ancestor gods they devoured, and they lost their memories. What is their plot, and what is their goal? If we don't know their goal, we will be led by the nose, and we will be in a passive position forever. When their goal is activated, we will be dumbfounded. I understand, the most important thing is not to stop the ancestor gods from trying to control the myriad worlds, and to establish a temporary peace, but to know the goal of the sky-devouring race, and to solve the problem at its root. Otherwise, even if they establish a temporary peace, it will only be temporary. Long Chen understood this deeply. When ancestor god Ling Su appeared, he went to suppress her, and the myriad worlds were at peace, but very quickly, new ancestor gods appeared. 30 ancestor gods appeared, and Long Chen used the ancestor gods' alliance to suppress them. He had just established a temporary peace, but now he returned to chaos. This proved that his peace was all an illusion, and not the root. You are right. After this conversation with the great simplicity god, Long Chen completely calmed down, and he was clear about his goal. Of course, the myriad worlds still need stability, and you will be in control. You just need to know what the most important thing is, and that is, we have a more important mission, and that is to find the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon. If we split up, we will not be able to help the myriad worlds. Don't worry. Finding the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon was also a relatively important matter. Long Chen told the people around him about his conversation with the great simplicity god, and they all felt that it made sense. Big brother, don't worry, all of us are willing to be distracted for you. Long Chen, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Soi Yan, they all listened to his orders, and the 15 Dragon Emperor, and many others, all helped him with the logistics and grooming of future experts. His team was the best in the world. This gave Long Chen a great deal of confidence. At this moment, the myriad worlds were in a state of chaos. Even though Long Chen had transmitted many brainwashing words, there were still worlds that were in chaos, and the 12 ancestor gods from before had begun to stir again. Let's go. They set off from the death rain, and split up to restrain those ancestor gods. After dealing with the thorns, there was no need to worry about anything else. Among them, Long Chen himself, Li Xuanji, and Lingxi, the two great beauties, were in one group, and the other three were in another. Chapter 3368. New information was constantly being sent to Long Chen from all over the myriad worlds. For the time being, there was no bad news. Of course, there were casualties, but it was inevitable. Right now, Long Chen could only patrol these 600 worlds. There were simply too many ancestor gods. As he walked past them one by one, Long Chen found that he couldn't do anything about them. However, some of the ancestor gods who had arrived earlier began to stir after learning that there were more than 600 ancestor gods descending at the same time. I've already done all I could for them. Now that they can't stop and cross my bottom line, they can't blame me for being impolite. Long Chen passed through the death rain and arrived at the Tempest Astral Ocean. By now, the ancestor god of Tempest Astral Ocean had already left and was nowhere to be seen. Long Chen searched and found the nearest world where a new ancestor god had descended. Clearly, he had gone to recruit more helpers. Long Chen instantly arrived at that world. Without affecting the newly descended ancestor god, he walked back. After traveling for a while, he indeed encountered the Tempest ancestor god. "Where are you going?" The Tempest ancestor god was shocked to see Long Chen. Clearly, Long Chen's purpose for appearing here was obvious. Therefore, he immediately turned and fled. If not for his guilty conscience, he wouldn't have fled. When he learned that so many ancestor gods had descended, the Tempest ancestor god had wanted to recruit as many ancestor gods as possible to exaggerate Long Chen's atrocities and overthrow Long Chen. However, Long Chen had seen through him. By now, he was no match for Long Chen in terms of speed. Two ancestor god-level super experts were madly chasing each other through the starry skies. The Tempest ancestor god was fleeing for his life. He could already sense Long Chen's intense killing intent. When he thought of the 7 murder star ancestors' fates, he couldn't help but regret his decision. He had thought that with 600 ancestor gods descending, he would be overwhelmed with work. He didn't expect that Long Chen would still have the energy to pay attention to him at this juncture. "Why don't you go protect your myriad worlds?" In the blink of an eye, Long Chen intercepted him. This left the Tempest ancestor god exasperated. "None of your business." Long Chen sneered. Without a second word, he struck. The wrath of the dragon Qilin descended on the Tempest ancestor god. The Tempest ancestor god had just taken out the banana fan when Long Chen controlled him with the wrath of the dragon Qilin. By now, Dragonkelin's wrath was an attack that could defeat even the 7 murder star ancestor. Against the Tempest elder god, it would be a piece of cake. I didn't do anything wrong. You dared to attack me? You. Ancestor you. The Tempest ancestor god was struggling within the rules. This is a personal grudge. It has nothing to do with the alliance. Under Long Chen's all-out attack, the Tempest ancestor god was reduced to ashes amidst a tragic cry. The creation ancestor god was indeed different. Even if it was reduced to ashes, it could still enter the banana fan. "Long Chen, don't do that. Give me a chance." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Chen threw him into the ruins of time. These 12 ancestor gods know about the ancestor god alliance. They also know my goal. If they were to instigate those ignorant ancestor gods, it would be enough to disrupt the order of the myriad worlds. My painstaking efforts will not do. There were still 11 left. To be on the safe side, Long Chen couldn't let them stay in the myriad worlds. Therefore, he immediately headed for the second location, the Ice-Snow continent. Just as he arrived, the Ice-Snow ancestor god was about to leave when he was caught by Long Chen. At this moment, the Ice-Snow ancestor god jumped in fright. He quickly reacted and said, "Well, what are you doing here?" Just as he said that, Long Chen attacked. It was still Dragonkelin's rage. He sealed the ice-snow in the ice spear and threw it into the ruins of time. This is the second one. At this juncture, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain to them. He would release them when the myriad worlds stabilized. Following that, the third and fourth came. Regardless of whether the ancestor gods had left their worlds, Long Chen temporarily sealed them. It was much easier to deal with the 12 ancestor gods separately. It didn't take Long Chen long to complete his mission. During this process, he was constantly paying attention to the myriad worlds. At this moment, a piece of bad news came. Eastern Star Region. This was the world of the demon race. The ancestor gods that had descended previously were fewer from the Eastern Star Region. But this time, a total of 600 had descended. The Eastern Star Region had more than 100 ancestor gods of the demon race. The ancestor gods of the demon race were, in essence, demons. In the Eastern Star Region, there was a beautiful world known as Aquamoon Paradise. A mountain peak with verdant hills and limpid waters floated in the endless starry sky. The water and the mountain each occupied half of the world. Starting from the peak, clear spring water flowed down to the bottom of the mountain, and then returned to the top of the mountain through a hollow in the mountain. Of course, to the living beings within, this was an endless ocean. Within the mountain, there were many beautiful caves. Within these caves, the demon race was everywhere, and the flowers and plants were everywhere. The most beautiful scenery could be seen in this world. But at this moment, outside of this world, a person appeared. Although it was called a person, it wasn't really a person. After all, his body was thick and muscular, and he was slightly hunched. Looking closely, one could see that his body was covered in black hair. The soft hair danced in the void even though there was no wind, but what was most shocking was his pair of fiery red eyes. They were filled with extreme mania and violence. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with boundless wildness. There was not the slightest bit of humanity in his eyes, and he was purely a wild beast. That's right, this was a black ape. The demon-like ape was ancient and had come from ancient times. However, from head to toe, every single strand of hair on its body was filled with berserk genes. It had the most unimaginable desire to destroy. Everything that it saw seemed to have a blood feud with it. Before the era, his name was Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor. Now, the only thing in his eyes was the world in front of him, the world that belonged to him, Aquamoon Paradise. However, he didn't know that ever since he had appeared, he had never been able to enter this world. After looking around for a period of time, his tightly clenched fists couldn't help but violently pound his chest. His chest swelled up, and in that instant, he let out a furious roar towards the beautiful Aquamoon Heavenly Paradise. Roar! This roar seemed to penetrate several worlds. At this moment, the entire Aquamoon Paradise exploded and was instantly annihilated into ashes. Billions of living beings died in an instant and completely disappeared. The entire world turned into smoke and condensed into a ball. Beautiful, instantly turned into a dead soul. Even so, seeing that there was still smoke, the Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor still let out a few angry roars, causing an intense tremor. If there were other worlds in the surroundings, they would have already collapsed. Of course, the smoke wouldn't dissipate. Countless dead souls wandered in the smoke. It was like a dream. Everything that was beautiful a moment ago was gone in an instant. Everything that was alive suddenly lost its life. No one even knew what had happened. They didn't even know that the creator of their world had returned. Because up until now, there had never been an ancestor god who would directly destroy his own world. When the Aquamoon Paradise was destroyed, the tremor and the death of billions of living beings was still felt by Long Chen. To him, this was intolerable news. Previously, no one had sent news that an ancestor god had appeared in Aquamoon Paradise. Of course, Long Chen instantly returned to the death world and instantly went to this world. The ancestor god of Aquamoon Paradise is a fellow called the Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor. He's a wild beast without much humanity, and his intelligence is extremely low. It seems that he was punished by the ancestral dragon several times before learning to be obedient. Now, he has lost his memories. Boss, this is the type that must be dealt with. Otherwise, he might destroy everything he sees. When Long Chen heard this news, he had communicated with Kitten at the beginning and had indeed received such information. By the time Kitten finished speaking, Long Chen had already appeared in Aquamoon Paradise. In front of him was the berserk Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor. Originally, the Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor was preparing to leave, but when it saw Long Chen, it was immediately attracted by him. Roar! Those fiery eyes stared at Long Chen as it let out a low roar, even its black fur was ignited by the blood fire. Whoa! Perhaps it was because the Primal Chaos Ape Ancestor could sense how strong Long Chen was, but it did not attack immediately. Instead, a stone pillar appeared in its hands. This stone pillar was none other than the source of the world. Anyone who could summon the source of the world without any warning was definitely not someone to be trifled with. What's going on? What shocked Long Chen the most was that the primal Chaos Ape ancestor himself was simply too strong. It gave Long Chen a terrifying feeling, one that was even more terrifying than the Seven Murders Star ancestor. His body was filled with an extremely pure and complete power that surpassed gods and demons. It was a power that was compatible with the entire world. If Long Chen's guess was correct, this was the true source of the world. Clearly, this fellow's source of the world is complete. He's a true creator god. At the same time, he has a destructive personality. If he was like ancestor god Ling Su, that would be Long Chen's fortune. After all, this perfect ancestor god was much stronger than the other ancestor gods. Unfortunately, he was even more berserk than the other ancestor gods. Perhaps he had no ambition, but he was born to destroy. The destruction of Aquamoon Paradise was proof of that. Damn it, Long Chen had thought that he could control the situation. But in the blink of an eye, a bigger problem had arisen. It was very likely that the chaos of the entire world was just beginning. Starting from the primal Chaos Ape ancestor. Chapter 3369. The Aquamoon heavenly abode was now filled with clouds and mist. Every soul was a manifestation of Long Chen's anger. Roar. The ape ancestor's roar reverberated outwards. All the stars and broken stars in the surrounding area were turned to dust by this roar. Holding the stone pillar, the ape ancestor stared at Long Chen with blood-red eyes. His eyes contained the might of a true ancestor god. In an instant, thousands of flames of anger were released. The pure origin power of the world enveloped him completely. Vaguely, Long Chen could see this terrifying power. Buzz. At this moment, the ape ancestor's divine body expanded in front of Long Chen's eyes. It grew larger and larger until it was as tall as heaven and earth. A single strand of hair was like an endless continent to mortals. The stone pillar also turned into a vast mountain like the endless mountain of the universe. In front of this heaven-defying beast, Long Chen was as small as a speck of dust. Of course, true power did not depend on the size of the divine body. Die. Amidst the violent roar, the ape ancestor went completely crazy. He waved the stone pillar and smashed it towards Long Chen. For a moment, the space of the 10,000 worlds was broken by the stone pillar. Boom. To Long Chen, this was a huge world, and it was a real world. It was pressing down on his head. This was a complete ninth-era ancestor god. The timing of his attack was completely different. Every ancestor god had a close connection with the entire world. The one in front of him was equivalent to the 10,000 worlds themselves. Long Chen going against this power was equivalent to going against the 10,000 worlds. This was completely above the power of gods and demons. It controlled everything and had the nature of the entire world. There was creation, destruction, and the various elements that made up the world. There was even time, space, and so on. To put it simply, Long Chen truly understood that the so-called origin of the world encompassed everything. It was not a law, but a power that contained everything needed to create a world, including time, karma, fate, life, and so on. The all-encompassing power of origin of the world would naturally crush the power of the gods and demons, even if the power of the gods and demons was too strong. Therefore, after experiencing this, Long Chen deeply understood that going against the power of the ape ancestor was a very foolish act. 10,000 time domain. Due to the sheer size of the stone pillar, Long Chen had no choice but to unleash his 10,000 times time domain to its fullest. Swoosh. Fortunately, he managed to open it to a place where the stone pillar couldn't touch it. Thus, Long Chen instantly appeared outside the stone pillar in the time domain. No matter how fast the chaotic world ape ancestor was, it was still slow in Long Chen's time domain. Boom! The huge stone pillar brushed past Long Chen. Even though it didn't hit him directly, the storm it created still sent Long Chen flying. Buzz! For a moment, Long Chen was already thousands of miles away. Roar! The chaotic world ape ancestor was even more furious when it failed to hit Long Chen. The huge world caused it to change direction and sweep towards Long Chen. Under this stone pillar, the world collapsed layer by layer. If the Aquamoon Heavenly Grotto was still here, it would have been destroyed many times over. Wrath of the Dragon Kylan. I must deal with this guy. If I let him leave, I don't know how many worlds and how many lives will suffer. Long Chen deeply understood this principle. Therefore, he hurriedly used his laws before the ape ancestor arrived. With the ape ancestor's huge body, there was no need to worry about not being able to hit it. Through his gaze, he fused the 7 ancestral dragons' laws onto the body of the ape ancestor. One could predict that the opponent's power of origin of the world would have an extremely strong resistance. Moreover, with such a huge body, it was impossible to crush him like how it crushed other ancestral gods. Therefore, Long Chen didn't expect the wrath of the Dragon Kylan to be able to deal with him. Rumble. At this moment, Long Chen once again dodged his opponent's attack. Suffering from the wrath of the Dragon Kylan, and his attacks were repeatedly dodged by Long Chen. To the chaotic world ape ancestor, this was simply an uncontrollable rage. At this moment, he forcibly endured the destructive power of the wrath of the Dragon Kylan, grabbed the stone pillar with both hands and shot up into the sky. Suddenly, a blood-red flame ignited on the stone pillar. It was as though a new world of flames had appeared in front of Long Chen. Rumble. A pinnacle move, world-shaking descends. The raging world-shaking ape ancestor raised the flaming stone pillar high. The power of laws swirled around the stone pillar, causing the power of this attack to increase by several times. This time, the world shook and the 10,000 worlds trembled. The world-shaking ape ancestor roared as the stone pillar came crashing down. This time, the power of the stone pillar locked onto Long Chen, making it impossible for him to escape. The power of the lock was immense, but it wasn't impossible for him to break free. Moreover, the opponent was obviously greatly affected by the wrath of the Dragon Kylan. Long Chen's determination to kill him was incomparably strong. Berserk ferocious beast, killing the innocent. With a roar of intimidation, Long Chen instantly transformed from his human form into the huge primordial sacrificial dragon. In this way, it seemed that he was qualified to fight against the world-shaking ape ancestor. Of course, it was only the size of the opponent's arm. After transforming into the primordial sacrificial dragon, Long Chen's body burned with the flames of the melody of life. Under the opponent's earth-shaking attack, he didn't retreat, but rushed towards the opponent. The two huge beasts collided at this moment. Of course, Long Chen didn't take the opponent's attack. As he advanced, the Destruction Dragon Ball was born in the midst of destruction. The huge silver-gray divine dragon held the Destruction Dragon Ball in its mouth and rushed towards the opponent. When facing the flaming stone pillar, Long Chen suddenly changed his direction with the 10,000 times time domain. In the end, although he bypassed the most powerful part of the stone pillar, he was still burned by the flames and the pain was unbearable. However, Long Chen still endured it. At the moment he endured, he rushed out of the opponent's attack range and suddenly appeared in front of the opponent. At this moment, under Long Chen's control, the wrath of the Dragon Kylan finally erupted. At this moment, in a rage, Long Chen suddenly spat out the Destruction Dragon Ball and smashed it directly on the chest of the world-shaking ape ancestor, which was right in front of him. Once again, it erupted from inside and outside. In terms of a confrontation of strength, Long Chen was worlds apart from the world-shaking ape ancestor. However, he had the 10,000 world time domain, which allowed him to avoid direct confrontation with the opponent several times. This time, he found an opportunity to pour the most powerful attack on the opponent. Boom! 9 colored stars, 3 types of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation exploded one after another. An explosion that was compressed to the extreme was born on the opponent's body, accompanied by the wrath of the dragon Kylan of the 7 ancestral dragons. In an instant, countless pieces of flesh and blood exploded, filling the sky with a bloody mist. The entire starry sky seemed to have become a mixture of a sea of blood and a sea of flesh. The most shocking thing was the world-shaking ape ancestors' heaven-defying cries of pain. Long Chen passed through the endless bloody mist and saw that the world-shaking ape ancestor had been blasted apart at the waist. His upper body and lower body were only connected by a portion of his flesh and bones. It looked extremely disgusting. Clearly, this time, Long Chen had used skill to defeat the irascible world-shaking ape ancestor. However, the opponent had not been completely defeated. Even so, he still had a heaven-defying will. This was especially so under the nourishment of the omnipotent world origin energy. This degree of injury was still rapidly recovering. Roar! 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 The world-shaking ape ancestor let go of the stone pillar and angrily pounded his chest, producing a series of booming sounds. I can still hold on. Long Chen was stunned. If it were any other ancestral god, they would have already entered the world origin energy, but Long Chen was in the midst of rapid recovery. If Long Chen didn't beat him while he was down, he would recover very soon. Such an existence had to be imprisoned. Therefore, Long Chen didn't stop and continued to charge forward. At this moment, something unexpected happened. At the beginning, Long Chen felt an intense spatial ripple. When he sensed it, he raised his head and saw that right next to the position of the Aquamoon Heavenly Paradise, a golden door had appeared. That door was like a whirlpool, rotating at high speed. Clearly, it led to another world. Who's behind this? At first, Long Chen thought that it was some other ancestral god who had been attracted here by the commotion of the battle. However, he didn't find any traces of any other ancestral gods. The commotion caused by the golden door was quite large, and it even produced a sort of suction force that was trying to devour Long Chen. However, when he saw the door, the world-shaking ape ancestor suddenly shrank his body, transforming into a humanoid ape. While Long Chen was slightly stunned, the world-shaking ape ancestor, who had originally been furious at Long Chen, suddenly panicked. He charged straight through the golden door. Because he was relatively close to the golden door, Long Chen wasn't able to stop him. In an instant, the world-shaking ape ancestor rushed in. Long Chen was stunned. The world on the other side of the whirlpool was a little familiar to him. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was the side of the tomb of Samsara. Why is it the tomb of Samsara? Just as he was thinking, the golden door was closing rapidly. Long Chen didn't have much time to think. Now that the world-shaking ape ancestor had been injured to this extent, how could he let him go? If he went to another world, wouldn't he be even more furious? Therefore, at this time, Long Chen quickly chased after him and passed through the golden door just before it closed. It was indeed the power of space. The scenery before him changed, and in the blink of an eye, Long Chen was in a new place. In an instant, he realized that this was indeed the tomb of Samsara. Now, he was outside the tomb of Samsara, and in front of him was the tomb of Samsara that looked like a tomb. Long Chen had even preserved the Death Realm Dragon Gate here. Of course, once he entered the tomb of Samsara, no world or god kingdom would be able to open it. This was the final battle between him and the primeval troll. World-shaking ape ancestor. The injured creator god wasn't far away from him. Regardless of where he was, it was more important to imprison him. However, when Long Chen first made this decision, he was shocked. He saw countless golden doors disappearing around him. Chapter 3370. Intuition told Long Chen that it wasn't just the elder gods who had just arrived. As expected, Long Chen quickly found Elder God Ling Su and the others among the 600 over elder gods. They had just arrived as well. There were close to 700 elder gods present. This confirmed that there were no more elder gods in the 10,000 realms. Long Chen asked the people of the 10,000 realms, and they were certain that the elder gods who had previously appeared had disappeared. Many of the living beings and fiend gods in the 10,000 realms saw a golden door appear not far away from the elder gods. The elder gods entered the golden door right in front of them. Are they all here? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The good thing is that at least I don't have to worry about the safety of the 10,000 realms and the worlds. The bad thing is, who is controlling all of this? Could it be the sky-devouring race? At this time, among the 600 over elder gods, the Chaos Ape ancestor had already disappeared. He had escaped from Long Chen's pursuit. Perhaps in front of so many elder gods, he had behaved himself. The elder gods had just descended, and they had just arrived at this place as well. Long Chen could tell from their gazes that they didn't seem to understand where this place was or why they had come here. Do you know where this place is? Elder God Ling Su hurriedly came to Long Chen's side. Among the 600 over elder gods, they didn't stand out at all. Elder God Ling Su was very confused. I just found out that so many elder gods had arrived. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was just complaining about you when a door appeared beside me. At that time, I felt a strong desire to enter. After I entered, this is what happened. A strong desire. This description was deeply engraved in Long Chen's mind. Clearly, all the elder gods were still blank. Long Chen used this time to communicate with the dragon attendants. This happened. Even the 6 dragon servants were confused at this moment. Long Chen thought about it and said, I think, what you said before has come true. They were all devoured by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Now that the real first batch has arrived, the Sky-Swallowing clan has started to carry out their goal. Obviously, this is the place where they will achieve their goal. If the Sky-Swallowing clan has a conspiracy, then this is the beginning. You're right. We think so too. That's why we're even more pressed for time. The appearance of the Golden Door and the gathering of the ancestral gods must have been planned by someone. To Long Chen, the only person he could think of was the sky-devouring race. How about this? You guys continue to search for the origin dragon soul. We'll stay here and figure out what they're trying to do. Maybe we can stop them. Be careful. Your life is more important. At least for now, the infinite worlds are out of danger. I understand. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about the infinite worlds. Long Chen could focus on dealing with the changes here. There were over 600 ancestral gods. Who knew how many existences like the chaotic ape ancestor were hidden among them? Among them, Long Chen didn't stand out at all. Even if he wasn't an ancestral god, he didn't notice him. Storm Ancestral God and the others had already been thrown into the ruins of time. They were still there and couldn't appear. This was a good thing. If they made a ruckus, the ancestral gods would target Long Chen. As Long Chen and the dragon servants conversed, the 600 ancestral gods stared at each other. Some knew each other. It was their first time meeting, so it was better to be cautious. No one dared to get close to each other. It was like a few hundred mindless beasts meeting for the first time. At this time, they had already moved from their invisible confrontation to the tomb of reincarnation. They came to this void. Obviously, the tomb of reincarnation was the Sky-Swallowing clan's goal. What does the Sky-Swallowing clan want them to do? Many ancestral gods were already standing on the tomb of reincarnation. They were studying everywhere. No ancestral god dared to enter yet. But the golden door was already closed. They had nowhere to go. So they looked around. Finally, they found the entrance to the Tomb of Reincarnation. Let's go in and take a look. A few ancestral gods went in first. Many ancestral gods were in a daze after coming in. They were looking for the exit to leave this world. They had subconsciously entered when they saw the golden door. Now, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't find the exit. The only place they could go was inside the Tomb of Reincarnation. Ancestral gods went in at the beginning. Soon, more and more entered. There were fewer and fewer left in space. Longchen realized that he had to go in. Patriarch Wuji and Patriarch Penglai seemed to have gone in too. Let's go in too. There were too many ancestral gods this time. The two were stunned. They hadn't come to find Longchen. Only ancestral god Ling Su was still guarding beside Longchen. Okay. Indeed, they should go in. Otherwise, they wouldn't know the Sky Devourer's goal. But after going in, all sorts of battles were unavoidable. There might be group battles. Most importantly, divine kingdoms and various worlds couldn't be opened inside the Tomb of Reincarnation. Once the entrance was sealed, they wouldn't be able to leave. Come out. The more trusted helpers around him, the better. This time, Longchen had Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Yan come out. Including Ling Su and him, the team of 7 was a team. They were all life and death teams. After going in, take care of each other. Okay. There were more than 200 ancestral gods outside. Longchen was in the middle. When they entered, a few ancestral gods looked at them strangely. You guys seem a little different. You guys aren't ancestral gods, right? Why are you here? I don't know. I'm thinking of a way to leave too, Longchen replied in a friendly manner. Then who are you guys? We are the original gods and demons of the infinite worlds. We are far inferior to you ancestral gods. You are all our seniors. Seeing how polite Longchen was, the other ancestral gods basically wouldn't cause trouble for them. After all, their memories were blank, and they were confused. They didn't know what was going on. At this time, Longchen entered the Tomb of Reincarnation again. Kitten. The Tomb of Reincarnation was Kitten's territory. He was most familiar with this place. There were endless worlds inside, like a huge maze that could confuse even ancestral gods. If one wanted to walk in here, they had to rely on Kitten. These ancestral gods have already entered other spaces. More than 400 ancestral gods had already entered, but only a few dozen could be seen. This proved that most of the ancestral gods had already entered other worlds. It was better for them to be spread out like this, in order to avoid conflicts that would cause too much destruction. After arriving here, Longchen first led the group to a nearby world. After going through a few worlds, there was no one else around. The other 6 were all looking at him. Longchen said, if there's something strange about the ancestral gods in the Tomb of Reincarnation, it's most likely with the Samsara tree. After all, the Samsara tree is the core of this place. Although we don't know what's going on right now, we should head to the Samsara tree first. The others naturally had no objections. Kitten, lead the way. Don't worry. This is Lord Cat's territory. Watch as Lord Cat torments them to death. Upon arriving here, Kitten began to put on airs. They were a team. Longchen had already reached the level of a complete 9th epoch ancestral god. There was no need to even mention ancestral god Ling Su, the others combined could fight against 2 or 3 ancestral gods. As long as they didn't encounter too many ancestral gods surrounding them, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But Longchen knew very well that they were taking on a huge risk in coming here. If the situation went out of control, it was very likely that a riot would break out. Even Kitten, who was familiar with them, would find it difficult to move to the Samsara tree. This was because there were too many worlds here, and they were constantly changing. To reach the samsara tree, they would have to pass through more than 1,000 worlds, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Boss, I keep feeling like there's something strange about the tomb of reincarnation. After walking for a period of time, Kitten suddenly said. Most likely, more than 600 ancestral gods had already entered. On the way forward, they would occasionally encounter other ancestral gods, but they were usually alone. Sometimes, they would be in groups of 2 or 3. When they saw Long Chen, they would basically take a detour. From this, it was clear that the ancestral gods were very wary. How is it strange? It's indescribably strange. Isn't that obvious? They continued forward. Because some ancestral gods had entered before them, they had basically covered more than half of the tomb of reincarnation. Often, when they entered a new world, they could see the existence of ancestral gods. However, the closer they were to the samsara tree, the slightly fewer ancestral gods there were. The samsara tree has tree roots, so it's easier to find. Also, that world is the largest, at least 1/5 of the entire tomb of reincarnation. Therefore, Kitten reckoned that there might already be ancestral gods there. Speed up. Intuition told Long Chen that the core content and purpose would appear in that place. They sped up. After a period of time, they could already see the tree trunk. When they arrived, they quickly changed direction and went up the tree trunk. Not long after, they rushed to the world at the top of the tree. As far as the eye could see, it was still very quiet. It seemed that they had arrived here first. Everyone, don't disperse. Be careful. After arriving, they began to patrol. At first, it was just the few of them. Later, they realized that many ancestral gods had also arrived. However, the ancestral gods basically didn't communicate with each other. Many were looking around, and some were trying to destroy the samsara tree. Boss. All of a sudden, Kitten let out a cry of surprise. The samsara fruit. He lowered his voice and told Long Chen excitedly. Following his gaze, Long Chen saw. Chapter 3371. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the huge fruit. That's right, the gigantic fruit growing on the samsara tree was the samsara fruit. It existed in the eyes of Long Chen and the others. In the dim samsara tomb, it emitted a misty light. Impossible. We searched everywhere last time. There's no way there's another samsara fruit, Kitten said excitedly. Little Cat said excitedly. Most importantly, it was not because of the great effect of the sacred fruit of reincarnation, but because it was already a miracle that the sacred fruit of reincarnation could bear a sacred fruit of reincarnation in this day and age. Last time, he had searched everywhere but did not find the sacred fruit of reincarnation. In other words, it was very likely that the sacred fruit of reincarnation had been born during this period of time. However, Little Cat was familiar with the sacred fruit of reincarnation. Every sacred fruit of reincarnation required a long history and time to be born. It was impossible for it to be born in such a short period of time. The time needed for a samsara fruit to ripen was unimaginable. Hence, Kitten couldn't believe his eyes. Calm down. Long Chen got Kitten to calm down. The other ancestral gods hadn't noticed the commotion yet. Actually, Long Chen was very confused too. However, he thought of something and said, I think I know. To make the samsara fruit suddenly appear and ripen, I'm afraid only the sky-swallowing clan can do this. Now that all the ancestral gods are here, I'm guessing that the samsara fruit has something to do with the sky-swallowing clan. This is what we're looking for. Their goal, of course, isn't the final goal. They want the ancestral gods to restore their world. For now, this was just Long Chen's guess. No matter what, we have to get the samsara fruit. That's right. They weren't afraid of being discovered by the sky-swallowing clan. After all, they couldn't avoid it now. If the sky-swallowing clan found them, they wouldn't be able to change anything. If the 10 ancestral dragons were hiding from them, even if they took the samsara fruit, they wouldn't be able to find out. The key was their own strength. When everyone came to the same conclusion, they all quickly headed in the direction of the samsara fruit. Although they were making very little noise, the samsara fruit was too conspicuous in the vicinity. What is this? As they nervously approached, an elder god soon saw the samsara fruit and approached curiously. He didn't hide his actions. After all, he didn't know what the fruit was. His actions quickly attracted the attention of the nearby elder gods. I want this thing. Don't fight with me over it. Naturally, there were greedy elder gods. Even though there weren't many elder gods here, there were still some who were greedy. This elder god wasn't the first to discover the samsara fruit, but he was the first to attempt it. I found it first. It's mine. It belongs to whoever gets it first. They were all elder gods of creation. At the very least, they had this intuition. For a time, all of the surrounding elder gods were startled, and they all joined the fray. There were over 10 elder gods in total, and this wasn't a good thing for Longchen. Attack! They were a team, and they were powerful to begin with. If they were too slow, the samsara fruit would most likely be swallowed by the other elder gods. As soon as the fight began, Longchen displayed his terrifying speed and overwhelming power. A total of 10 elder gods charged towards the samsara fruit, but Longchen used his 10,000-fold temporal domain to lock onto the samsara fruit. Before anyone else could get close, he had already appeared in front of the samsara fruit. Who are you? Scram! However, in that instant, close to 10 ancestral gods attacked him at the same time, with 3 of them chasing after him. At a time like this, whoever was at the forefront would basically become the target of their attacks. The laws of the creator gods. Boom! 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 All sorts of laws erupted inside and outside of Longchen's divine body, blocking Longchen's path. The other elder gods took the opportunity to arrive, but they ignored Longchen as they were all fighting for the samsara fruit. Longchen didn't have the upper hand in the battle between the elder gods. In addition, there were many elder gods outside who had heard the commotion and were rushing over. Nirvana primordial. Most of these elder gods didn't have world origin. Longchen took out his primordial dragon halberd and killed his way through with his ultimate god powers. He forced several elder gods to retreat, but it was his first time colliding with the samsara fruit. Bang! Longchen was sent flying. As he was in a hurry, he had forgotten about the reincarnation barrier. Like him, several other elder gods collided with the samsara barrier. It was then that the reincarnation barrier was revealed. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang and the rest finally arrived and appeared beside Longchen. Seeing them, Longchen had an idea and said, "Xiao Shi, break the reincarnation barrier. We'll stop the others." He alone was capable of dealing with multiple elder gods. All right. Under Longchen's arrangement, everyone dispersed. In the blink of an eye, Longchen arrived at a place where there were the most creator gods. Right in front of him, there was a burly creator god charging towards him. As he advanced, his divine body was transforming. This was a demonic ancestor god. He was about to transform into his true form. Dragon Qilint's wrath. In order to stun them, Longchen had to be ruthless. Ancestral dragon laws fused together, and 7 ancestral dragons burst forth from within his body. In a short moment, that ancestral god let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. "Don't move!" Longchen roared angrily. His voice shook the surroundings. Given that he had just heavily injured an elder god, he was able to suppress the other elder gods for a moment. But only for a moment. Still, a moment was enough. Behind Long Chen, under the protection of his companions, the white lotus on Lingxi's forehead gradually transformed into a sword. A pure white lotus blade appeared in her hand. Break! The infinite immortal Tao. The white sword light instantly pierced through the reincarnation barrier. The reincarnation barrier vanished, and the samsara fruit was freed from the sacred fruit of samsara. When the reincarnation barrier vanished, the elder gods would fight fiercely for it. Some elder gods were even faster than Lingxi. After all, Lingxi was expending all her energy to break the reincarnation barrier. However, Long Chen had already made preparations. Soi Eon had transformed into an primitive troll, using the laws of the Void Fiend to conceal her body. When Lingxi destroyed the reincarnation barrier, she instantly appeared on the samsara fruit. Her claws, tail, and wings clamped down on the samsara fruit, then flew back. Let's go. They worked in perfect coordination, and they immediately surrounded Soi Eon. Elder God Lingxu and the others were leading the way, while Long Chen was in the rear. Charge! After obtaining the samsara fruit, they naturally had to flee this world as quickly as possible. They had to escape from the other elder gods. Otherwise, more and more of them would appear. Bringing up the rear wasn't easy. 7 or 8 elder gods were chasing after them, their eyes filled with killing intent. After the reincarnation barrier was broken, the aroma of the samsara fruit had driven them crazy. Just one whiff of it was enough to make them feel refreshed. The elder gods all had the strong feeling that if they could consume the samsara fruit, they would be able to repair the flaws in their bodies. To them, this was their deepest desire. Attracted by the aroma of the samsara fruit, all of the elder gods went crazy. The Annihilation Dragon Ball. But right at this moment, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. The pursuing elder gods looked up, only to see an enormous 9-colored star descend from the heavens, blocking their path. It was so fast that not even the elder gods had a chance to dodge or flee. Rumble. The power of the explosion pushed Long Chen and the others even faster, allowing them to charge out of the encirclement. Turning back, they saw that the entire territory had been completely covered by the power of primordial chaos, and fortune. All of the elder gods had been completely submerged by the power of the Annihilation Dragon Ball. They had the advantage in numbers, and they were able to disperse the destructive power of the Annihilation Dragon Ball. However, each of them had to endure an enormous amount of power. They probably wouldn't be able to catch up to them in a short period of time. All of you, fuck off. Long Chen used his time domain to open a path. Everyone in the team was trapped within it, allowing time to flow 10,000 times faster than normal. From this, one could imagine how fast they were moving. It was almost as fast as Long Chen's time domain. Swoosh. At this critical juncture, they successfully charged out of this enormous world. The most heaven-defying thing was that when the Void Fiend transformed into nothingness, even the samsara fruit disappeared. However, there was a problem. Because the samsara fruit's fragrance was simply too strong, it was still able to attract the attention of other elder gods. Let's keep going. Long Chen and the others moved to quite a few different worlds, all the way until there were no more elder gods around. But in reality, this place still isn't safe. The samsara fruit is as large as a spiritual essence planet, and people can live on it. There's no way to put it into a divine kingdom or another world. It'll be very difficult to hide it from the other elder gods. As they continued to flee, the team continued to discuss their next course of action. Long Chen said, "That's why we need to refine it as quickly as possible. There are 7 of us here, so we can just split it into 7 portions. That way, everyone will be able to improve." Indeed, the most important thing right now was to refine it. However, Mo Xiaolang said, although everyone will be able to improve by splitting it, none of us will be able to make a huge leap forward. It won't be of much use. I think it'll be fine to just let one of us refine it. What he said made sense. But who should they let? Long Chen thought for a moment, then said, basically, I'll only be able to improve greatly after obtaining the origin dragon soul. Right now, it's more than enough to deal with an elder god. We should let one of you increase your strength. Who's more suitable? Actually, anyone would be suitable. For example, Soy Eon and Kitten. If they were to refine it, they would definitely be able to reach the ancestor realm. But then, Kitten said, as for this thing, let the ladies go first. The great beauty Lingxi is related to the dragon god's curse. She should be the first one to reach the ancestor realm. Kitten, that won't do. Chapter 3372. I think so too. There won't be only one. Long Chen agreed with Kitten. Hearing what they said, everyone felt that it made sense. Let's not waste time. Little Shi, you go first. If you succeed, you'll be the best for us to fight for the other fruits. They were all on the same side, so there was no reason to decline. Lingxi now had the inheritance of 2 4th-era ancestor gods. If she reached the ancestor realm, even if she was only at the 9th-era ancestor realm and couldn't recover to the 4th era, she would still be stronger than the other ancestor gods. She would probably be on par with Long Chen, or even surpass Long Chen in some aspects. The Samsara fruit was a treasure of the divine dragon clan. You're right. We don't have much time. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lingxi no longer refused. Long Chen was trying to maximize the value of the Samsara fruit. Once he succeeded, he would be of great help to others. After all, Lingxi was good at other things, and these things could sometimes play a huge role in a fight or a battle. Thus, in this temporarily safe world, everyone spread out and stayed vigilant at all times. If other creator gods were attracted by the fragrance and tried to disrupt Lingxi's refinement, then they could only fight. Fortunately, the process of refining the Samsara fruit was very fast. When everyone was ready, Lingxi was faced with a Samsara fruit the size of a giant star. Compared to this Samsara fruit, she was just like a speck of dust. Of course, Mo Xiaolang was still devouring the sun. Since time was tight, Lingxi didn't stand on ceremony. She was full of anticipation for reaching a new realm. With Long Chen's help, she had become a divine spirit from a mortal. Now, it was time for her to become an ancestor god. White Lotus, Black Prison. Under Lingxi's control, the pure White Lotus grew larger in front of her. In an instant, it was the size of the sacred fruit of Samsara. It moved below the sacred fruit of Samsara. As for Black Hell, the black ring also grew larger and covered the sacred fruit of Samsara. Buzz. The 2 world origins formed a cage, trapping the sacred fruit of reincarnation. When Lingxi refined it, it could be seen that the sacred fruit of reincarnation instantly turned into a liquid. It was a sea of spiritual qi, and it was swallowed by the 2 world origins. Buzz. There was another sound, and the entire fruit seemed to evaporate, disappearing into thin air. In reality, it had been devoured by the 2 world origin energies. How strenuous. If it were us, we'd just transform into our true forms and devour it. Kitten said lazily. At that moment, the fragrance of the Samsara fruit had already been devoured, and it no longer spread out. It was basically safe. In front of Lingxi's eyes, the 2 world origins quickly shrank. In the end, Black Hell returned to her slender finger, and the White Lotus turned into a mark and returned to her forehead. However, after returning, the boundless power of the Samsara fruit entered Lingxi's body. The real refinement had just begun. If I could open the Tower of Time and throw it in, it would be solved in a split second. Pitifully, I can't. Therefore, they had to wait here for the time being. However, there didn't seem to be as big a commotion as before. There might not be a fight, but many people were indeed looking for them. Lingxi knew that time was pressing, so she moved as fast as she could. The two legacies had changed her. It was as if she had been reborn and reached a new realm. Right now, her flesh and blood were no different from the ancestor gods. They were divine bodies born in the distant fourth epoch. When Lingxi came into contact with the power of the sacred fruit of samsara, she could only be described as hungry. Each particle in her body seemed to have turned into a huge beast, devouring the power. The power of the samsara fruit seemed huge, but in fact, Lingxi's ancestral god body was more like a bottomless pit. In a split second, it had been devoured. Devouring, refining. A boiling hot current flowed through her body. Although a samsara fruit was far from enough to recover an ancestral god of the fourth era, it seemed possible for her to recover to the ancestral god of the ninth era. When she had accepted the legacy, her divine body had already possessed the capital to change. The power of the samsara fruit was facilitating this change. Long Chen now had a certain understanding of the changes in the ancestral god realm. First of all, everything would change, and the most fundamental change was in the origin of the world. From mortals to deities, the world tree, the sacred palace, and the heart of rule were formed. After becoming an ancestral god, the core of everything became the origin of the world. Of course, the ancestral god of destruction without the origin of the world was different from the ancestral god of creation. Just like how Long Chen had destroyed the divine body of the Seven Murders Star Ancestor, the Seven Murders Star Ancestor would appear in the life snatch. In fact, the origin of the world could be a weapon, but it was also the core of the ancestral god of creation. The origin of the ancestral god's world was in the origin of the world. After becoming an ancestral god, the primordial spirit would undergo a fundamental transformation. This was the foundation of consciousness. The power of the soul would merge with the power of the divine body, becoming the origin of the world. After the transformation, the primordial spirit was called the ancestral soul. The ancestral soul is the core of the origin of the world. If there are two origins of the world, then the ancestral soul will be divided into two parts, but in fact, they are one. And the origin of the world is the core of the origin of the world. The origin of the ancestral god is the foundation of the origin of the world, and the origin of the world is the foundation of the ancestral soul, and the ancestral god is included. The origin of the ancestral god of creation's world is incomplete, and to a certain extent, the ancestral soul is also incomplete. As for the flesh and blood, it is not that important to the ancestral god of creation. Even if they are completely destroyed, they can be reborn. As long as the origin of the world is not destroyed, it seems that they will not die. But the ancestral god of destruction is different. Because they do not have the origin of the world, their origin of the world and all their power is built on their flesh and blood, so the flesh of the ancestral god of destruction is very important. Because of this, the body of the ancestral god of destruction will be forged to be very terrifying, like Kitten's body, or even the same as the origin of the world. In other words, the origin of the world is the true body of the ancestral god of creation. From Kitten and the dragon attendants, Long Chen obtained this information. However, Lingxi was different. She had two origin of the world. Of course, she was an accident and a miracle in the myriad worlds. But speaking of accidents, if Long Chen could obtain all the world's origins of the ancestral dragon, it would be a miracle for him, because he had several worlds' origins. Of course, there was a problem. The problem was that even if he obtained the origin dragon soul and became the ancestral dragon, it would not be very complete. He could only build the world's origin on his flesh and blood, and only transfer it in when he found the world's origin. Of course, for the time being, it would not affect his strength too much, but it would be slightly easier for him to die in battle. After knowing this, Long Chen was very excited. He asked the dragon attendants, take Lingxi as an example. She has two worlds' origins. If each world's origin contains 6 world's origins of the ancestral god of the 4th era, then there will be a total of 12 world's origins, which is even stronger than the first ancestral dragon. He did not know this before, and thought that having 2 world's origins would at most allow Lingxi to be comparable to the real ancestral dragon. But the dragon attendants shook their heads. Clearly, it was not that good. There is one thing that you are different from. Having several worlds' origins is not a comparison in terms of numbers, but a kind of advancement in life. For example, the 9th era's ancestral god who has 1 world's origin and the 8th era's ancestral god who has 2 world's origins are not just different by 1 world's origin, but by different levels of life. For the ancestral god of destruction, going from having 1 world's origin to having 2 world's origins is far more difficult than going from having 2 to having 3. And most importantly, for Lingxi, the 2 worlds' origins are separate. She is equivalent to the combination of 2 ancestral gods, but she will not become 1 ancestral god. For you, it will be the same in the future. It is very likely that you will have dozens of worlds' origins. Precisely because they are separate, for example, if the White Lotus has 2 worlds' origins and the Black Prison has 1, then for Lingxi, the difficulty of having 3 worlds' origins in the White Lotus is far greater than having 1 world's origin in the Black Prison. After all, they are separate. If Lingxi has 2 worlds' origins in the White Lotus and 1 world's origin in the Black Prison, then her strength will be equivalent to the 8th era's ancestor god when she uses the power of the White Lotus, and the 9th era's ancestor god when she uses the power of the Black Prison. She will not be able to use the power of the 7th era's ancestor god just because she has 3 worlds' origins in the White Lotus. Long Chen was depressed. He said, "Doesn't that mean that having 2 worlds' origins will be even more difficult to recover to the fullest, and the benefits won't be as great? After all, it would be twice as difficult as others. If it was so troublesome, then it would be better to give up 1 world's origin." That's not it. Firstly, she has more power, laws, and combat methods. If she can have the world's origins in the White Lotus and Black Prison, then her strength will be much stronger than the other ancestral gods of the 9th era. It will be the same for you in the future. But, this is actually related to the secret of the mysterious dragon jade left behind by the first ancestral dragon. After all, this is the greatest surprise of the myriad of worlds. We are all looking forward to how your ancestor realm will be in the future. We can't even exclude the possibility of all the world's origins fusing. Everything is possible, even Lingxi's 2 worlds' origins could fuse. After all, you have already inherited 8 types of ancestral dragon blood essences. Long Chen understood. Actually, it's very simple. It's like I have to level up twice in every realm. When my left hand becomes thicker, my right hand will also become thicker. Others only have 1 hand, but in the future, I might have 9 hands. Although it's a little more troublesome and I'll have to spend more effort, I can actually level up twice in the same realm. Because of the experience, the second level will be very fast, but the effects will be huge. Therefore, in the future, it will be quite terrifying. There was one thing that needed to be made clear. The dragon attendant had said it before. Chapter 3373. Long Chen estimated that the power of 1 sacred fruit of samsara would allow Lingxi to create an origin of the world in either the White Lotus or the Black Prison. Of course, 2 samsara fruits could allow White Lotus and Black Prison to have their own world origins, but it couldn't allow White Lotus to have 2 world origins. Giving White Lotus 2 world origins was something that couldn't be done no matter how many samsara fruits there were. Between the White Lotus and the Black Prison, Lingxi had initially chosen the White Lotus. After all, she was inclined towards the immortal Tao and the power of purification. The cursed demon ancestor's inheritance was an accident. Of course, this inheritance carried the heavy responsibility of removing the divine dragon's curses. This transformation was much smoother than Long Chen and the others had imagined. There had never been a situation similar to Lingxi's in the myriad realms. Only the future Long Chen would be able to do so. After all, not even the ancestor gods could inherit. Usually, from a divine spirit to an ancestor god, one would become a destruction ancestor god. This process was slightly different. Lingxi's transformation was that her primordial spirit had been divided into two parts, becoming two ancestor souls. As the true core of her consciousness, they entered the two origins. Not only had she inherited the inheritance of the ancestor god, but she had also inherited two. So it was normal for accidents to occur. For example, when one of her ancestor souls entered the black prison did not form an origin. So this ancestor soul wandered around and was relatively weak for a short period of time. Of course, it was stronger than when Lingxi had been a divine spirit. The other ancestor soul enjoyed a different treatment. To her surprise, the power of the endless shrine and the power of the sacred fruit of samsara fused, forming a complete origin of the world. It was as complete as the primordial ape ancestors, pure and all-encompassing. It was this power that gave Lingxi the body of the ancestor god. That complete origin of the world entered the white lotus. In that instant, one could vaguely see the white lotus blooming, and within it was a dazzling lotus seed. The lotus seed was at the center of the white lotus, and Lingxi's face could be seen on it. It was the origin of the world. After everything ended, Lingxi rose to a new level of existence. She surpassed mortals, surpassed gods and devils, and became the ancestor god who created the world. Faintly, she had already established a connection with the supreme ancient immortal realms. She only lacked the connection with the ancestral star. At this moment, she was the ancestor god of the supreme ancient immortal realms. When the light dissipated, Lingxi's temperament was transcendent, but her slightly flustered and confused expression proved that no matter how she changed, she was still Lingxi. Done. Lingxi had become an ancestor god and appeared in front of everyone. She was the only one who had taken this step, so everyone looked at her with envy. Alright, now it's time to find the second sacred fruit of samsara. Hopefully, it will be born soon. Everyone was ready to set off. However, at that moment, everyone noticed a huge change and stopped in their tracks. What they sensed was that there seemed to be something gigantic moving in the tomb of samsara, causing countless worlds to tremble violently. It was like this place was occupied by a gigantic beast. Naturally, it wasn't a gigantic beast. It was a terrifying life force. What is that? For a time, everyone stared at their surroundings in bewilderment. Over there. After Lingxi became an ancestor god, her perception grew stronger. Very soon, she saw the crux of the matter. The world they were in wasn't too big. Following Lingxi's direction, they saw a part of the tree branches. At this moment, those branches were moving, extending outwards. From the center, they extended towards the tomb of samsara. During this process, the branches were still expanding. The most important thing was that the original samsara tree was withered. But now, what appeared before their eyes was a samsara tree filled with boundless life force. Impossible, the samsara tree has revived, Kitten couldn't believe it. After all, this place had only deteriorated to its current state after hundreds of millions of years. How could it return to how it used to be in one day? Even the sacred fruit of samsara has been born. 600 ancestor gods have returned here. Nothing is impossible. Long Chen said. His current endurance was already very strong. If this goes on, the branches of the samsara tree will spread to all the worlds until they support the space of the tomb of samsara. This was how the samsara tree was in the past. Every world will have branches of the samsara tree. Of course, every world may have sacred fruit of samsara. After hearing Kitten's explanation, Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "This is both a good and a bad thing. The bad thing is that every world has sacred fruit of samsara, so our chances of obtaining it are not high. The good thing is that no matter who is controlling it, the samsara tree will obviously produce more sacred fruits of samsara. Only then will we have a chance of obtaining more. No matter what, let's go and search. Their advantage was the current abilities of Long Chen and Lingxi, as well as Kitten's familiarity with the samsara tree and the sacred fruit of samsara. If the samsara tree can return to how it was before the epoch, it will also be a good thing, because every place on the samsara tree that can bear sacred fruit of samsara is fixed. I roughly remember these places. Let's search them one by one. This was great news. Lead the way. In an instant, Kitten became the leader, while Long Chen and Lingxi were the core combat power of the team. As they moved forward, they discovered that every world in the Tomb of Samsara was actually penetrated by the branches and leaves. The originally maze-like world now appeared different because of the different branches and leaves in each world. Due to the expansion of the samsara tree, the space in the core space was almost filled up by the trunk and branches, so there was not as much space as before. As Long Chen and the others moved forward along the branches and leaves of the samsara tree, they encountered many ancestral gods along the way. However, these ancestral gods saw that there were many of them, so they did not dare to approach them. Moreover, Long Chen and the others were in a hurry, so they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at these branches and leaves, they could feel the majestic life force. The appearance of the sacred fruit of samsara, the revival of the samsara tree, and such a strong life force. It must be the sky-devouring clan. What are they trying to do? Have they discovered us now? They are looking at us mockingly. Clearly, they want to use the samsara tree and the sacred fruit of samsara to complete the origin of the world of the ancestral gods. If that was the case, there would definitely be many sacred fruits of samsara. Even before the Great Era, this matter would be inconceivable. This was just too extravagant. Although the sacred fruit of samsara was full of temptation, Long Chen still had the frightening feeling of being surrounded by the sky-devouring clan. Every moment was filled with fear and trepidation. If we let the ancestral gods restore the origin of the world, what is their ultimate goal? This time, the purpose of letting the ancestral gods return was just as God of Taisu had said. Every day that they did not know, they would be passive. One day, it would develop into a fatal disaster. Big Brother, as Long Chen was thinking, they reached a new world. This was a rather central location. After arriving, Mo Xiaolang sniffed around. His sense of smell was the most sensitive in this place. Vaguely, he found something. Let's try this way. Mo Xiaolang asked Kitten to change direction. Alright, there used to be a place here that could produce results. Because of this discovery, everyone instantly increased their speed. They were like shooting stars passing through one world after another. When they headed in this direction, not only did they feel the commotion, but the rich fragrance also attracted them. Obviously, the sacred fruit of samsara had appeared. Most importantly, the reincarnation barrier had been destroyed. At this moment, Long Chen used the 10,000 times time domain to increase everyone's speed. Obviously, there is a battle ahead for the sacred fruit of samsara. Now that the reincarnation barrier has been destroyed, it's very urgent. Little Shi and I will rush in to snatch it. Everyone, gather outside and see if we can get lucky. The appearance of a new sacred fruit of samsara proved Long Chen and the others' guess at the beginning. As long as their guess was right, as long as there was a chance, they would definitely fight. Rumble. They rushed into a new world. Sure enough, there was a huge chaotic battle taking place in this world. There were at least 30 ancestral gods fighting over it, and new creator ancestral gods were constantly joining the battle when they sensed the commotion. Soon, there would be more than 40 ancestral gods in this world. Over there. As expected, Long Chen clearly saw that in the center of the battle, a sacred fruit of samsara was being moved around. No matter who got the fruit first, the attacks of the people next to him would quickly fall on him. No matter who it was, they would have to temporarily give up. Therefore, the sacred fruit of samsara was still being moved around. There were a few ancestral gods whose world origins were slightly more complete, equivalent to the 7 murder star ancestors. Therefore, their battle strength was very strong. They were fighting in the center of the battle. Without exception, they all used the world origin. For a moment, the world was in chaos. Blades flashed and swords flashed. I must get every single sacred fruit of samsara. Right now, Long Chen lacked the sacred fruit of samsara. Although the sacred fruit of samsara couldn't help them reach the 8th era's ancestral ancestor level, it could help them reach the 9th era's ancestral ancestor level. Ling Su, Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, and Soi Yan could all use the sacred fruit of samsara to reach a stronger level. Even he could reach the half-ancestral ancestor level by one more. Lingxi could refine another one. She needed at least 6 more. As for Li Xuanji, she didn't need it. After all, she was using the same power as Long Chen. Long Chen's strength was also her strength. For Long Chen, every sacred fruit of samsara was a treasure. Follow the plan.